Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Snape became Harry's unexpected guardian. Here is short summary. Forced to spend the summer with Snape, Harry expects nothing but misery. However, buried secrets and unexpected truths begin to change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Severus only coaxed Harry to go to the Great Hall, but he didn't address what happened earlier, which left Harry in a panic. As they headed down the empty corridors, he brought it to his professor's attention. "Professor, what if it happens again?" Harry asked so softly he wasn't even sure the man heard. "What do you mean, Harry?" I. Earlier with Professor Lupin, what if that happens to me in class?" he asked worriedly. He was really frightened about how everyone was going to treat him, especially the Slytherins. "It won't happen, Harry. Your teachers would never deny you that right," Severus said as he gently squeezed Harry's shoulder. "But Professor Lupin did. What if he doesn't let me go again? What if I wet myself in front of everyone?" Harry said, finally stopping in the middle of the corridor as his eyes filled with tears. "Harry, I can assure that Lupin didn't mean for that to happen. He was probably just so caught up in his questions," Severus explained to the distraught child. He for one could not believe that he was defending the wolf's action. But if he was being honest with himself, he had made the boy wet himself twice if anyone was counting. Harry shook his head. He asked, "And everything, what if the man or anyone really gets caught up again, and doesn't let him go?" He didn't want to go to school anymore. This was humiliating. He just knew everyone was going to make fun of him. Severus could see the child thinking about everything that could go wrong, which according to his expressions was a lot of scenarios. He needed to calm the boy down before he worked himself into a panic attack. "Harry, child, would you please calm down? I promise you that isn't going to happen," Severus said gently as he walked over and picked the distressed child up. "How do you know?" Harry asked, sniffling, with his face in Severus's shoulder. "Because you will ask for the loo, before it gets too bad," he clarified, before thinking softly to himself. "Not to mention I will warn your teachers myself about your dance. You do to let them know for you to go immediately." "Calm down now, Harry. You don't want everyone to see that you've been crying, have you?" Severus said as they neared the entrance to the Great Hall. Harry shook his head in the man's shoulder, as he calmed himself down. He wiped his face on the man's robe before wiggling to get down. As he stood up, he felt a twinge in his bladder. It was small, but it was there nonetheless. Not wanting another situation like last time, he tugged on Severus's sleeve. "What it is, Harry?" he asked as he was about ready to go in. "Can we go to the loo first?" he asked, gesturing across from them. "Of course," Severus replied before following Harry to the toilets. When they came out, they headed straight to the circle table in the middle of the hall. Harry kept his eyes low and was grateful that Snape chose to sit by the headmaster and his head of house. He waved to Hagrid, hoping he would get a chance to speak with him later. Harry sat down as Snape loaded his plate up with food, and ignored the gaze from Professor Lupin. He was just so embarrassed. How was he ever going to face him? While Harry was trying to avoid Remus's gaze, Severus was trying to catch it, but the man refused to look at him. Enough was enough. "Lupin, after dinner. It's urgent that I speak with you discerning your potion," Severus stated pointedly. He was after all a Slytherin and he could play dirty if he needed to. No one batted an eye. They all knew what potion Severus was talking about, everyone except Harry, who had the sense to stay quiet. Although his thoughts were far from it. Why was Snape making a potion for Professor Lupin? Was he sick? Throughout the dinner, he found himself occasionally glancing at the man across the table at him to try to see if he was well. He wasn't that successful. Because every time he caught the man's eyes, he found himself blushing in humiliation. Soon dinner was over, and Severus gave him the okay to go with Hagrid for about a half hour while he talked with Professor Lupin about his potion. Harry didn't question, although he really wanted to. He just skipped next to Hagrid and followed him to his hut. With Harry sufficiently out of the way, Severus glared as he followed the wolf to his office. Coming in behind him, he set up a few privacy charms. They didn't need to be overheard at all. He seated himself on one of the chairs opposite the man's desk and just stared at him with his dark gaze like he did with his students. Within a few moments the wolf was shifting uncomfortably. "Severus, just let me explain what happened," Remus said, swallowing softly. He knew that even with the wolf on his side, Severus Snape was a dangerous man that you didn't want to cross. "Then I suggest you do so," Severus said calmly, waving his hand for the man to continue. "I didn't realize he had to go, he never told me. I only thought he was trying to go back to his quarters, and I was curious about the incident that happened last night at dinner," Remus said cautiously. "And did you get the information you wanted?" "A bit, but you have to understand that if Harry would have said something, I would have let him go. He could have even used the loo behind me." Severus sighed. The wolf did have a point, and Harry didn't like to let you in that he had to go until it was almost too late. He knew from personal experience what that was like, but how did the man not see Harry little dance that he does? He doesn't like you tell you when he has to use the loo. Bad parenting on his relative's part, one assure you. You have to look at his body language. Surely you know what I mean, wolf. "I do." Severus the First just was so caught up in my questions, I never meant for that to happen to Harry, Remus said regretfully. "I do understand, Lupin. You just have to explain that to Harry. He's very afraid that you will do that to him when class starts, and understandably he's a bit panicked." "I would never treat Harry like that," Remus replied, just horrified at the thought. "Lupin, shut up. I didn't say you would. I only said that is what Harry thinks," Severus said quietly. He quickly thought to himself, should he inform the man of Harry's past abuse? Would that be relevant? Would Harry want him to know? Why would Harry think that, Severus? Remus asked, narrowing his eyes. "Because he thinks he deserves every bad thing that happens to him. Every hit or bruise he ever received. That child believes that he isn't worth it." "What are you talking about? Are you trying to tell me that Harry was abused?" Remus asked angrily as his eyes flared amber. Severus had to force himself to stay seated when he saw Lupin's eyes changed. He was reminded once again how dangerous the man across him could be when he wanted to. "Calm down, Lupin, or I won't tell you a thing," he said quietly, knowing the man could hear. "Sorry, Severus, I am calm now," Remus replied, grimacing from his outburst. "The reason I have guardianship of Harry is because I discovered his abuse about a month ago. I found out by mistake. He was having a nightmare, and I, thinking I could help him, gently legitimized him and saw it. He's very timid, and they didn't just abuse him, they treated him like a house elf. They didn't even allow him to use the toilet when he needed to," Severus said softly. He still couldn't understand how they could treat Harry that way. "They did that to Harry, my cub," Remus said softly to himself. This would definitely explain the boy's behavior. "Yes, they did, and more. I hope they will be punished. Albus is taking care of it personally," Severus said, smirking. "Good," Remus replied. He knew how the headmaster could be. Severus nodded before getting up out of his chair and heading for the door. He had just dispelled the charms when Lupin called him back. "Severus, do you think that I can speak with Harry tomorrow? Do you think that he would forgive me?" Remus asked, trying not to think about the possibilities if he didn't. "Trust me when I say I know for a fact that Harry will forgive you," Severus said before grimacing. He knew how emotional Gryffindors could be and he needed to clarify it. "I myself did something to him similar at the start of the summer, and you see that he has forgiven me, don't you?" Remus nodded, wishing the man would elaborate, but knowing Severus, he knew that was all he was getting from the man. "I will send Harry to you in the morning. I would advise that you pay close attention to his signals, wolf," Severus said pointedly before walking out and heading to Hagrid's hut to pick up Harry. Harry was enjoying his tea with Hagrid. He'd missed talking to the half-giant. At the moment though, he was hoping that Hagrid would explain what they were talking about at dinner. He knew firsthand how loose Hagrid's lips were. After all, he was the reason they knew how to get past Fluffy in their first year. "Hagrid, what did Professor Snape mean when he said he needed to talk to Professor Lupin about his potion? Is he sick?" he asked curiously. Hagrid looked startled at the question, not at all sure how he was supposed to answer that. He busied himself with his tea items as he tried to answer Harry's question. "Well, Professor Lupin's a bit sick, but he's been like this ever since he was a lad. Hagrid said carefully. What do you mean? You mean he has a muggle illness, like cancer? Harry asked, even more confused. Ari, I don't know what that is, Hagrid said, shrugging his massive shoulders. Harry shook his head. This conversation was leading him nowhere but more confused. Why does he have to take a potion? Harry asked finally. Because he needs it to control himself during the full moon, Hagrid said, fixing his tea. The full moon, what does that have to do with anything? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow in question. I shouldn't said that, and you shouldn't be asking me questions about that, Hagrid said, looking a bit worried now. Harry had the sense to stay quiet, knowing that Hagrid had let something important slip. He just needed to think on it a little bit more to figure it out. Hagrid, how old is Fang? Harry asked, wanting the gentle giant to forget about what they were talking about. It wouldn't do for someone to think that Harry was up to no good. He, like any kid, just hated being left into the dark. He listened half-heartedly while Hagrid explained Fang's age, until the half-giant startled him with his own question. So how is Severus treating you? He asked, taking a bite of his rock cake. Really good. He likes me now, Harry said, face breaking out into a huge grin. I know that, Ari. He liked you before too, he just couldn't show it. Hagrid said knowingly. Harry nodded that he understood, and he did for the most part. As Snape had told him just a few weeks ago, it was a complicated situation, but that doesn't change how he feels about Harry. Harry grabbed his cup and gulped his much too sweet tea. This was a change from Snape's tea. While he let Harry have sugary stuff when they went out, he was a stickler for being healthy when they were in their own home, and Harry relished in the sugary goodness. Severus knocked on the door to Hagrid's hut and was rewarded with the armload of a hyperactive child. He sighed, but he knew he'd known better. Hagrid was notorious for his sweet tea, as was his rock cakes. Thank you for watching him, Hagrid, Severus said. Anytime, Severus, he replied before waving goodbye to Harry. As they headed back to their quarters, Harry latched onto Snape's hand. It was habit now, and he quite liked the feeling of being safe. It was new to him, but he welcomed it all the same. Harry, tomorrow, you are gonna have tea with Professor Lupin again, Severus said quietly. What? Harry asked. He couldn't have heard correctly. Just what I said, child, he answered gently. But you know what happened. I don't want to see him, Harry said, already shaking his head in the negative. I understand, Harry, and he feels terrible. Don't you think he deserves a chance to apologize? Harry wanted to be stubborn and say no, but he didn't know how patient nor charitable Snape was feeling at the moment, and he really didn't want to test him. Fine, he replied, sighing heavily. It wasn't like he actually had a choice. Good boy. What did you and Hagrid talk about? Severus asked, opening the door to their rooms. Nothing. Just you and Fang, Harry said carefully. Severus nodded before starting to head to his potions lab, before stopping and realizing that Harry was still standing in the middle of the room. Why don't you go get a shower, and get ready for bed? He said. It's only 8 o'clock, you said my bedtime was 9:30, Harry stated loudly, getting a bit angry. It is, which is why I said go get ready, not go to sleep, child, Severus said calmly before chuckling softly. Oh, Harry said, blushing, and feeling a bit stupid at his outburst. Yes, oh, I'll be in my lab as you need me, he said, going through the door. Harry quickly showered and got dressed for bed before heading into the sitting room. He grabbed a book from the shelf, still a bit unsure what he was supposed to go. He was planning on reading it, but he couldn't get the words from dinner out of his head. What did Hagrid mean about the full moon? Was he trying to say that Professor Lupin was a werewolf or something? Harry shook his head. Those were just stories, and everyone knew that werewolves, vampires, and mermaids didn't exist, right? He sighed. He thought the same thing about witches and wizards. If he existed, then maybe those supernatural creatures do too. He shrugged his shoulders. There was only one thing to do, ask. He shook his head. What if they didn't? And Snape looked at him like he was crazy. He could just imagine the embarrassment, but he was genuinely curious now. When Snape finally came into the sitting room, Harry was pacing the room trying to work through his thoughts. He wished again that Hermione was here. If Professor Lupin was a werewolf or something, then why the heck did he have to take a potion? Are vampires and werewolves and mermaids real? Harry asked, stopping his pacing as he waited for an answer. Yes, they do, Harry. They are also supernatural beings like us, Severus answered carefully, wondering where this conversation was going. Is Professor Lupin a werewolf? Harry asked bluntly, not knowing how to ease into the question. Why would you think that? Severus asked calmly, more calm than what he felt. How in the heck did Harry find out? And if he didn't know, then what in the world brought this question up? I don't know, I was just asking. Why are you making him a potion? Harry asked. He didn't want to let on that Hagrid let on about the full moon. Harry, look at me, Severus said softly, as he made eye contact with the child. He quickly skimmed his surface thoughts to find that Hagrid of course let something slip, and he quickly backed out of Harry's mind so he wouldn't hurt him. And this is why he was reluctant to share anything with the half-giant. He was friendly as they come, but he had a big mouth and often let secrets slip. As much as he hated the wolf, he understood why Dumbledore hired him. He was a decent enough teacher, not to mention he would also be a protector of Harry if Sirius Black ever decided to come to the school. Just the thought of the man made his lips curl into a snarl, and he had to visibly straighten himself as he remembered whose presence he was in. Because he needs it, it will make him better, Severus said carefully as he finally answered Harry's question. What's wrong with him? Harry asked, getting concerned. It's not my place to tell, maybe one day he'll let you know, Severus replied vaguely. Okay, Harry said, kind of confused. He hated it when adults kept secrets from him. He didn't catch that Severus never actually answered the question. Severus sighed. The crisis was averted, but he knew that Harry would remember eventually, and he had better warn the wolf at the very least, Dumbledore as well. Did you put your other underwear on? Severus asked gently. Yup, wanna see? Harry asked, pulling up his shirt to expose the blue goodnight. A simple yes would have sufficed, but good job nonetheless, Severus said, grinning lightly. How long are we gonna stay here again? Harry asked as he got tucked into bed an hour and a half later. Well, it was supposed to be 3 days, but Poppy is really behind on her potion stock, not to mention I still need to write my lessons plans. I guess we're really gonna stay a week or so, Severus said gently. But, our trip, you said, Harry trailed off before scooting down under the covers. He knew better than to argue. As the tears welled in his eyes, he tried to tell himself that it didn't matter. They had already taken a lot of trips to many different places, and he was being selfish now. He pulled the covers up to his chin before facing the opposite direction of Snape. He didn't want the man to see how selfish his new kid was. Severus sighed softly as he carted his hand through Harry's hair. He knew without a doubt that the child probably thought their excursion was cancelled, but he wasn't cruel. Well, not that cruel, and certainly never to Harry. Well, at least not anymore. Foolish child. Our trip is still on, so no need to get upset. I promise, Harry, we will finish our trip, he said softly. Harry nodded his head that he heard before sniffling softly, rubbing his face against his blankets. Go to sleep. If you need me, call me, he said, reached over to key Harry's forehead before turning off the light and closing his door to about a crack. In his haste to get some work done, he forgot to leave the bathroom light on, knowing that Harry sometimes got up to go, before heading to his study to work on some lessons plans. The dungeons tended to be a lot darker at night than the manor, and he knew that Harry's eyesight was not the best. Severus stopped in the middle of the hallway as he realized he had neglected to do something for Harry, like get his eyes checked. He nodded his head. He would take care of this tomorrow after lunch. Harry woke up in the middle of the night, desperate for the loo. He smiled as he realized his underwear was dry for once, but the downside was his stomach was much too full. Putting on his socks, he opened his door and doubled back as he realized just how incredibly dark it was. He shivered once, whether it was from the cold, or fear, or having to pee, he didn't know. He bounced lightly, trying to convince himself there was nothing to be afraid of, but he couldn't make himself go out there. Sighing softly, he laid back down on his side, attempting to fall back asleep, but the pressure in his stomach wouldn't let him. Tired of squirming around, he got up again, and opened the door and whimpered, Merlin, he had to go bad. He could feel it trying to leak out and whined in protest. He contemplated just letting go now, but instantly abandoned that idea. It was one thing to wet the underwear unintentional, it was a whole different thing to do it on purpose. Harry beeped as tears pricked his eyes. Where was Snape when he needed him? He could have pinched himself. Snape said to call him if he needed him. Didn't this qualify as that? He could care less as he bent at the waist, tightly gripping his crotch, and bouncing up and down to hold it in. Snape, Dad, Professor, he yelled loudly and tearfully, hoping the man heard him. He was rewarded with a door opening and feet coming towards his bedroom door. Is there a reason you called every single one of my titles? Severus said, smiling slightly as he opened the door, having not caught sight of the child just yet. You said I could call you if I needed help, Harry mumbled, gripping himself tight. What did you need, Harry? Severus asked, opening the door wider as he entered, blinking sleepily as he looked at the boy on the bed. I gotta go pee bad, Harry whimpered as a few tears fell from his face. So why haven't you gone? You know where the toilet is, Severus said, confused. It was too dark, I couldn't see anything, Harry groaned before doubling over. I meant to leave the light on. Can you walk? Severus asked softly, already heading for him. No, help please, he said, sniffling. All right, just calm down, I'm gonna pick you up, he said, gently lifting the boy up, trying not to jostle him in any way. Hurry Dad, hurry up please, Harry cried as he lost some into his underwear. Severus didn't say anything as he quickly walked to the loo. He turned on the light and lifted the seat up before setting Harry down in front of it. Since Harry hadn't said anything, he assumed the boy could handle it from here, and he started walking out of the toilet to give him privacy. Wait, Harry whined as the wave of desperation hit him full force. I still need help, he said, still jumping from foot to foot. My apologies, child, Severus replied, feeling the effects of lack of sleep before swiftly pulling down his pants. Thanks, Harry replied gratefully, turning towards the toilet and finally releasing. He groaned in relief and held one hand onto the counter to steady himself. You're welcome, Severus replied, already in the doorway. When Harry finished, he rubbed his stomach tenderly, not liking the little ache that he was feeling. He hoped it would go away by morning. He reached to turn off the light only to have Snape tell him to leave it on. He shrugged before heading back to his room. He smiled softly as he got tucked in again before drifting off back to sleep. Harry woke up the next morning with the goodnight soaked, and he groaned, but what could he do? At least his bed was dry, right? He headed to the bathroom to change and get cleaned up before going back to get dressed. When he finally entered the kitchen, he wasn't surprised in the least to see Snape already there with breakfast on the table. Saying a greeting, he sat down to the table and dug in hungrily. What am I gonna be doing for the week? Harry asked. He didn't really think his Game Boy could hold his attention for that long. If anything, he really wanted to go back to the manor. There were a lot of fun things to do there. After you have tea with Lupin, I was thinking you could spend your days with the Weasleys. I know for a fact that I won't have much time for you, and I don't want you to spend all your time alone, Severus said gently. Harry smiled at that, knowing that the translation was that Snape didn't trust him not to get into any trouble since he wouldn't be watching him. He actually liked that idea a lot. Now that Ron and him were mates again, he liked being over there, almost as much as he liked being with Snape. I like that idea, Harry said, smiling shyly as he finished breakfast. I figured you would, Severus said as he banished the dishes away. So I'm going to the Weasleys today? Harry asked, wanting to make sure. Not today, but tomorrow. I forgot that you need to have your eyes checked, Severus explained. Why do I need that? Harry asked, confused. Well, when was the last time you got them checked? Severus asked. I don't know, Harry said, shrugging. What do you mean? When did you get your glasses? Severus asked, dread making its way into his stomach. When I was 8, the nurse told Aunt Petunia I needed them. She came home one day with these and I've worn them ever since, Harry explained, not knowing there was a different way. And you could see out of them? Severus asked, horrified at the thought. Well, not at first, but if I squinted I could. And I just got used to them, he responded, not knowing anything was wrong. I see. After lunch we will be heading to the optometrist in Hogsmeade, Severus said quietly. Okay, Harry replied, finishing up his breakfast. Harry walked back into his room to put his shoes on, wanting to get this whole tea thing out of the way. He didn't even want to go. But he liked the stories that the man told him. He never thought that if he had bothered to tell the man that he had to go, he would have been allowed to leave. He was still getting used to his needs not being denied, and apparently learning that not everyone paid close attention to details like Snape did. At about 11 a.m. he told Snape where he was going and he headed to Professor Lupin's quarters. He sighed before reluctantly knocking on the door. He so didn't wanna be here. "Come in, Harry," Remus said invitingly as he opened the door. Harry nodded and sat down in the same chair as he did last time. He was highly uncomfortable and extremely embarrassed. Remus could tell the child across from him was ready to bolt as soon as he gave the word. He sighed softly, wanting to make Harry feel much more at ease than he was at the moment. "Harry, I want you to know that I am deeply sorry about what happened last time. I guess I was so caught up in my questions I didn't stop to think on why you wanted to leave so badly," Remus said gently. "That's okay," Harry murmured, knowing he should have just let the man know. "It's not, and I can assure you it will never happen again. I will never deliberately let a child have an accident, so you don't have to worry about that ever happening in my class," Remus explained. Harry nodded and even smiled a bit as he heard that. He was happy to hear that. "Can you tell me more stories today?" he asked softly. He almost wasn't sure the man had heard him. "Of course," Remus said, moving to sit on the couch and gesturing for Harry to come closer. Harry looked hesitantly at the man on the couch before walking timidly towards him and sitting next to him. As the stories progressed, he found himself actually leaning on the man, and soon was lulled to sleep by the man's voice. Remus looked down at the child next to him, and gently brushed his raven locks away from his face. They were quite a bit late for lunch, and he knew without a doubt Severus would be worried even if he tried to deny it. Gently lifting the child up in his arms, they headed to the Great Hall. Just like he said, he could see the relief flash through the Slytherin's stoic eyes before his face was once again a blank mask. "Sorry we're late, we got caught up in stories," he explained softly, before handing his bundle off to Severus so he could sit down and eat his lunch. Severus nodded but didn't answer. He was currently trying to choose what to do. Let Harry sleep or wake him up for lunch. He just decided on letting him sleep. He could always eat later. Putting a napkin on the floor, he transfigured it to a small cot before laying the sleeping child on it and covering him with a blanket before turning back to his food. He ignored the stares that were coming his way in favor of trying to finish his conversation with Albus and Minerva, who now had these silly grins on their faces of all things. "What?" he asked irritably. "Nothing, Severus. You just are really gentle with Harry, more than I thought you would be." "I do wonder why that is," Minerva said, smiling widely at him. Severus didn't answer. He just scowled at his food. Leave it to Minerva to try to ruin his reputation. It was a good thing that the children weren't back here yet. At the moment he was still trying to figure out what the hell he was gonna do about Harry. He knew without a doubt that ignoring him or treating him mean again wasn't happening. First off, he would never categorize himself with the Dursleys ever again, not to mention why in the hell would he treat his new son that way. Since he had still had a few more weeks to think on it, he let it go, since at the moment Albus was talking about how they were gonna protect the school from Black. His hand automatically moved to brush away Harry's locks, at just the thought of the man getting into Hogwarts. He would do everything in his power to make sure that Harry was safe. Harry rolled over in his sleep, and even though he was still asleep he didn't want to risk it, especially since Harry did have the canny ability for finding out and snooping around things that were none of his business. "Minerva will fill me on any plans. I don't want to risk the chance of Harry hearing this," Severus said, going to pick Harry up and banish the cot away. "Severus, you have to tell him," Albus said quietly. "And I will, just not now. He deserves to spend the rest of his summer without fear," Severus said quietly as he looked down at the sleeping child in his arms. "I understand completely, Mboy," Albus replied. Severus nodded before walking out the Great Hall into their quarters. Severus was nearly at their quarters when Harry started moving quite a lot in his arms. He had spent almost the entire summer with the child, and he knew without a doubt when he heard the whimper what was going on. "Harry, it's only a nightmare. Wake up for me, child," he soothed as he opened the entrance to their rooms. "What?" Harry mumbled as tried to bury his face in Snape's robes. "Wake up for me, child, it was a nightmare," Severus repeated softly. Harry nodded, trying to erase the images from his mind. He hated that dream. Coming into the magical world only proved to him that the boogeyman did exist, only he was much more evil. "Hungry," Harry murmured softly. "I would assume so. You slept through lunch," Severus replied, setting him down on a chair in the kitchen before ordering him some food. "Why didn't you wake me?" Harry asked, blinking the sleep away as he took a gulp of his pumpkin juice. "Because you needed the nap, otherwise you wouldn't have fallen asleep," Severus replied before walking towards his room. "Are you working in your lab today?" Harry asked as he took a bite of his sandwich. "Not at the moment, we will be going into Hogsmeade, remember." "As soon as you get done with lunch," Severus said, making sure he had the money. "Oh yay, I'm getting new glasses," Harry said, smiling before shoving the rest of the sandwich in his mouth. "Harry, don't stuff, you'll choke," Severus admonished before shaking his head. Severus shook his head, before banishing the mess away from the table and turning to Harry. "Did you want to apparate to Hogsmeade, Flo, or walk?" he asked, giving the boy the choice. "Can we walk?" Harry asked, wanting to spend as much time with Snape as possible. "Yay, we can. Let's go," Severus said, making his way for the door. As Harry stood up, he felt a nudge in his bladder, but he knew that they weren't gonna be in Hogsmeade that long, so he ignored it. It also helped that he was super excited about getting his new glasses that the thought was pushed even further to the back of his mind. "Can we go to Honeydukes after?" Harry asked, slipping his hand in Snape's as they exited the castle. "That depends if you behave yourself today," he replied, following the trail to the small town. Harry nodded. They were only gonna go to the optometrist, what else could go wrong? The walk seemed to pass by pretty quick to him, which was probably true considering Snape took a bunch of shortcuts, and soon they were in Hogsmeade. Harry's eyes widened as he took in various stores before they stopped in front of a place. The front store window had floating eyeballs behind glasses frames. He shrugged before Snape opened the door for him to go in first. As they entered the store, Harry stayed pressed to Snape's side. He didn't feel very comfortable. He nearly jumped out of his skin when a woman appeared behind them, though Snape didn't appear to be fazed. Severus rolled his eyes at the madam's dramatic entrance. She did it whenever he walked into the store. He was used to it, but Harry wasn't, because he about jumped a foot in fright. Harry wandered around the store as Snape talked to the weird lady, looking at their various frames. He found some that he liked. His favorite was this pair that changed colors depending on his mood. "Harry, come over here, so she can run a scan of your eyes," Severus said, gesturing to the boy to come back to him. "Is it gonna hurt?" he asked, eyes wide, heart already pounding in his ears as he came to stand behind Snape. "I promise you, it's painless, child," Severus said, reaching for his hand to pull him forward. Harry grabbed the hand and squeezed it tight, before allowing himself to move from the safety of Snape. Once in front, opened his eyes, trying to brace himself for the pain that Snape lied about. Right. He unconsciously crossed his legs as his fright seemed to make him go more, although maybe he just underestimated how bad he might have had to go. Severus's eyes narrowed at the crossed legs but chose not to say anything at that point in time. He felt a slight tingling in his eyes before he knew it. He was done, and he blinked away the tears that had sprung up for holding them open too long. He watched her curiously as she went to the back of the room. "What's she gonna do now?" he asked curiously. "She going to fix you a pair of temporary glasses, then she'll give them to you to wear so they can automatically adjust to your correct sight. After they do that, she will then have you pick out a frame and give you what the muggles call the correct prescription." "Oh," Harry replied, smiling. He would finally be able to see. He bounced on his feet as he waited. He was tired of standing up. "Do you need to use the loo, Harry?" Severus asked casually. "Nope, I'm fine," Harry replied before he went back to looking at the frames. Severus watched Harry with a hidden smile as the boy's eyes were wide and open as he tried to take in everything at once. He couldn't blame him either. He had no doubt that Harry was seeing some things for the very first time. 20 minutes later they were finally leaving the optometrist office, and Severus was heading to the robe shop to pick up his order. Making sure Harry was in his sights, they entered the shop, where he headed to the counter, leaving the child in a chair by the door. Harry jiggled in the chair. Now he was really feeling the effects of that juice and having not gone since the morning before his nap. He squirmed in the chair as he waited for Snape to hurry up. He stood up when the pressure in his stomach became too intense for him to sit down. It seemed like his belt buckle was digging into his stomach, and he longed to take it off. "Can I take my belt off?" Harry asked when Snape checked on him again. "What for, Harry?" Severus asked as he raised an eye up in confusion. "It's kind of hurting my stomach," Harry replied, wincing from the belt buckle digging into his bladder. "Just loosen it for now. Without the belt you know your trousers would fall straight off," Severus replied. Harry nodded before turning around to fix his belt. He took that time to hold himself slightly where he was able to get a few well-deserved minutes of relief. After loosening the belt he tried to patiently wait for Snape to finish. He looked towards Snape again, before glancing out the window towards Honeydukes. He sighed knowing that if he told Snape he needed the loo, they would leave Hogsmeade and he wouldn't even get a chance to visit the sweets shop. He didn't want that, so he tried to keep his squirming and fidgeting to a minimum. Finally they left the robe shop and headed across the street to Honeydukes. Snape let him go look at the sweets and Harry's was in the process of putting some in a treat bag before a wave of desperation suddenly hit him. He spurted once before he tapered off the flow with his hand, where he dropped his bag immediately, sweets long forgotten. Getting his bladder under control he stiffly headed over to Snape, fists clenched as he tried to keep from grabbing himself. "I have to use the loo right now," he said softly, trying not to march in place, when he walked up to Snape. Severus narrowed his eyes, trying to see how desperate Harry really was. The child's fists were tightly clenched and he had no doubt that had they been anywhere else, Harry would be holding himself quite tightly. "How long do you think you can hold it?" he asked, putting the drops he was getting for Albus back on the shelf. "I don't know, but I gotta go now," Harry repeated desperately, resisting the urge to squirm around like he really wanted to. They were too close to Hogwarts and he didn't want the clerk to see him and maybe say something to someone else. He would be teased and ridiculed for not being able to hold it. "Let's go then," Severus said, grabbing Harry's hand and walking out the shop. Harry nodded before walking stiffly next to the man as they headed back to Hogwarts. "I'm gonna apparate us to the boundary line, Harry. Brace yourself," Severus said, gently grabbing Harry and disappearing with a silent pop. Harry gasped when they appeared at the boundary line, before grabbing his crotch tightly. Tears sprung in his eyes as he tried to hold it all in, the travel having almost knocked it out of him. He gritted his teeth before looking up at Severus with pure agony on his face, trying not to cry. "You know better than to wait until the last minute, Harry," Severus said gently, though sternly, as he tried to see which ones was a further distance away from them, the castle or the trees. Harry whimpered but didn't say anything, knowing the man was right. "Let's hurry to the castle, Harry," Severus said, a bit annoyed, and he was already walking towards it. Harry beeped but followed Snape as quick as he could, which wasn't all that fast. The apparition just made it so much worse, and he sniffled softly, trying not to cry. What seemed like hours, but was only a few minutes, he made it into the entrance of the castle. He could see a bathroom across the hall from them near the Great Hall, and just seeing it seemed to make him have to go a lot more. He shook his head. Was that even possible? He was inching his way across the hall, trying to convince his body that he could do it, when he suddenly froze. He shook his head in denial as he felt his abused bladder start to contract, and he gasped loudly, startling Snape enough to turn around. Severus sighed softly when he turned around, knowing that there was nothing he could do for the child, for Harry had waited much too late to tell him. He shook his head, wondering why Harry didn't let him know sooner, before he leaned against the wall, looking away to give Harry some privacy. Oh, Harry whimpered out, as he squeezed himself tight. His eyes were closed as he struggled against the flood in his bladder that was starting to release itself without his knowledge. Harry cried out suddenly when he felt himself involuntarily let go, and he shook his head hard as he held himself even tighter, as he jumped up and down in place to gain control. "Harry, child, just let it go. You're hurting yourself," Severus stated softly, when he realized that the child was of course fighting the inevitable. "I can't. I don't want to get in trouble," he sniffled miserably. "Regardless if you wet yourself or not, you're still gonna be in trouble," Severus said matter-of-factly. There was no use lying to the child. he knew better to hold it this long. Why? Harry whimpered, a bit confused, his bladder forgotten for about a second. Because you know you are not allowed to hold it, Severus said softly, before walking over to him. But, I'm sorry, Harry mumbled softly, knowing it was no use. I know you are child, but it's too late, in more ways than one. Severus said quietly before gently pulling Harry's hand away from himself. No, stop, Harry yelled before bending over, trying to prevent the inevitable anyways. He felt the hot tears on his face as his underwear dampened before you could hear the sound of water hitting the stone floor. He sobbed softly, with his head down as he watched his khaki shorts get dark and wet. Harry cried harder when he felt the warm liquid run down his legs and into his socks. He felt so gross. As his stream ended, he sniffled loudly, the tears still flowing down his face. Relax, child, Severus murmured before waving his wand and scourgifying the mess away. Harry sniffled again, but didn't say anything. He was thoroughly humiliated. He didn't even know if anyone else had seen him. He kept his gaze to the floor, looking at the man's dark boots. He took his hand about to wipe his nose with his sleeve when his arm was caught. What? He asked, looking up finally, with his red face and tear-streaked face, more tears already falling. That's disgusting, Harry. What did I say about tissues? Severus grimaced, pulling a handkerchief out of his pocket. Sorry, he hoarsely whispered, wondering what his punishment was going to be this time. Never mind that. Blow for me, child, Severus said, putting the cloth to Harry's nose. Harry shrugged his shoulders before blowing his nose into the cloth. He was past humiliation at this point. Good boy, Severus murmured absently before banishing the cloth to the laundry and picking the child up. Severus shook his head, knowing he would have to punish Harry, but that didn't mean that he couldn't give him comfort, could he? He carried the light child all the way to their rooms. Opening the portrait, he headed for Harry's room and looked around. Harry stayed silent the entire time. As he lay to rest his head on Snape's shoulder, he took note of the empty hallway and sighed. He was happy there wasn't anyone else there to witness him disgracing himself. Though he had an accident a few days ago, he hadn't had one in a while with Snape, and he was starting to feel ashamed of himself. He couldn't stop the tears from falling down his red cheeks, nor prevent them from landing on the man's robes. Severus sighed as he took in the child's room. Leaving Harry in here wouldn't seem like a punishment since the boy actually liked his room. Taking the chair from the desk, he placed in it the corner away from the windows and everything else. Severus conjured a timer and placed it on the dresser by the door, setting it for 13 minutes. He didn't want to forget him again, not that planned on doing that again, he was just being cautious. Harry, you are to sit in this chair until the timer rings, which is when you are allowed to get up, Severus explained, setting Harry on the floor. Yes, sir. Harry nodded quickly before taking his palms to wipe his cheeks off. He knew he deserved this, and sighed softly before heading towards the chair. If you get out of the chair before the timer rings, you will get a warning the first time. All other times, and I will add 5 minutes every time you do it. Do it more than twice and I will stick you to it, Severus said quietly. I won't, I'll stay, Harry replied honestly before taking a seat in the chair. Severus sighed, knowing Harry would of course obey. One day he hoped to break him of that. He had to learn that it was okay to make mistakes, that you wouldn't get beat for messing up. I'll be in the kitchen, in the rare chance that you need the loo again. Don't hesitate to go, Severus said gently as he walked out the room. He was feeling a bit apprehensive about this whole thing. What parent likes to discipline their kid anyway? Harry sighed as he sat in his chair, feeling like he was 6. What was it with Snape and putting him in the corner? He smiled softly, wondering what the man's other punishments were, before sobering. This was enough. He didn't want to test the man, though he said he would never hurt him like the Dursleys did. People often change their mind, as the situation changes. He looked down at his now dry pants and sighed. He didn't mean to hold it. He just didn't want to leave without his sweets, which was pointless because he still didn't have anything. He couldn't wait for the week to pass by soon. He was tired of being at Hogwarts. Though he loved the castle, he couldn't wait until they got back home to the manor and finished their trip. He strained his neck to check the calendar by the bed, eyes widening as he saw what date it was. School started September 1st, and it was already August 15th. How did summer go by so fast? He shook his head before turning back to stare at the wall, not wanting Snape to come in here and catch him. 5 minutes later found him bored as hell, and he sighed, promising himself not to be stupid again. Severus was sitting at the kitchen table drinking a cup of tea. He was trying to convince himself that he wasn't being hard on Harry. Sighing softly, he looked over his potions book, trying to remember the potion that would help Harry immensely. He knew it wasn't going to be like this huge fix, but it would allow him to hold it like he could before he stretched it. He pored over the book intently, forgetting about the time, as he searched for the potions. Harry jumped when the timer went off, and he ran over to turn it off. As he stretched, he smiled softly. That wasn't so bad, at least now he wasn't in trouble anymore. He headed out to the kitchen to see if Snape was still there. Severus looked up when Harry appeared in the kitchen suddenly, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. The timer went off, and you said I could get up when it did. Harry said, though it sounded more like a question as he took in Snape's expression. Of course, Harry, Severus replied neutrally, before marking the page in his book. What do I do now? Harry asked, coming to stand next to him. Severus didn't answer. He instead stood up and led Harry to the fireplace. Grabbing the canister of flow powder, he opened it before turning to the child. I thought about it, and it would do you good to see the Weasleys today. Really? But aren't I in trouble? Harry asked, eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Not anymore. You were already disciplined, my child. Do you have everything you want to take with you over there? Severus asked. Can I bring my nimbus? Harry asked softly, knowing Ron and his brothers would probably want to play a small game of Quidditch. You may. Go get it, so I can shrink it. Harry ran to his room, to grab the broom from his closet before doubling back into the sitting room. He handed it to Snape and watched him shrink it before putting it into his robe pocket. Harry walked over to him, knowing what to do already. You're 13 now, Harry. Did you want to try to flow alone? Severus asked, holding the can out for him. Harry shook his head from side to side quickly. Was this the man's way of saying that he was too big to flow with him now? He was the same size as he was when he was 12. Only difference was he gained like 5 pounds, not much different. No, I don't, I'm sorry, he mumbled softly, still shaking his head in the negative. Call him childish, but there was still that horrified feeling he got when he thought of flowing alone again. He couldn't help but think about what could have happened had Hagrid not seen him in Knockturn Alley. That's all right, child, you can flow alone when you're ready, Severus said, gesturing for him to come closer. Harry happily walked over to the man and hugged him close, being careful to close his eyes as he dropped the powder. They disappeared in the flames, and Harry would have fallen had he not had such a tight grip on Snape. He smiled and said hello to Mrs. Weasley before turning back to Snape, who was getting ready to leave. I will be back for you, sometime after dinner, all right? Severus said gently. Okay, I'll see you then. Harry replied, smiling as he was handed his tiny broom. Bye, Harry, Severus said, heading back into the fireplace. Wait, Harry said before running towards him. What is it, child? Severus asked, quirking an eyebrow up in question. I just wanted to tell you something, Harry said softly, looking at the ground. What is it? Severus asked, lifting his chin so he could see his eyes. I love you, Harry whispered, blushing slightly at his admission. Severus was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected to hear those words, not at this point in time, or ever, if he was being honest. He cleared his throat quietly, as his emotions seemed to run wild by those 3 little words. Love you to my child, he murmured thickly before keying the top of the messy raven-headed hair. Be good, was all Severus said before flowing back to Hogwarts. Harry grinned wide. He never expected Snape to say it back to him. He was so lost in his happy thoughts he didn't notice Molly dapping her eyes with her apron, having witnessed the whole thing. He walked out the room and headed to Ron's room to let him know that he was here. Severus landed in his quarters smoothly and wiped his eyes, blaming the wetness on the soot, even though none had landed on him. He shook his head, not really believing it, that Harry loved him. Harry loved him, the greasy bat of the dungeons, and in the privacy of his quarters he allowed a small smile to grace his face. He couldn't ignore the warm feeling that seemed to settle in his stomach and in his chest for that matter. Having Harry declare something he never even thought possible really did throw him for a loop. He sat on the sofa before summoning a house elf for tea. His urgent need to get back to his potions and lesson plans took a back seat as he pondered about this new development. Severus knew that Harry thought of him as a father, and he thought of the raven-haired boy as his child, but he never thought that love would enter the picture. He kept going back to the way Harry shyly said it to him, as if Severus was going to reject him or something. Severus shook his head, before slowly heading out his rooms, intending to pay Albus a visit. He didn't know if this new situation was for the better or no, since it didn't seem he was just living for himself now, but for Harry too. Maybe Albus would also be able to explain just what he was going to do about his role in the war. Harry raced up the stairs to Ron's room, and busted through the door without even bothering to knock. He laughed out loud as his mate shrieked once before burying something under his pillow. "Ron, what are you doing?" Harry asked, leaning on his desk. "Blimey, Harry, didn't anyone ever teach you how to knock?" Ron asked with his hand over his thumping heart. "Nope," Harry replied cheekily before coming to sit on the desk chair. "I'm glad you're here, Harry, but what are you doing here, mate?" Ron asked. He wasn't expecting to see him today, but he welcomed him nonetheless. "Didn't your mum tell you? Snape said I'll be spending the week with you, because he has work to do at Hogwarts," Harry said, smiling brightly. "No, she didn't, but we're gonna have so much fun," Ron said, grinning, already thinking of what they could do. "I know. Hey Ron, did you wanna go flying?" Harry asked softly. "Yay, let's go see if Ginny and the twins wanna come too," Ron said excitedly as they walked down the hall. Harry couldn't stop grinning. Even Percy decided he wanted to play. Harry was of course playing Seeker, but so was Ginny, and he tried to be serious but couldn't. She looked so tiny, but so determined on her broom. While he was thinking of going easy on her, she must have known because she smirked at him before shaking her head. As everyone started to mount their brooms, Harry took his tiny one out of his pocket and blushed brightly. "Harry, why aren't you on your broom?" Ron called a few feet in the air away from him. "Snape forgot to unshrink it, so I don't think I can play," he replied, looking at his small broom in disbelief. "Blimey, Harry, Mum can help," Ron replied, ignoring the snickers he heard behind him as he touched down on the ground. He grabbed Harry's arm before running back into the house. As Harry watched Molly unshrink it, he felt a bit stupid. Of course she could use magic, she was a witch, was she not? Before he could get too embarrassed, Ron grabbed him again and they headed back outside to the pitch. They played a long time out there in the pitch, ignoring the darkness of the sky in favor of the game. The game only ended when Mrs. Weasley came outside to tell them that dinner was ready, which made everyone immediately aware of their now growling stomachs, though in Harry's case his uncomfortable bladder. Harry and the Weasleys headed towards the house. Molly threw a few cleaning charms at them before telling them to wash their hands. It was a tight fit into the small bathroom off the kitchen, and Harry squirmed as he glanced at the toilet. He couldn't go with everyone in there though, and just as he was planning on staying back, Fred grabbed him and steered him to the table. He sat down dejectedly, and waited for everyone to be seated. Harry wiggled in his chair slightly before giving his crotch a squeeze. If Snape was here, he would have his head for holding it in yet again today. Finally they all began eating, with Harry moving around in his seat almost constantly now, though nobody paid any attention because they chalked it up to excitement. Harry was grateful when dinner was finally over, and while he needed to use the loo badly, he didn't know if he was allowed to leave the table just yet. He waited until Ron had finished before standing up with him, as he was dancing from foot to foot, to tell his mate about him needing the loo. They heard the flow flare. Harry groaned as everyone turned to see who it was before smiling widely as he realized it was Snape. "Bye, I'll see you tomorrow, Ron," Harry said before quickly making his way to Snape. "Hi Harry, did you have a good time?" Severus asked. "I did, I had a blast. I can't wait until I come back tomorrow," Harry replied, shifting his weight from foot to foot as his bladder sloshed about. "That's good, where's your broom?" Severus asked, glancing around. "I left it outside. Can I just leave it here since I'll be coming back anyways?" Harry asked tightly, wanting to hurry up and leave already. "You may," Say goodbye to Molly and Arthur and don't forget to thank them for having you, Severus replied quietly. Thank you Mr. and Mrs. Weasley for having me, I had a really good time, Harry said politely before turning back to Snape with a grimace. Are you okay, Harry? Severus asked, taking in his tense stance. I'm fine. Can we go home now please? Harry asked, trying not to bounce in place. Of course, Arthur, Molly, Severus said, nodding his head slightly before he flowed away with Harry. The minute they landed in their quarters, Harry tried to pry Snape's fingers from his shoulder. He wasn't trying to have another accident today. He was grateful once again for the man helping him stay on his feet, but right now he needed him to let go. Harry, calm down child, relax, Severus said softly, turning the child so he could peer into his face. I am, Harry murmured, trying to tense his muscles to hold it all in. Harry, are you all right child? Severus asked worriedly. Let me go daddy please, he whimpered, as he bent over at the waist, his hand starting to gravitate towards his crotch. Severus nodded before releasing his hold on the child, who immediately took off from the sitting room. He stood there in confusion for a second before quickly following after him. Harry felt like he was gonna lose it. The minute Snape let him go, he took off for the toilet. His hand was buried into his crotch as he ran the short distance to it. Bursting through the door, and turning on the light, he made a desperate dash for the loo. Harry shed his robe quickly as he danced in front of the toilet. He whimpered as he struggled frantically with the belt on his trousers, that didn't wanna come off for him. He felt the tears well into his eyes, thinking that he was gonna wet right in front of the toilet. After a few more agonizing seconds of struggling, he got his belt off and broke the button on his trousers from trying to take them off quickly. Pushing his trousers down and out of the way, he hurriedly lifted the seat up before pulling down his boxers. He beeped in relief as his stream forcefully hit the toilet water. He sighed loudly as he steadied himself with one hand holding onto the counter. He didn't think he was gonna make it, if he was being honest with himself. Harry, are you gonna be ill? Severus asked before he poked his head into the open door. No, I'm fine, Professor, Harry mumbled tiredly as he continued going. Why didn't you just say you needed the loo? Or use it at the Weasleys for that matter? Severus asked, narrowing his eyes. I was trying to, but the first time everyone was in there together. Then I was gonna go after dinner, but you came, Harry said softly, hoping he wasn't gonna get into trouble again. Severus nodded. Though he still wasn't pleased, the boy was still going, which meant he had to have been holding it in for a while. What did I tell you about holding it in for so long? Didn't you just get in trouble today for that, Harry? But I didn't hold it that long. When we stopped playing Quidditch, I realized I had to go, Harry explained as his stream slowed down. Severus didn't say anything to that, already knowing that Harry must have been distracted from the game. Good job on making it though. When you get done in here, I want you to get your pajamas and things and come back here, you need a bath. Severus stated kindly. "'Kay," Harry replied, not actually minding. He was a little sore from playing Quidditch that long and he wanted to relax in the bath. Harry finished up and flushed as he pulled up his boxers, before deciding on just stepping out of his trousers. He grabbed his clothes, and was about to walk to his room when he was blocked by Snape. "Hands, Harry," was all Snape said. "What?" he asked, a bit confused. "You didn't wash your hands, child," Severus replied. "Oh," Harry mumbled as he blushed brightly before placing his clothes on the counter to wash his hands. Severus moved over towards the tub to run a bath for Harry. Since the child had already eaten, he only had to wash and get ready for bed. He placed the bubble bath in the tub after making sure the water temperature wasn't too hot. Grabbing the toys under the sink, he gently tossed them in the water. By the time Harry came back in, the tub was full. Harry placed his pajamas on the counter and took off his shirt, as he yawned slightly. "I'll be in the sitting room. If you need me for anything, don't be afraid to yell. Also don't forget to wash your hair, Harry," Severus replied as he started walking out the door. Harry nodded as he rubbed his eyes tiredly before taking off his boxers and stepping into the tub. He smiled as he looked at his toys in the water, not feeling embarrassed in the slightest. Harry wanted to play with them, but he was so tired at the moment, and just decided to lay there for a second. He soaked for a few minutes until it felt like he couldn't keep his eyes open. Blinking rapidly, he reached for his washcloth to get cleaned up, so he could hurry up and go to bed. As he lathered the towel with soap, he found himself drifting off to sleep in the tub. Severus was in the kitchen reading the paper with his cup of evening tea. He shook his head at some of the nonsense that people actually seemed to believe. He sighed softly as he took note of the picture of Black on the paper. Albus was right, he would have to tell Harry before he came back to school at the latest. He would have to talk to Molly and Arthur to make sure that none of their children said anything about it to Harry. After about 10 minutes of reading it, Severus glanced down the hall. He hadn't heard any noise from the bathroom in a while, which was strange as Harry was one who tended to play in the water. Severus couldn't blame him, the child who never had the chance when he was smaller. It was only reasonable that he did it now. He smiled softly as he entered the loo, to find Harry asleep in the tub, and he shook his head before bending down in front of the tub. He vaguely wondered if he should put a monitoring charm around the bathroom when Harry was in it. It wouldn't do for him to fall asleep and accidentally slip underwater. What if he didn't reach him in time? Snape shook the horrible thought out of his mind. Before nodding, he was definitely going to apply the charm as soon as possible. "Harry, wake up for me, child. Did you wash yet?" Severus asked softly, trying to prod the child awake. "I'm tired," he whimpered sleepily. "I know you are, child. Did you wash though?" he asked again. "No," Harry mumbled before his breathing quickly evened out once again. Severus quirked an eyebrow. Guess the Quidditch game tired him out more than he thought it would. He grabbed the washcloth and gave the boy a bath, deciding that he could wash his hair tomorrow. Severus wrapped him up in a towel when he finished as he let the water out of the tub, before grabbing his clothes and heading swiftly towards Harry's room. After dressing the child, he pulled back his blankets and laid him down, before tucking him into bed. "Good night, my child," he said softly before keying his forehead. Severus turned out the light and closed the door halfway before going to clean up the loo. He casted the charm around the loo, not wanting to take any chances in the future, before shaking his head again. The boy was making him soft. As he finished cleaning up, he couldn't help but think that Harry was changing so much about him that he didn't even think was possible. He nodded to himself as he thought about the beginning of the summer and how much he put up a fight to not have Harry come with him. Who knew that Albus would come to be right once again? It's like they both needed this arrangement. Keeping the light on, he headed towards his study to work on his lesson plans, trying to figure out how he was going to tell Harry about Black. And how he was going to treat him this upcoming year. Hopefully he would be able to explain his position to where Harry could understand it. He couldn't treat him like he did before, but at the same time he valued his life. And the minute his Slytherins reported to their parents about how he wasn't treating the Golden Boy with hate, his cover was at risk, and he could never allow that. For one, the Order needed a spy, but the most important reason was that Harry needed his father, and Severus knew that he couldn't afford to lose another one. Harry woke up the next morning to a slightly full bladder, and he beeped, trying to ignore it. He rolled over in his bed, and buried his head under his pillow and tried to sleep some more. He shifted in his wet pull-up as he closed his eyes again, and tried to melt in his bed. He stilled for a second as he tried to remember how exactly he got into his bed. The last thing he remembered was falling asleep in the tub. He felt his face burned at that thought before being jolted back into reality by his bladder making itself known. He rolled out of bed, making sure to slip on his socks from where Snape had thoughtfully placed them dresser. Before sleepily making his way down the hall to the loo. As he twisted the knob, he was surprised to find it locked, before realizing that the shower was running. He hated after holding it for so long. His bladder tended to be weaker than it already was, and just the fact that he couldn't relieve himself was making him have to go a lot worse. Not trying to get in trouble so early on, Harry knocked on the door. "Yes," Severus called out. I just wanted to know how long you were going to be in there." Harry stammered out. Though he knew Snape would never deny him this right, he couldn't help the apprehension that he felt whenever he asked for the loo. "I should be out in about 15 minutes, Harry," Severus said, letting the hot water relax the tension in his shoulders. "I can't wait that long," Harry murmured, not even sure Snape had heard him. "If you need a wee, Harry, just come in," Severus replied, forgetting that he had locked the door out of habit. Harry smiled slightly before trying the door only to find it still locked, and he shifted once more in his wet underwear. I can't, it's locked, Harry replied, wiggling the knob again for good measure. Severus sighed. He now knew exactly what Molly meant when she said once you have children your privacy becomes rare, or non-existent. He grabbed his wand from his holder in the shower and unlocked the door before returning to his shower. Harry heard the lock click and he opened it up automatically. He nearly choked on the steam, the loo was so hot. Not wanting to be in the hot room any more than he had to, he quickly took care of business and washed his hands before leaving out. He knew better not to flush from experience with the Dursleys. He didn't want to burn or freeze Snape. Walking back to his room, he smiled. He would have the whole day to spend with the Weasleys. Although he was sad that he couldn't hang out with Snape like they usually did, he wanted to know the types of things his maid and his family did during the day. Surely they didn't just play Quidditch all the time, did they? Cleaning up and changing into some regular underwear, Harry got dressed before making his way to the kitchen. He could hear the shower still going and he wanted to do something nice for Snape, especially after all the man had done for him. Going to the kitchen, he pulled out the items for pancakes before grabbing the bacon from the freezer and eggs from the fridge before getting to work. Harry was just finishing up the eggs when Snape walked into the kitchen and stared at him. He blushed under the gaze he could feel, but he focused on making sure each plate got the right amount. Putting the pan in the sink, he turned around and grabbed the plates before setting them on the table. Snape said nothing as he grabbed the silverware and juice and set them down, before placing the man's coffee at his place. Harry sat down, hoping Snape appreciated his work, even if it was easy. What brought this on? Severus asked curiously as he cut his pancakes up. I wanted to do something nice for you, especially all you've done for me, Harry replied, looking up from his fringe. Thank you for the breakfast, Harry, but you didn't have to do that for me. I take care of you because I want a child, Severus explained, taking a drink of his coffee. I know that, and I cooked breakfast for you because I wanted to, Harry replied softly before turning to his plate. Severus nodded but otherwise said nothing. Harry's pancakes were delicious, and it saddened him to think of where he learned how to cook. What 13-year-old boy could cook a full breakfast meal did he know of? He couldn't think of anyone, at least no magical ones, and he had no doubt in his mind that Harry also could cook dinner if he was asked to. Damn Dursleys, he needed to find out just exactly what Albus did, because he was still feeling unjustified on behalf of Harry. Harry smiled to himself when Snape didn't have anything to say to that. As he drank his juice, he still wondered what they were gonna do at the Weasleys. When am I going to the Weasleys? Harry asked curiously. As soon as you get done with breakfast, child. Make sure you have everything you want to take over there ready before we go. Severus replied, opening up the paper. When are you gonna come get me? Harry asked softly. I was thinking just before dinner, so we could have a bit more time together. But I can come later if you prefer. Severus asked, raising an eyebrow in question. No, that's okay. I want to eat dinner with just us, Harry replied. He had missed the silence at the table yesterday. Though he loved the Weasleys, he could barely hear himself think at their dinner table. All right, that's fine. Make sure you behave yourself. There is to be no fighting no matter what happens, Severus said sternly. Yes, sir. I remember, Harry replied, blushing slightly in remembrance. Good, then I don't expect you to forget that rule then. Make sure you tell someone that you need the loo, Harry, and don't wait until it's urgent. They will not make you wait or hold it in, do you understand me? Severus said, looking at Harry closely, knowing this was the most important rule of all. Yes, sir, Harry replied, though inside he was shaking his head, saying hell no. There was no way in the world he was telling the Weasleys that he had to go. He knew where one bathroom was, and he could just sneak away right. Severus had packed a day bag for Harry, not at all sure how to go about this. A part of him wanted to cancel the whole thing. He didn't want the child to leave. But he knew that both of them needed a break from each other, not to mention Harry needed time with his friends, so Severus could get his lesson plans ready for the upcoming school year. As much as he didn't want to do it, Severus knew that it was of course a necessity. Besides, Harry would be back that night. Harry stood by the flow with his backpack on. He was waiting for Snape so they could flow to the burrow. He was excited, although he didn't know what he was going to do there. Surely Ron didn't play Quidditch all the time, right? Did you want to try to flow by yourself now, Harry? Severus asked gently. The child was 13 and though he didn't look it, he wanted him to have a bit more independence than he did now. No thank you, Harry replied softly before reaching for the canister and holding it out to Snape. Severus sighed softly before grabbing the flow and the child before stepping into the fireplace. Once he was sure the child was ready, they flowed to the burrow. Severus landed smoothly into the sitting room, where Molly was apparently waiting for them. He let go of Harry and gently ruffled his hair before looking at him. Behave yourself, Harry, and remember what I said, he said pointedly. I will. Don't forget to pick me up, Harry said softly, a bit insecure about being left here. I won't, child, Severus said before turning around and flowing back to Hogwarts. Harry watched Snape flow away with a sigh before turning around to look at Mrs. Weasley. Harry dear, you can go right up to Ron's room. He's waiting for you, she replied, reaching for his pack. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, he replied before handing her the bag and walking up the stairs. The day actually went smoothly and Harry found himself more and more entranced with magic. Though Snape used magic at home, he also did some things the Muggle way. Here in the Weasley house they did everything magical. Instead of walking across the room to get a book they acioed it, he loved every minute of it. They day seemed to go on by quickly and sooner rather than later it was time for Harry to go. Knowing he was going to be back tomorrow, neither he nor Ron had a hard time saying goodbye. He was shifting subtly as he waited by the flow. He had been able to sneak away to use the loo once today, but only when Ron and Ginny went to ask the twins something. Now of course he needed to go again, but he could wait since Snape was due any minute. Just as soon as that thought crossed his mind, the fireplace flared and out he came. Hello Severus, I wasn't expecting you to flow back. I assumed Harry would flow home by himself, she said questioningly. Harry for his part blushed before glaring at the ground. He didn't particularly care to hear what Snape's answer to that would be. He felt like such a little kid for not being able to flow alone. Tomorrow he would just beep it up and do it, not matter what. With that resolve in mind he walked over to his teacher. I'm ready, he said softly as he picked up his bag. Did you have a good time? Severus asked. I did, and guess what, Mrs. Weasley said that Bill and Charlie are both coming home tomorrow and I get to meet them. Harry said excitedly. Will that be a problem, Molly? I don't want to inconvenience you, Severus said looking back at her. He didn't want to disturb their family time, knowing they probably hadn't seen the older boys in a while. Of course not, Severus, I love Harry dear, and you. Not to mention the boys are so excited to hear some of their stories. Speaking of which, would it be okay if Harry stayed the night tomorrow? She asked. Severus opened his mouth to approve that idea before he saw Harry looking at him with wide eyes. He was confused for a moment before remembering just what happened at night with Harry. We'll talk over it tonight at dinner and he'll tell you when he gets here tomorrow. Does that seem fair, Molly? Severus said gently. Of course dear, don't let me keep you both from supper. You're both skin and bones, she chided teasingly, though her words did have merit. Thank you, Molly. See you tomorrow, Severus said, grabbing Harry's bag and walking towards the fireplace. Harry followed quickly and forced himself to stand still as Snape took out some powder. He sighed in relief as they finally disappeared in the fire. Not wanting to draw attention to himself, he grabbed his pack and headed to his room. He didn't want Snape to get suspicious if he ran right to the loo, so he made himself wait until he was called for dinner, which was thankfully only 10 minutes or so. As he sat down he squirmed in his chair slightly before turning an apologetic glance in Snape's direction. I forgot to wash my hands, he mumbled, but he knew Snape would hear him. I'll wait for you, Harry. Go wash up now, Severus said, placing his fork down. Harry nodded and walked as fast as he could to the toilet. Closing the door behind him, he quickly took care of business before washing his hand. Now that his bladder was empty, his stomach was letting him know that it was empty. He nearly ran back to the table, as his stomach growled again. Eat slowly, Harry. I don't want you choking or making yourself sick, Severus said warningly. Yes sir, I will, he replied, taking a bite of his mashed potatoes. After dinner found Harry playing with his Game Boy. He was excited about meeting Ron's older brother tomorrow, and hearing their wicked stories. He had almost forgotten that he was invited to spend the night until Snape called him into the lounge. Have a seat, Harry, Severus said, pulling out the tea set. Harry sat down and reached for a biscuit on the tray while Snape served the tea, wondering what this was about. Do you want to spend the night with the Weasleys tomorrow? Severus asked, keeping an eye on Harry's face. He knew that the boy hated asking for things, and he wouldn't deny this if he really did want to do it. I do, but what about? Harry trailed off and blushed. He didn't want his mate or his mate's mom to find out about his bedwetting. The bedwetting, if you wear your underwear like you're supposed to, no one will know. Severus explained gently. Harry chewed his lip for a moment as he thought about it. He had never been on a sleepover before and he really wanted to. A part of him was scared though, since this would technically be his first time. Staying in his dorm in Gryffindor Tower didn't count. What if I need to go in the middle of the night? Harry asked softly, tracing circles in the couch. Just like you do here, I want you to get up and go. Severus said. What if they don't have a light and it's too dark for me to see? Harry asked fearfully. I will let Molly know that little detail, Severus replied smoothly. But not about me wetting the bed, right? Harry said, wanting to clarify it. That's right, Harry, he replied. Okay, then, I wanna go, Harry said at last. Good choice, Severus answered. Now he could work on Harry's potion and his own without having to worry about the child getting into mischief for him not being around. Harry still had a bit of apprehension, but he was also excited about this whole thing, and he couldn't prevent the smile that lit up his face. He didn't know what kinds of things went on, but that didn't even matter to him at this point. What are you taking tonight, a bath or a shower? Severus asked as he gathered the tea items. A bath, Harry said shyly. At the Dursleys he never had that luxury, only able to take lukewarm, borderline cold showers. He loved baths, and the toys that Snape got for him. All right, go get your stuff, I'll go start your bath. Wash your hair tonight, Harry, Severus called as he headed to the loo. Harry was finished with his bath and was reaching for his towel to get out when he slipped and banged his shin. Tears welled into his eyes, and he was unable to prevent the next few words from slipping out his mouth. "OF asterisk asterisk asterisk, that hurt," he swore loudly, unaware of how loud he actually was, until Snape appeared in the doorway. I'm sorry, Harry, I think I heard wrong. What did you just say? Severus asked quietly, dark gaze staring intently into Harry's emerald ones. Harry for his part was looking like a deer caught in headlights. He grimaced. He had not meant for Snape to overhear him. Maybe he could play it off. He was never a good liar in the best of times, and it had been a while since that dark gaze was looking at him that way. I'm waiting, Mr. Potter, Severus said, crossing his arms. And now he was back to Mr. Potter. He was in so much trouble. He quickly decided to answer, not wanting to get into more trouble. I said. Oh, Harry trailed off, was the man expecting him to say it again. That's what I thought you said. Get dressed, we're gonna have a little chat about that word, Severus said, walking back towards the sitting room. Harry swallowed audibly as he dried off and quickly got dressed into his pajamas. He wanted to take the longest time possible, but he knew Snape wouldn't stand for that. Would he have to sit or stand in the corner again? He was a bit nervous because he didn't know what the man was going to do to him. Squaring his shoulders, he walked out and headed for the sitting room. He sat in the chair across from Snape, trying to control his breathing. You're 13, Mr. Potter, are you not? Severus started casually. Yes, sir, Harry answered softly. With that in mind, do you think you should be allowed to swear? Severus said, sitting back and waiting for his answer. No, sir, it slipped out, Harry said, trying to explain his actions. Did it? That would mean that you have said it before, wouldn't it? He asked. Yes, sir, Harry said, barely audible. He had made it worse. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir, Harry said quietly. You aren't yet, but you will be, Severus said, standing up and walking to the toilet. Harry didn't like that ominous saying, and he sat there wondering what Snape was going to get, and how that would make him sorry. He was relieved to know that the man wouldn't hurt him like the Dursleys, but that didn't help him calm down any. Once in the loo, Severus conjured up the soap that his mother was so fond of when she was alive. While it seemed to have the most delectable smell, it also had the most repulsive taste. His mother did the same thing to him, what he was about to do to Harry. And though he still swore as kids did, he was very careful not to do it when she was near, or had a chance of overhearing. With that thought in mind, he walked back to the sitting room where Harry was patiently waiting. "Do you know what this is, Mr. Potter?" he said, retaking his seat. "A bar of soap," Harry said, though confusion was clear in his voice. "That it is, Mr. Potter, and it's used to clean dirty things," Severus said conversationally as he waited for Harry to catch on. And catch on he did. Harry's eyes widened even more as he looked from Snape to the bar of soap and back. His mouth closed automatically before covering it with one hand, shaking his head from side to side in denial. "This is what happens to little boys who swear. You will do well to remember this next time, won't you, Mr. Potter?" Severus said, crooking his finger for Harry to come closer. "Yes, sir, I'll remember," Harry said before quickly closing his mouth. He looked down at the floor, pretending he didn't see Snape gesturing to him. "Come here, Mr. Potter," Severus said offhandedly, though Harry knew it was anything but. What if I don't want to?" Harry whispered out. "Then that sleepover with the Weasleys as well as the day visit isn't going to happen," Severus replied, shrugging his shoulder. Harry was going to be punished either way. If it was him, he would take the soap since it wouldn't last so long. Harry frowned before standing up and dragging his feet towards Snape. He stood in front of him, still holding his hand over his mouth. "Open your mouth, Harry," Severus said indifferently. "I'm sorry, Dad, but please don't make me," Harry said, opening his eyes innocently wide, hoping it would work like usual. "Not this time, child," Severus said, staying strong. Harry had to learn. Harry whimpered and frowned, but he didn't want to miss his very first sleepover, and this really wasn't that all bad. He could just imagine what Uncle Vernon would do if he had caught him swearing, if Dudley's punishment was anything to go by, which was saying something because he never got punished. Harry dropped his hand and slowly opened his mouth. "Good boy, Harry, this will stay in your mouth for 5 minutes. Don't touch it, and don't take it out, or the time will be added. Go sit in the chair by the wall," Severus said, gently putting the bar of soap in Harry's mouth, before grabbing the timer. Harry sat in the chair facing the wall, trying not to let the soap touch his tongue, which was pointless as it did anyways. His mouth watered. This was so disgusting, he just wanted to spit. He shook his head, turning once to see how long it had been, and nearly cried when he saw that only 30 seconds had passed. This really beeped. Severus hated doing this, but it did need to be done. He headed back to the loo, knowing that Harry would obey, and he quickly cleaned up everything before going back into the sitting room. "You have 2 minutes left, child," he said before going into the kitchen. Harry shook his head. This soap was beyond disgusting. It was vile. How could it smell so good, but taste like this? It was so gross, and his saliva was mixed in. He would never swear again. It just wasn't worth it. He bounced around in his chair, wishing his time was over already, but since he hadn't heard the timer, he knew it wasn't just yet. Snape walked past his again, and he looked at him pleadingly, but the man didn't cave, and he sighed. "Only 1 minute left, child," Severus said in passing as he cleaned up the sitting room. Harry wiggled around even more. This was feeling like the longest minute of his life. He wanted to rinse his mouth out now and be done with it. Just when it felt like he couldn't do it, the timer went off and he sighed in relief. "Keep the soap in your mouth, Harry, and come with me," Severus said, walking towards the toilet. Harry jumped up and quickly followed, going to stand in front of the sink as he looked up at the man. Severus grabbed the soap and gently pulled it out of Harry's mouth before banishing it, hoping that he would have to use that again. "You may rinse 3 times, Harry," Severus said, turning on the water. Knowing that rinsing 3 times allowed the soap taste to linger a bit, so he wouldn't forget it. It would of course be gone by morning. Harry gratefully spit, as he cupped his hands before just putting his mouth under the tap. It felt so good to rinse that nasty taste out of his mouth. He rinsed 3 times, and although the soap taste wasn't as strong, it was still there, and he frowned. "I can still taste it," he said, trying not to whine. I know, that's the whole point. It's so you don't forget the taste, Severus said gently. I won't forget it ever, it's nasty daddy. Please can I rinse again? Harry asked. I'm sorry Harry you can't, it's time for bed now, Severus said gesturing for Harry to leave the loo. Harry sighed but otherwise said nothing as they walked to his room. He contemplated going to use the loo, but since he had did that before his bath he didn't even have to go. He did not want to get caught rinsing his mouth. As he pulled back the covers he caught a glimpse at the clock. It was only 8 p.m., and he had a whole hour and a half left. It's not 9:30 yet, Harry said shaking his head. You are going to be early today, Severus said picking a book from the shelf. Why? Harry asked in confusion. Soap treatment and early bedtime, they go hand in hand, Severus explained motioning for Harry to get into bed. Harry sighed softly but otherwise said nothing, as Snape handed him his book. At least the man was allowing him to still read. You can read for 15 minutes tonight and that's it, he said starting for the door. Harry frowned. He spoke too soon, all this for a swear word. He wondered what Snape would do if he were to curse Malfoy or something. I'm sorry I was bad, Harry said quietly. I know you are. I'm sorry I had to punish you, Severus replied. Can you read to me? Harry asked almost inaudibly. He was almost sure the man hadn't heard him. Of course Harry, Severus replied, picking up Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Harry smiled as Snape read, and found he was drifting off to sleep much quicker than he thought he would. The pleasant tones of his father's voice encircled around him, making him feel safe and protected, and he slept deeply and peacefully. Harry woke up to find that the taste of soap was gone from his mouth, and he was glad that everything was forgiven. He had never had anyone to read to him before Snape, and although he could read just fine, it made him feel quite loved when the man did it. Rushing to the bathroom to do his morning duties, he couldn't wait until he got to Ron's house. While Harry was excited, the next morning had Severus double-checking to make sure that Harry had everything packed inside his bag. He put an extra goodnight in his bag just in case before grabbing Harry's stuffed dog and packing it as well. Though he wanted Harry to have a sense of independence, he was still a bit nervous himself about letting the child go. He placed the bag by the fireplace as they went to have breakfast. He could see that Harry was excited, and for that he was glad. Breakfast finished quickly, and soon enough it was time for Harry to go to the Weasleys. Severus put the bag on his shoulder and grabbed the flow powder, only to find Harry frowning at the ground. Come on Harry, let's go, he said a bit confused. Can I flow by myself? Harry asked softly. Inside his heart was pounding and his palms were slick with sweat. Severus raised an eyebrow in question. Wasn't it just yesterday when Harry was scared at the thought of flowing alone? What exactly changed? Do you want to? He asked, watching his reaction closely. Harry was unable to stop the shaking of his head in the negative. He wasn't ready to go alone, but he had to be brave. He had to summon up that Gryffindor courage. He didn't want anyone to make fun of him. What's wrong Harry? Severus asked, walking towards him. I'm 13, I'm supposed to be able to flow alone, he replied, blinking away the sudden tears. You did flow alone, and you ended up in an awful place. Harry, it's okay to be scared. You can flow alone when you're ready, not when you think you should be. Severus explained gently. What if they make fun of me for being a baby? Harry asked, pulling his arm across his face. Then they shall have to answer to me, Severus said evenly, pulling out his handkerchief and handing it to Harry. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he wiped his face. Everyone was afraid of Snape. He wasn't anymore, but everyone else still was. He was glad that he was there to protect him. What if? But Harry's question was interrupted. No more what ifs Harry, I promise you nothing is going to happen, child. Severus cut in gently, but firmly. Harry wanted to ask one more. What if he needed Snape in the night? What was he supposed to do then? He was starting to have his doubts, but he didn't want Snape to think his new son was a coward, so he kept those feelings to himself. Are you ready now? Severus asked a bit impatiently as he walked back into the fireplace. I need the loo first, Harry replied, stalling a bit about as he turned back to go. Just use it there, child, Severus said, trying to keep the exasperation out of his tone. But I gotta go now, Harry answered, bouncing slightly. Harry, it only takes about a minute to flow, you can use the toilet when we get there. Severus said calmly, though he was anything but. I can't wait, Harry said, holding his crotch for emphasis. Harry, I'm sure you can wait, now stop stalling and let's go. Severus said with more patience than he actually felt. He knew that Harry was probably a bit nervous and scared if his questions were anything to go by. Severus sighed, not liking this tactic in the slightest. Dad, I'm gonna wet my trousers, Harry said suddenly before freezing in place for a moment. Go to the loo then, child, Severus finally said, sighing before glancing up at the ceiling in disbelief and shaking his head. Apparently this wasn't a stalling tactic like he originally thought, and he hoped he hadn't caused anything unfortunate to happen. Harry ran to the loo. He had a slight urge to go, but it was nothing serious like he told Snape. Since he wasn't going to be home and he didn't know when he would get the chance to go at the Weasleys, he was practicing caution for once. He quickly peed, trying to push it all out so he wouldn't have to go anytime soon. He hurried back to the sitting room, knowing that Snape probably wasn't in a good mood anymore. Feel better, Harry? Severus asked when he came back in. I do, and I'm sorry, Harry mumbled. He had been a bit of a pain. He wondered if Snape would still be okay with it, if he knew that Harry didn't actually have to go that bad. It's all right, child, when you gotta go, you gotta go, Severus replied, getting back into the fireplace. They disappeared in the flames only to reappear in the Weasleys' sitting room. Like usual, Molly was the only one who was there waiting for them. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said cheerfully. Hello, Harry dear, the kids are outside since Charlie and Bill are arriving any minute now, she said, gesturing for him to go out as well. I'll pick you up tomorrow, Harry, Severus said, waving slightly. Harry felt something strange in his stomach, and for a moment it felt like a lump was in his throat. He swallowed hard before walking over and hugging the man, breathing in the smell of potions on his robes. Love you, Daddy, don't forget Kay, Harry whispered from within his hug. I won't, child, I'll be here. I love you too, Severus replied, waiting for Harry to pull out of the hug. Harry gave Snape's midsection one last squeeze before he pulled away, face flushing red at his embarrassment. Go play, Severus said, gently giving him a push. Harry smiled before running out the door to let Ron know he was here. Molly, there are some things you need to know about Harry and his sleeping habits. Severus started off quickly. Severus the First have 7 children, 6 of which are boys. I can assure you I have seen it all, she said gently. I know you have, but I still feel like I should give you a heads up, he said. I understand, go on dear, she said, hiding a smile at his overprotectiveness. He's afraid of the dark, and he tends to get up in the middle of the night for the toilet. Would it be too much trouble to leave a light on in the loo for him? I do that anyway for my 2 youngest. Ron is the same way, though he won't admit it, Molly said, nodding her head. Thank you, Molly. If there is any trouble, flow me and I will come, Severus said. I will, Severus, but Harry will be fine, don't you worry, she said soothingly. Severus nodding, wondering if he should tell her of Harry's bedwetting. But he decided against it, wanting to keep his word. He handed her the pack and went back through the flames to Hogwarts. His quarters were quiet like usual when Harry went to the Weasleys, only this time it felt different, probably because he hadn't been really alone since he got Harry. It was strangely comforting, and though he missed the presence of Harry, he knew he had a lot of work to do. So Severus headed to his potions lab, wanting to get most of them done tonight and tomorrow, that way they could finish their trip before school started. Harry ran outside to find the Weasleys surrounding 2 people he had never met before. He knew who they were, of course. Their trademark hair matched everyone around them. He stayed slightly to the back, feeling a bit jealous and left out, though he did nothing to draw attention to himself. Not knowing what else to do, he started to head back inside. Maybe Mrs. Weasley needed help with something. As he was opening the door, he heard someone call his name, and he of course turned around. Harry, mate, when you did here? Ron yelled, already making his way over to him. A few minutes ago, Harry answered quietly. Why didn't you say something? Don't you want to meet Bill and Charlie? Ron asked excitedly. I didn't want to disturb your family time, Harry replied honestly. Don't let Mum hear you saying that, she'll probably wash your mouth out with soap, Ron warned. Harry for his part was horrified. He didn't want to have to taste soap again. Maybe he should clarify what Ron meant, because that didn't make any sense. Why would she do that? Harry asked a bit cautiously. Because she thinks of you as a son too, Ron said simply. But Snape's my dad now, Harry said, not understanding. Doesn't matter, she cares for Snape too. She would never try to take you away from him, Ron said, shrugging his shoulders. Harry smiled at that, feeling that jealous feeling fade away quickly. He followed Ron, who introduced him to his older brothers. They were a really great pair, and Harry found himself listening to their stories just as much as their siblings did. Harry went and grabbed his broom from the broom shed, as the two older boys made their way into the house. They wanted time to get settled in before they told about their wonderful adventures. They flew around and played Quidditch for quite a while, until it was time for lunch and Mrs. Weasley called them in to eat. Following the herd of red heads to the loo, Harry washed his hands, feeling the gentle nudge of his bladder as he caught sight of the toilet. He ignored it in favor of listening to the demands of his stomach and walked towards the table. Lunch went by fairly quickly since everyone was so excited to hear Charlie and Bill talk. After lunch, the twins, Ginny, and Ron and Harry, followed Charlie and Bill to the lounge, and spread out to listen. They listened in avid fascination, giving Harry a glimpse into the life of a dragon tamer and a curse breaker. As the stories progressed, Harry became very uncomfortable, and was already regretting the juice he had at lunch. He discreetly shifted in his seat, before glancing around. It would be rude to get up and go when they were in the middle of talking, so he stayed where he was, trying not to draw attention to himself. 20 minutes passed and Harry was as tensed as ever, and he had a foreboding feeling that if he didn't get to the loo in the next couple of moments or so, he would leak onto Mrs. Weasley's couch, and he so did not want to do that. He sighed softly as they had finally had a lull in their stories, and the twins ran up the stairs to get some of their new pranking ideas to show them. Harry was thinking of pretending he forgot something in Ron's room, and instead he would make a beeline for the loo. "Ronald Weasley, didn't I tell you to clean your room?" Molly's voice rang through the house. "I did, Mum," Ron yelled back, before quickly getting up and running up the stairs. He didn't want to get embarrassed in front of his mate if his mum came downstairs looking for him. Harry looked over to see Bill and Charlie chuckling at that little scene, and he squirmed unconsciously in his seat. His right hand, which was currently resting on his thigh, was slowly but surely making its way towards his crotch. "Bill, come and see my room. I want to show you something," Ginny said, prodding her older brother in the stomach. "All right, Gin," Bill replied before bending down so she could climb on his back. Harry smiled in spite of his desperation, and he looked longingly at them galloping up the stairs. He wished he could have an older brother, someone who could give him piggyback rides too. Ron just didn't know how lucky he was to have such a big and loving family. Though he loved Snape a lot, he just wished that he had a sibling too. Harry was caught up in his thoughts, and for that reason is why he didn't see Charlie glancing over at him curiously. He shook his head clear of the thoughts, as his bladder was starting to send more and more urgent signals to his brain. He casually stood up, not wanting to disturb the older boy who was now looking through a book. Rocking from side to side for a moment, Harry decided to quickly go to the toilet nearest the kitchen. He would need to hurry because his friends could be back any minute, and he didn't want to explain where exactly he had been. As he turned, he bumped into the end table and he inwardly groaned as Charlie looked up. "I'm sorry about that, Harry. I didn't mean to make it seem like I was ignoring you." "You don't have to leave, mate," Charlie said, placing his book down on the table in front of him. Harry smiled weakly, and nodded. "Don't be shy, Harry. I don't bite," Charlie said, smiling widely at him, trying to make the younger boy feel more comfortable. "I know," Harry said softly, not wanting to sit down again, but knowing it would be rude if he were to just leave without saying anything. "I heard Ron's side on how you two met, but now I want to hear yours," he said conversationally, before gesturing for Harry to retake his seat. "I was in my compartment on the train and he opened the door. He couldn't find any empty compartments and asked if it would be okay if he sat with me. I told him yes, and we introduced ourselves. He asked if I really had the scar and I showed him, and we've been best mates ever since," Harry answered, smiling fondly at the memory. That's really good to know, Harry. I keep hearing that you are the youngest Seeker in a century, since I went to Hogwarts. Wanna tell me how that came about? Charlie asked, grinning. Harry nodded excitedly, forgetting his bladder at the moment as he explained the first flying lesson with the Remembrall. He was so into his story, that the signals from his bladder were getting more and more frequent and he hadn't noticed a thing. He was wiggling and moving quite a lot on the couch and occasionally making a grab at his crotch, and the redhead's eyes were calculating. As a wave of desperation suddenly hit him, he grabbed at himself tightly and bent over at the waist, squeezing his eyes shut. Harry whimpered slightly, trying to figure out how he suddenly had to go so bad so fast. Charlie nodded his head. He had known what the matter was before Harry grabbed himself. He was an older brother, and able to spot a pee dance when he saw it, and Harry most certainly was doing one. The question of the day though was, why didn't he get up and go? Charlie shook his head. From the looks of things, he knew that Harry wouldn't be able to hold it for much longer anyways, and he decided to speak up. Hey Harry, we'll come back to Quidditch in a minute, but I want to ask you something. Charlie asked casually. What did you want to ask? Harry asked quietly, forcing himself to release his crotch. He was hoping that Charlie had picked back up his book and was no longer paying attention to him. He couldn't let go of himself for too long, because it felt like he was going to leak into his trousers. Did anyone give you a tour of the house? He asked in the same tone. Nope, Harry replied honestly. Well, let me do that now, Charlie said, standing up before gesturing to Harry to do the same. I'm fine right here, Charlie, Harry said quietly. He didn't think he could stand up without exposing to the other boy what he desperately needed to do. I beg to differ, mate, so come on. It'll be a quick tour, Charlie promised, walking towards him. Harry didn't say anything, afraid that the older boy would catch on why he didn't seem to want to stand. He sighed softly before clenching up his muscles as tight as he could before standing up very slowly. It was uncomfortable, and he immediately started shifting his weight from one foot to the other. All right, so follow me, Harry, Charlie said, putting his arm around Harry's shoulder. He could feel how tense the kid was and he shook his head. He finally realized that it would appear that Harry was shy as they come, or at least in front of him. We were just in the lounge. You flowed into the sitting room. The kitchen is through here, Charlie said, walking through the last door, as he started quickly prattling things off. He didn't want to waste any more time than he had to. Harry wasn't really listening. He had looked around casually before grabbing his crotch again. He hoped that older boy wouldn't be paying that much attention to him. Charlie noticed but didn't say anything, instead speeding up a bit as they came out of the kitchen before coming to stand in front of a closed door. Harry whimpered as they stood still, and he resisted the urge to bend over as another urge forcibly pulsed through him. And here we have the loo. Why don't you go make good use of the toilet, mate? Charlie said, opening the door as he gently prodded Harry to go forward. But I don't need to use the loo, Harry found himself saying, though he couldn't help but cross his legs. He hoped that it looked casual. Charlie looked at him unbelievingly, before crossing his arms over his chest. I don't believe that, Harry, he said calmly. I don't have to go, Harry insisted, still denying everything. He wanted nothing more but for Charlie to leave so he could quickly relieve himself. The pain of seeing a toilet so close, but not being able to use it, was absolute torture. Charlie said nothing as he gently led Harry into the loo. He closed the door behind him, before looking at the child. In any other situation he would have laughed at how stubborn Harry actually was, but he could see that Harry was really desperate as it was. And although magic could quickly clean a mess up, he didn't want to have one in the first place. Not to mention how humiliated the boy would be if he wet himself. What are we doing in here? Harry asked, pulling up his trousers tightly since he couldn't hold himself like he wanted to. Oh, I needed to wash my hands, and you should too if you want a snack from the kitchen, Charlie said nonchalantly before turning on the water and letting it run. Harry tensed his thighs as the water started, and as he looked at it pouring out the faucet, he felt like he was about to wet himself, right then and there at that very moment. He turned towards the closed toilet before quickly lifting the seat up, before he started working on his trouser belt. Charlie smirked slightly before turning off the water, not wanting the boy to go before he was even ready. His mum was right. Harry and Ron were really similar to one another. He kept his eyes averted, not wanting to embarrass the kid. Harry had waited until the last minute to go, and he could feel his underwear dampen a bit as he lost a spurt in his boxers. He knew from experience that he wouldn't be able to undo it in time, and he wanted Snape more than ever at that point. "Can you help me, Charlie?" he finally whimpered out, hands on the inside of his pants as he held himself. His own hand was getting a bit warm and wet, and he squirmed around as he looked helplessly at his friend's older brother. "And this is why you do not wait until the very last second to go. You should know better than this, Harry. Look at you about to have an accident," Charlie lectured as he swiftly unbuckled and unbuttoned everything for Harry. He was going to ask if Harry needed help pulling them down, before just deciding to do it as well. He could see the boy about 5 seconds away from a full-blown accident. Quickly turning Harry to face the toilet, he stepped away and leaned against the door, and stared at the ceiling. Harry sighed audibly in relief, wanting to thank the older boy but feeling the euphoric feeling of making it preventing him from saying so at that point in time. His pee was forcefully hitting the water, and he was for once glad Snape wasn't here. He would be in so much trouble. He had held it to the point of him almost having an accident. He rubbed the lower part of his stomach as it emptied, and he hoped that it wouldn't be achy or anything. It would beep if he had to go even more than usual here. He didn't want them to think he was a freak or something. Harry quickly pushed out the remaining pee, shaking it slightly before tucking himself back into his now damp boxers. The feeling was uncomfortable, but he wasn't about to let Charlie know what happened. He flushed the toilet before putting the seat and lid back down before heading towards the sink. He could feel the older boy's gaze on him, and he wondered if he would be able to get out of discussing the whole thing. Charlie waited until Harry had washed and dried his hands, before opening the door. Turning off the light, he led the way out first, waiting for the smaller boy to come out. He needed to know just what Harry was thinking and why the hell he didn't speak up. He could see the look on the smaller boy's face as he tried to think of an excuse to get out of here, but he wasn't having it. He would get to the bottom of this. Was it only just a case of shyness, or did he not realize that he had to go? Or was it neither, and Harry just like it or something? He grimaced at the last one, before dismissing that thought, as he recalled the pained expression on his face as they headed to the toilet. "Let's go take a walk around the pitch," Charlie said, walking towards the back door. "Why?" Harry asked softly, hoping against hope that the man didn't want to talk. "We need to have a little chat," he said before opening the door and walking out. Harry groaned audibly as he followed the other boy out the door. Harry followed the taller boy slowly and quietly, trying to figure out what he was going to say. He didn't want to have this talk. He's had it with Snape already. Was it his fault that he didn't like to ask for things? If you think about it, he would have made it sooner if Charlie didn't insist on him going. Why didn't he just leave? Harry shook away that irrational thought, knowing it wasn't true. Charlie was the reason he had made it. He knew it, and his damp boxers did too. If he had have wet himself here, who would have spelled him clean? He shuddered slightly before looking up when he noticed that the feet in front of him had stopped. "Let's take a seat, Harry," Charlie said, sitting on an overturned log. Harry nodded before sitting down next to him, before toeing the dirt with his shoe. "You wanna tell me just what that was about back there?" Charlie started off gently. "What was what?" Harry asked, trying to pretend he didn't know what he was talking about. "Why did you wait so long?" Charlie said, clarifying it. "I didn't want to be rude," Harry mumbled softly. "Why would you be rude?" he asked, confusion in his tone. "I didn't know if I could go. I don't know the rules of your house." Harry admitted honestly. That was part of the reason, but not the whole truth. "I'll bet the rules for here are the same as yours. No one here wants you to have an accident because you are afraid of them denying you. It is your right to use the toilet, Harry. Everyone does it." "You will speak up next time," Charlie said firmly, his tone letting the smaller boy know that he wasn't asking him. "I will," Harry said softly, trying to figure out how the heck Charlie figured that out so fast. Charlie looked sideways at him. He knew that probably wouldn't be the case at all. He would just have to keep an eye on him like Bill does for Ginny. They sat there for a little bit longer before walking over to the broom shed where they released the snitch. Charlie smiled as Harry looked for the little golden ball, making him look carefree, like the kid he was meant to be. "Betcha I'll catch it first," Charlie yelled before taking off after the snitch. "No you won't, I will. I'm the youngest and best seeker ever," Harry yelled back, the wide grin on his face letting Charlie know that he was only joking. Harry stared in shock at the older boy, stuck his tongue out at him before taking off after the ball. Harry laughed playfully before following behind him, forcing his broom to go faster. They were caught up in their little game. Every time the snitch got close to one of them it would suddenly shoot away, but they didn't care. The boys never noticed the crowd of redheads that had gathered to watch them play. No one wanted to disturb them. As Harry stopped to catch his breath for a second, he happened to look towards the house to see everyone else staring back at him with amusement on their faces. "Charlie," Harry called out, a bit embarrassed to know that they were watching them and he hadn't noticed a thing. "What is it?" Charlie trailed off and blushed as he realized they were being watched. And from the way that everyone was lounging about, he knew they had been there for quite a while. He shook his head before gesturing to Harry to descend as he did the same. Once on the ground he stretched and they headed towards the rest of the family. "What are you all doing here?" he asked, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. "We were just watching a game of Seekers is all," Ginny said with a grin. Harry blushed red, and toed at the ground before looking towards Charlie. The older boy was almost as red as his hair, and he was happy to note that he wouldn't be alone in his embarrassment. "We were wondering where you two went. We decided to come out here when Mum looked out the window and saw you both," Bill explained. "We got a bit bored waiting for everyone to come back," Charlie answered. "We were only gone for 10 minutes. The twins replied. "I wanted to see if I could beat him, since Gryffindor hadn't had a good seeker before me since Charlie," Harry finally said. "And did you beat him, mate?" Ron asked with a wicked smile on his face. "No, it was a tie," Harry replied honestly. Since they had a little bit more time before dinner, everyone decided to finish the game but to add in other positions. They ended up with 2 teams that consisted of Fred, Bill, Percy and Harry against Charlie, George, Ron and Ginny. Though a bit uneven, skill-wise everyone had a relatively good time. They played for the next few hours until they were called into dinner and everyone hopped off their brooms before running to put them in the shed. The group of redheads and one raven-haired child started towards the house. "Piggyback ride, Bill," Ginny said out of the blue and squealed when he lifted her up. Harry found himself looking on in envy once again, but it quickly vanished when he found himself being lifted in the air by strong hands as well. "What are you doing?" Harry asked, looking at the boy curiously. "Giving you a ride," Charlie said simply. He had seen the look in the smaller boy's eyes when he saw Bill pick up Ginny. "Okay," Harry said happily as he was transferred to the older male's back. Harry laughed happily as Charlie bounced him and nodded excitedly when Bill asked if they want to race him and Ginny and Percy and Ron to the house. Harry turned to look at Ron out the corner of his eye and was shocked to see him on the back of Percy. He snickered but didn't say anything. Who knew Percy could chill out? He has no idea who actually won the race and he didn't care. He felt like he was actually a part of the family and he loved it. With all of them coming into the house at the same time, Harry reckoned it sounded like a whole herd of animals coming in. They were loud but Mr. and Mrs. Weasley didn't seem to mind it, as they were used to it. There was a lot of shoving and pushing as they all made their way to the tiny loo to wash up, but eventually everyone got done. Harry laughed as they all walked to the table. The loud noise was a shocker to him once again, since his and Snape's meals are usually quiet, since neither of them were big talkers. He smiled and was surprised when they included him in the conversation like he belonged there with them. Harry loved pumpkin juice and the fact that his cup seemed to have a spell on it. He could drink much as he wanted and he took advantage of it. It was so yummy, he never thought about how much the rich drink would affect his bladder. After dinner and after a lot of arguing on who would clean the kitchen, Harry headed up the stairs with Ginny and Ron for a game of Exploding Snap. This was turning out to be an awesome day, and he decided that he liked sleepovers. They played for a while until about 9:45 p.m. Mr. Weasley came upstairs and told them to get ready for bed. Harry went in and took a shower first since he was the guest. As he was waiting for Ron to finish, He pulled out the chess set and set it up. When Ron came out, they had enough time for one game before Mr. Weasley was coming around again to tell them it was time for bed. Unlike Ron, who tried to argue to stay up more, Harry was quite tired, and one look at the clock showed him why. He would usually be in the bed before 11:30, he hoped that this didn't get back to Snape. He pulled back the covers and got into bed, blushing slightly as Mrs. Weasley came upstairs and tucked them both in. She gave them each a key on the forehead before enchanting a glass ball with low light, before turning off the overhead one. Harry didn't say anything about the night light, and surprisingly neither did Ron. They talked for a bit about nothings and everything, trying to see what they were going to do tomorrow. Harry was a bit excited. Mr. Weasley was off work tomorrow and he said he had a surprise that he wanted to show the kids. Harry was so caught up in his thoughts and excitement for the day that he had neglected to use the toilet like he usually did before bed. He didn't think anything of it really, though he did make sure he had on his special underwear. He yawned more and more, but he couldn't sleep yet, so he laid quietly in the bed as Ron's words started slurring as his friend drifted off into sleep. As he laid under the covers, Harry was feeling a bit nervous. What if the underwear leaked? Though it never did before, there was still the off chance of it happening. What if Ron found out? What he had a nightmare? The what-ifs questions were going crazy in his head, and he found himself unable to sleep. 20 minutes later, he could hear Ron snoring on the bed across from him, and he headed to his bag. He reached down to the bottom and pulled out the stuffed dog that smelled of potions and home. At the time Snape packed it, he was embarrassed that the man would think he would want it, but right now he was grateful for Snape's ability to foresee that he would need the comfort. Crawling back into his bed with his dog held tight, he drifted off into an unusually deep sleep. Due to his excessive drinks at dinner, Harry's bladder would be a bit active that night. Harry woke up in Ron's spare bed in the middle of the night with a soaked goodnight and an achingly full bladder. He didn't know whether or not he was allowed to go and was contemplating not getting up, when he remembered Snape telling him he wants him to get up and go. He rolls out of bed and quietly scrambles over to his bag. As he is looking for the spare goodnight, he is dancing around frantically and is so incredibly desperate to go he decides to abandon the garment for now in favor of getting to the loo on time. He could always come back and grab one. Making his way to the door, he pokes his head out and is relieved to see the light lit in the loo down the hall. He makes his way there, being careful because of his full bladder, only to look on in panic as Bill sleepily walks in first. Harry's eyes widen as his bladder contracts, and for a moment he stands there contemplating about going downstairs, but one look at the darkness on the staircase is enough to convince him it's not such a good idea. He bouncing up and down and holding himself, being careful not to make any noise. He can hear the older boy peeing through the door, and that seems to make it worse. Harry grips himself tight, wanting to knock but scared of waking someone else up or the older boy getting mad at him. He could honestly say had this been Charlie he would have already knocked by now, albeit quietly though. The stream of the older boy is slowing down, and for that Harry is grateful, until he hears the flush. The water is almost too much and he is literally minutes away from losing it. As he gains control, the faucet comes on and Harry stifles a sob as his bladder releases itself into the already soaking wet goodnight, which of course leaks, and soon he can feel the hot liquid pouring down his legs and soaking his Pokemon pajama bottoms. He looks at the puddle forming underneath him and he is silently crying, unable to help it. What is he gonna do now? His body sags in relief as his bladder empties itself. He is still going when the door opens, though he keeps his gaze low to the ground. Bill was half asleep and almost doesn't see him, until he nearly bumps into him. He blinked sleepily as he looked at the boy in front of him. Through his foggy brain he could still tell right off the bat that something wasn't right. For starters, he was standing still and looking at the ground. Why wasn't he moving to go into the loo? Harry, what's wrong? He mumbled, voice thick with sleep. Harry shrugged dejectedly as the puddle grew bigger around him. He had given up on trying to stop mid-flow. He couldn't, and he only succeeded in getting his hands wet. Well, let me move. I'm assuming you need the loo? He asked quietly, still hadn't noticed anything amiss. I don't have to go anymore, Harry whimpered as he felt the last of his pee drip down his leg. What do you mean you don't have to? Oh, Bill replied, finally looking down at the floor. The toilet light had illuminated the hallway where they were and he could see plain as day the puddle of liquid around Harry, not to mention Harry's pajama bottoms were drenched. "You took too long and I couldn't hold it anymore," Harry explained quietly. "Why didn't you go use the one downstairs?" Bill whispered, gently grabbing Harry's hand. "It was too dark," Harry said tearfully, allowing the older boy to pull him into the loo. "I'm sorry, Harry, why didn't you just knock?" Bill asked gently. "Didn't want you to be mad," he replied, sniffling, though his tears never stopped. "Why would I be mad?" Bill asked, a bit confused. "For disturbing you," Harry replied, still not looking up. He couldn't believe what just happened. How was he going to fix this? "You wouldn't have disturbed me at all, Harry," Bill said gently. "You don't like the dark." Harry didn't say anything in response to that. He didn't want his best mate's brother to tell Ron about his fear. Though he knew Ron wouldn't make fun since he himself was terrified of spiders, but why tempt fate? "Stay here, I'm gonna go get your bag, and my wand," Bill said as he gingerly stepped over the puddle. He understood then. Harry, like Ron, was afraid of the dark. Then again, after dealing with what they did for the past 2 years at Hogwarts, Bill was not at all surprised. After dealing with Voldemort for 2 years, of course they were afraid of things going bump in the night. Harry stood in the middle of the loo and glanced at the mirror. His face was tear-streaked and his eyes were red, as well as his nose, which was running. The sight of himself made him want to cry harder, and he quickly averted his eyes. He was getting cold, and he did not like the feeling of this extremely soaked garment between his legs. There was nothing he could do, so he just waited for Bill to come back. Bill rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as he grabbed his wand, feeling bad for the kid. He walked quietly but quickly to his little brother's room, wand lit up in a low lumos, and grabbed the pack by the door. He noticed it was already open, but he just grabbed it and closed the door. He headed back to the loo, banishing the puddle on the floor with a flick of his wand. "Here you are, Harry," he said quietly as he walked in the loo and closed the door. He set the bag on the counter and turned to the silent boy next to him. Harry looked up at the older boy tearfully. Was it childish that he just wanted Snape? He didn't like cleaning charms, it still left him feeling dirty, and he was paranoid that you could still smell the pee on him. He wanted a bath, but he wasn't about to tell the older boy that. Bill put a silencing spell around the bathroom and sighed. They could talk now without whispering. "Did you want a bath, Harry? No one can hear the water run now," Bill said gently. He did have eyes and he could see the boy looking longingly at the tub. If it would be okay," he mumbled out. "It's fine. Let me run the water," Bill replied, walking over towards the tub to start the water. Harry took off his shirt automatically. It wasn't until he came to his bottoms that he remembered what he was wearing underneath. He colored slightly and froze up, not wanting the older boy to see. Bill noticed and got up to leave, not wanting to invade his privacy. "Stay, don't leave," Harry found himself saying, grabbing the back of the boy's t-shirt. He couldn't handle having to clean up alone. Snape had always helped him when he had an accident. Since he couldn't have Snape, Bill was the next best thing. "Are you sure?" Bill asked, wanting to make sure. "Yes, I'm sure," Harry replied, fear replacing the embarrassment as he quickly tugged off his bottoms. Bill turned off the water, not commenting on what looked like a mixture between underwear and soggy nappy between Harry's legs. He could only guess what it was for, and he shrugged his shoulders. He knew whatever it was that Harry probably couldn't help it. He walked back towards the counter and started taking out an extra pair of pajama bottoms, and what looked some normal boxers, until he felt them. "Harry, what exactly is this?" he asked as he felt the material, and he was unable to stem his curiosity. "It's Muggle underwear. They help with bedwetting," Harry finally choked out. "You wet the bed, Harry?" Bill asked softly, looking at the underwear in interest. "Yes, please don't tell anyone," Harry whispered dejectedly. "I won't, kid. It's not my secret to tell," Bill said honestly, though he was curious about one thing. "Thank you," Harry replied quietly. "Do they have any for girls?" Bill asked casually. "Yay, but theirs don't look like boxers," Harry answered. "I would hope not," Bill said, chuckling. He would talk to his dad about making a detour tomorrow when they did their trip. The Muggles had a good idea, and he knew that Ginny would love this. It was a lot better than waking up wet. He knew she was embarrassed that the problem had come back after her first year of school. Again, he couldn't blame her for what she went through. They were lucky that was all that came out of her run-in with Voldemort. He looked at the small boy in front of him and sighed. "Harry, it's okay that you wet the bed," Bill said gently. "No, it not. I'm 13 now," Harry said, sniffling before shaking his head sadly. "That doesn't mean anything. Don't tell her I told you this, but Ginny does it too," Bill said quietly. "What? No way. You're pulling my leg," Harry said, not believing that in the slightest. "She does. Why else would I ask if they came in girl sizes?" Bill said pointedly. "But she, are you serious?" That was all Harry could say, as he stared at the redhead. He couldn't tell you what he was feeling, because he didn't know himself. It was a warm feeling to know that he wasn't alone in this. He looked at Bill before he spoke. "Are you gonna tell her about me?" Harry asked softly. "I would like to, especially since I told you about her. It would make her feel better that one of her friends did it too," Bill replied honestly. "Okay. Just don't tell Ron, please," Harry said softly as he sniffled. He knew how it felt to feel like you were the only one with this problem, and he didn't want Ginny to feel like that. "It's okay, Harry, don't cry. Your secret is safe with me, kid," he replied reassuringly. Bill nodded. It made perfect sense now, and he grabbed another shirt. He could only assume that Snape had packed the bag because he highly doubted Harry would pack any extra sets of clothing. Bill took a seat on the close toilet, conjuring a book to read as Harry stepped into the tub. He threw a cleaning charm on the wet clothes on the floor before placing them in the plastic bag inside the pack. Harry relaxed in the warm water as he grabbed his wash towel and started to clean up. The tears ran silently down his face and he wanted nothing more to go home. But it was around 3:30 a.m. and he knew that he would never be allowed. The fact that he couldn't get the comfort from Snape that he so desperately needed made him cry just a little bit harder. Harry was sitting in the bathtub, wishing he had his toys and was at home. He felt so alone, and he felt the back of his eyes burning again as the tears tried to fall again. He soaked the washcloth before cleaning himself up. He sniffled loudly but never said a word the entire bath. He sat there for a while until the water got cold and finally looked up at Bill. "I wanna get out now," he said quietly. Bill nodded and stood up and held out a towel for him. Turning around, he pulled the plug to let out the water. Harry stood there wrapped in an oversized towel, shivering and sniffling. He got dressed quickly, slipping on his special underwear first. When he finished, he looked at the soaked garment on the floor. He didn't know what to do with it, and he picked it up dejectedly. He didn't want anyone to see it in the rubbish bin because they would know that it belonged to him. Bill turned around to see Harry looking on the verge of tears again, and after seeing what he was holding, he knew why. "I got it, Harry," he said, waving his wand and banishing it out of existence. Harry smiled gratefully, before hugging himself tightly. "Time to go back to bed," Bill said softly as he grabbed the pack and waved his wand to cancel the silencing charm. Can I flow my dad?" Harry finally asked, unable to stifle the sob this time. "Harry, it's late, and Snape isn't one you want to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning," Bill said, trying to get him to smile. His mother and father had already explained the situation to him and Charlie in better depth than his younger siblings about Harry's relatives and how Snape played into it. "He doesn't mind. I've woken him up before in the night. Please, can I flow him? I need him," Harry whimpered through his sobs. Sorry Harry, you can't," Bill said gently, though inside he was feeling awful. He knew that if he did, Harry would want to go back home, leaving Ron to wonder what happened to him during the night. He didn't want to explain to his family why Harry left, not to mention he could help but feel like Harry needed more independence. It was boggling to him how clingy the smaller boy actually was. Apparently his relatives' abuse went a lot further than his parents had said. This was more than a few hits, with angry words thrown in there. Bill could see the signs quite clearly, and he still couldn't fathom how they could do that to anyone, let alone a child who was their own flesh and blood. "I want my daddy," Harry gasped out through his sobs that were shaking his small frame. "I know you do, buddy. It'll be okay though," Bill said before reaching down to pick him up. He was a bit surprised about the weight of the boy. He was expecting something solid like Ron, but Harry was about as light as Ginny. Bill walked out off the loo and set Harry's pack in his own room before walking downstairs. He felt the grip around his neck tightened as they walked down in the darkness, and he patted his back to calm him down. Bill headed into the kitchen for some warm milk. Harry cried silently into the older male's shirt. He wanted the smell of potions and security he usually got when he hugged Snape. "Harry, it'll be okay. Just calm down," Bill said, trying to soothe him, "and fix him a warm drink." Grabbing the cup in one hand, he decided, with the way Harry was clinging to him, to head to his own room. He closed his door and turned on the light before setting Harry on the bed. "Drink this slowly, Harry," he said, handing him the cup. "Can I have Padfoot?" Harry mumbled softly, referring to his dog. The name he'd chosen was familiar to him, but he couldn't understand why, nor could he remember if it belonged to anyone. "What's that?" Bill asked, legitimately confused. "My stuffed dog. He was on my bed," Harry explained softly. "Oh, okay. And yay, I'll go get him," Bill said, quickly opening the door and going down the hall to Ron's room. He returned quickly with the toy and handed it to Harry, who latched on it tight. "Are you ready to go back to bed now?" Bill asked gently as he sat down next to him. Harry didn't say anything. He just buried his face into his stuffed animal. It smelled of home, and he found himself unable to stop his tears. "Harry," was all Bill said before picking him up and placing him in his lap. Harry said nothing, only lifting his head to drink the warm milk with honey. It was so yummy, and it made him sleepy. He found himself closing his eyes and relaxing completely against Bill's chest. "That's it, Harry," Bill said softly as the younger boy's breathing started to even out. He held him for 15 minutes more, wanting to make sure that he was totally asleep, before he slowly got up and carried him back to Ron's room. After tucking him in and then checking on his brother, Bill walked out and headed back to his room to get so much needed sleep. Harry woke up the next morning to the sun shining brightly in his face. He beeped before tugging the pillow over his head. He could hear Ron snoring still and wished that could have been him. The dungeons never woke him up like this. The manor didn't either, as he usually had the windows covered. As he rolled over, he felt like his bladder was screaming for relief. He shook his head. He would never drink that much pumpkin juice again, no matter how good it was. He jumped out of bed and wandered over to the door. As he opened it, he became more aware of the noises in the hallway. Harry stepped out to see Percy and the twins banging on the door to the loo, arguing about who was next. Harry winced before coming to stand behind them. It being the morning meant he needed to go quite badly, and he didn't want to have another accident, especially in front of more people. It was bad enough with almost not making it with Charlie and then Bill seeing him wet. 2 minutes later and Harry was holding himself quite openly, as he jumped up and down in desperation. They were so into their argument they didn't notice him, nor Bill, who opened the door to see what was going on. Harry tried to smile, but it came out a grimace. Bill's shaving cream made him look like Father Christmas. "What is going on out here?" Bill asked, staring at his younger brothers, who all started to speak at once. "We were here first, but..." Then Percy tried to jump in front of us using the "I'm older" tag, Fred finished, while George glared at Percy. Before Bill could say anything, he glanced behind them when he heard a small voice call his name. "Bill," Harry whimpered as he felt himself about to leak. He wasn't even sure the man had heard him until he locked eyes with him. "Come on in, Harry," Bill replied when he caught sight of the frantic dancing. Harry nodded gratefully, but he couldn't get through because the twins were in the way. Bill frowned as Harry tried to make his way through the redheads but couldn't. He groaned inwardly when Harry bent over at the waist. "Move it, guys. Let him through," he said loudly, before reaching through and grabbing Harry by the front of his shirt before pulling him into the loo. He closed the door quickly, as he heard the boy scamper towards the toilet. "I got a pee bad," Harry said, desperation evident in his voice. "I know you do, Harry," Bill replied, grabbing his razor and turning back to the sink. Though they had shaving charms, Bill, like his father, preferred to use Muggle means. While it took a bit longer than the charm, the results were better, not to mention it was easier for him. Harry danced in front of the toilet as he hurriedly lifted the seat up, before pulling his pants and boxers down enough to go. He breathed a loud sigh of relief as his liquid started forcibly hitting the toilet water. He smiled as he relieved himself, happy to have made it. "Thank you," Harry said, still going, though he smiled as he turned to look at Bill. "Keep your eye on the bowl, Harry," Bill said, shaking his head in amusement. Harry blushed but nodded as he continued. He was reminded of the time he peed in the parking lot because of how much he seemed to be going. He didn't know he could hold that much in. He tried to push it out faster as he was still going, but he could feel his bladder slowly emptying. "Good thing I let you in," Bill said, chuckling softly as he heard how much the small boy was producing. Harry nodded, very grateful for that, as his stream started to weaken. 10 seconds later and he was done. He had never felt more relieved. Putting himself back in his underwear, he leaned over to flush the toilet. He stood there for a second just looking at Bill shave. It looked so much fun. "You can wash your hands, Harry," Bill said, moving back and turning on the water. Harry moved to the sink before quickly washing his hands and drying them on the towel. He smiled before opening the door and walking out. "Sorry about that, mate. We didn't see that you were hiding behind us. Though we are glad to see that you made it okay," the twins finished. Harry blushed before he nodded once. Their way of talking always made him dizzy. He walked back towards Ron's room, where he found his mate blinking sleepily at him. "Morning, Ron," Harry said cheerfully. "Hey Harry, where were you? For a second I thought you might have gone home," Ron said, pulling the covers off. "I was in the loo," Harry replied, keeping to himself that had Bill allowed him to flow Snape he would be. He was feeling better now, but at the time he just wanted to be with his dad. "That's where I need to be," Ron said as he stood up and stretched. "Bill is in there," Harry murmured. "That's not a problem. If you have to go bad enough he'll let you in," Ron said knowingly before walking out to the hall. Harry knew just what he meant, and for that he was grateful. He grabbed a pair of jean shorts and a green shirt with a dinosaur on it before getting dressed. Deciding on brushing his teeth after breakfast, Harry headed downstairs. "Good morning," he said as he came into the kitchen before taking a seat at the table. He received the greeting back from the few people that were in there, before Mrs. Weasley was loading up his plate. Harry looked down at his full plate and sighed. She served a lot of food and he wasn't even sure if he could eat it all. He looked around the table, not sure if he was supposed to eat or wait until everyone came down. "Eat up, dear, before it gets cold," Molly said, as she walked past him. "Yes, ma'am," he replied before digging into his food with gusto. He ate half of what was on his plate before his stomach was feeling a bit bloated from all the food. By that time nearly everyone was seated and eating. Harry sighed before taking another bite of food. He felt like he was going to explode if he ate any more, but he didn't want to be ungrateful. This had never been a problem at home. Snape always seemed to know how much was enough for him. "If you're full, Harry, don't eat any more. You're going to make yourself sick," Charlie said before taking his plate away and passing it to his mum to put on the counter. He had seen the boy struggling to eat the rest of his food. He knew everyone didn't have a bottomless pit like they Weasley boys did. "So Dad, where are we going today?" Percy asked as he took a bite of his toast. "One of my fellow wizards is married to a muggle and he was telling me about this place in the muggle world for families to have fun," Arthur explained happily. "What kind of place, Dad?" Ron asked. "That is a surprise," was all Arthur said before returning to his food. Harry smiled happily as conversation around the table turned to talk about where they might be going. He was so excited. After breakfast was over, Molly told them all to go, finished getting ready. As they all clambered up the stairs, she grabbed Bill and Charlie and told them to make sure that the younger ones, meaning Ginny, Harry, and Ron, packed an extra set of clothes. Since they were going to be in the muggle world, it would be best if they refrained from doing any magic out there. Bill and Charlie agreed before heading to get ready themselves. "Ron, you and Harry each pack a backpack with a change of clothes," Charlie said, sticking his head in the door. Bill had gone to tell the same to Ginny. "Oi, why do we have to do that?" Ron asked, oblivious and confused at the moment. Harry blushed slightly. He knew what Charlie was getting at. Snape had done it every time they went out, for which Harry was grateful for each time he needed them, but he would be lying if he said it didn't make him embarrassed nonetheless. He took his things out his pack while Charlie explained to Ron why they were doing it. He turned around when he heard Ron's horrified reaction and grinned. "It's not a big deal, mate. We just can't use magic around muggles. Not to mention, what if we use it in private and there's another witch or wizard around? What would happen if they saw Harry Potter and the Weasleys?" Harry said rationally as he packed a set of clothes, making sure to include underwear. "Right. Sorry mate, I had forgotten about that," Ron replied sheepishly. Charlie winked at Harry for diffusing the situation before going back to his room and making sure he had everything. Harry had his money sack around his neck. Apparently Snape didn't believe he wouldn't lose it, and he spelled it closed until Harry needed to take something out of it. He couldn't take it off or anything, though it was weightless and he had no idea how much money was actually in it. Snape and Harry didn't feel comfortable letting the Weasleys pay for him when they didn't have to. 10 minutes later and everyone was downstairs and waiting by the door. They walked outside to see that Arthur had rented a van for them to use that day. Harry wanted the floor to open up and swallow him when they started talking about the Ford Angelus that he and Ron took to Hogwarts. Everyone was soon scrambling inside with the three youngest in the way back the set-off for the trip. Harry had a window seat and he didn't know how long the ride was and didn't want to fall asleep because he didn't want to wet. He leaned against the glass as he heard tidbits from various conversations around him. He and Ron had just started talking about Quidditch when Harry felt his bladder prod him. He had forgotten to go before he left because he was so excited. Looking at his watch, he saw they had only been in the car for 25 minutes. He wasn't about to ask to stop, besides he knew he could hold it for a while anyways. As he rested against the window, his eyes started closing on their own accord, and though he resisted it at first, he couldn't keep doing it forever, and Harry soon drifted off to sleep. Charlie turned around to check on the three behind him, and they were in different stages of sleeping. Ron was nodding off, jerking back his head whenever he drifted off. Ginny was blinking rapidly trying to stay awake, and Harry was gone to this world. He reached over to place a pillow between Harry and the window before moving Ron to lean on Harry. He looked at Ginny in amusement as she slowly lost the battle to sleep before situating her and turning around. "Don't be so loud, they're sleeping," Charlie said quietly, effectively shushing the van. "Who's sleeping?" "Harry. Ron and Ginny are," he replied with a shrug. "That's good. When they get to the park they'll be rested up," Molly said softly. "We're going to a park?" Fred asked incredulously. "Yes and no, it's a different type of park, a Muggle theme park of sorts. Do be quiet and don't tell the younger ones, I want them to be surprised," Arthur said firmly. "Of course Dad, we can keep secrets," they finished together. 2 hours later, Harry was moving a bit in his seat, his hand squeezing himself tightly, trying to alert his brain of his struggles. He woke up hand deep in his groin with a small gasp. He was horrified that he had fallen asleep and breathed a great sigh of relief when he realized he didn't wet. That relief lasted for about a second when he found out why. His bladder was too full and he knew he didn't have long until his bladder just gave out. He looked around the van uneasily. Ron and Ginny were asleep, and damn near everyone else was as well, except for Charlie and Mr. Weasley, who was driving. He had no clue what they were talking about and he didn't care. Harry sat wiggling in his seat for a moment as he placed the pillow over his lap. Harry was borderline frantic. He had no idea what he was supposed to do now. Harry closed his eyes tightly, as a wave of desperation hit, and he knew he'd better speak up soon. "Are we almost there?" he asked quietly, though the stillness in the van they heard him just fine. "Be there in a half hour," Arthur replied happily. "Oh, that long," Harry murmured, though they still heard it. "Did you need something, Harry?" Charlie asked lazily, turning around. No I didn't," Harry stammered out, as his desperation hit him full force. Charlie frowned slightly before focusing his gaze on Harry's face. His face looked pinched and he seemed to be in pain. "What the hell? You okay, Harry?" Charlie asked, looking intently at his face. "I need a stop," Harry said almost inaudibly, unable to keep still or his silence. He didn't want to risk an accident today, especially not in the car with the chances of it getting on someone other than himself. Why? What's the matter? Charlie asked, thinking that the boy probably wasn't feeling well. Harry grimaced before squirming in his seat as he gripped himself tightly, trying hard not to jostle Ron. He didn't want to wake his friend up and have to explain what was going on. "Did you need the loo, Harry?" Charlie asked, seeing the movement and the crotch grab. He was asking to be sure, but he knew the problem immediately. Can we stop soon?" Harry whispered desperately, for once not trying to deny it as he leaned forward in his seat. "Yay, hold on for a bit, mate. Hey Dad, when's the next rest area coming up?" Charlie asked. "There's one in about 5 minutes, Harry needs to go," Arthur asked, getting over into the exit lane. "Yay," Charlie replied, turning around to check on Harry. Harry nodded, having heard Mr. Weasley, and tried not to let how bad he had to go show. As he sat there, he suddenly bolted up in his seat. How was he going to get out? He was in the furthest seat from the door. He would wet by the time he crawled over everyone and actually got out the car. His panic wasn't helping his already filled to the brim bladder, and he wasn't surprised when he lost a few drops into his boxers. He looked at Charlie, not wanting to bother him, but not knowing what else to do. He laid his head on the window and whimpered a bit, trying to figure this out. "Just hold on, Harry, he's getting off the roadway now," Charlie said soothingly, when he heard the whimper. Charlie frowned as he took in the same thing that was currently sending Harry into a panic. "Harry, I want you to unbuckle your seatbelt, then lean forward," Charlie said, taking off his own so he could lift him over the seats. "Okay," Harry said, quickly doing it, before he was lifted up and sitting next to Charlie. "Bill, wake up. I need you to move for a minute," Charlie said as Arthur started to pull into the rest area. "Why, are we there already?" Bill asked, sitting up a bit and blinking the sleep out his eyes. "No, we gotta get out though," Charlie said, turning to check on Harry again. "Where we going then?" he asked, yawning widely. "Harry needs the loo, like now." "Open the door quick, Bill," Charlie said quietly. For his part, Harry was rocking animatedly in his seat, not really paying attention to anyone else but his now pulsing bladder. He could feel a spurt trying to make its way out, but he held himself tighter so he wouldn't leak again. He didn't want to ruin the day before it hadn't even started yet. Bill quickly opened the door, having heard that, and jumped out before turning around to let his brother out and see how Harry was holding up. Harry climbed out the van slowly before doubling over as tears sprung into his eyes. He clenched his thighs together as both his hands squeezed himself tightly. As the spasm passed, he stood back up and removed one hand before looking at the two red heads in front of him. "Right, come on then," Charlie said, reaching for his hand automatically. Harry latched on tightly as Charlie led the way towards the toilets. He beeped and stiffened before stopping a second later as he felt his boxers dampen. He stood stock still, both hands holding his crotch as he bent over trying to contain the flood. "Shit, Harry, come on kid, we're almost there," Charlie said, pulling on his arm as he tried to get Harry to move again. "It's starting to come out," Harry whispered tearfully, too scared to move at this point for fear of more leaking out. "You can do it, Harry, just try," Charlie urged him. "Merlin, Charlie, just pick him up already," Bill finally spoke, trying to keep the frustration out of his tone, wondering why his brother hadn't done that sooner. Harry didn't say anything but nodded in agreement with Bill, as a few tears fell down his face. "Just hold on about a minute more, Harry," Charlie said before picking him up quickly and sprinting towards the loo. "Hurry, hurry please," Harry whimpered as he squirmed in Charlie's arms as he lost a few more spurts into his boxers. Harry could feel them already soaked through, but was too afraid to look to see if it showed through on his trousers. He was terrified that Charlie would feel it on his hands and know that he was peeing on himself. Meanwhile, Bill, who watched Charlie run off to the toilets with Harry, thought since they had stopped at a rest area he should head back to the car to check on Ginny and wake her up and see if she needed to go. He was also hoping that she hadn't wet too. He quickly hurried back into the van and very carefully made his way to the back. He sighed in relief when he saw that she was dry, but she was moving around quite a bit. Jin, wake up sweetie," he whispered softly, as he gently shook her shoulder. "Was it?" she mumbled tiredly, as she opened her bleary eyes to look at her brother. "Come use the loo," Bill replied quietly. "Okay," she replied sleepily. She had felt her bladder quite clearly when she sat up. She reached her arms up to him to grab her. Bill shook his head in amusement before picking up his little sister and getting out the van. He walked quickly to the toilet, trying to keep her awake. He frowned as he came to the toilets. The men's loo had a line, and he sighed gratefully when Charlie and Harry went to the front of it. Jin, go in and use it, I'll be right here by the door," Bill said, setting her down by the door. Ginny nodded before walking through the door and heading into a stall. Bill waited anxiously for her, very grateful that it didn't seem to be a lot of women who needed the loo. He wouldn't hesitate to go in there if Ginny needed him. "Almost there. Hold it a few more seconds," Charlie said, sighing in relief when he saw the men's sign for the toilet. "I can't, it's coming out right not. Let me down, Charlie," Harry said, pulling at his trousers frantically and trying to squirm out of his arm. If he peed on Charlie he would be so humiliated. Charlie said nothing in response to that, though he held him tighter as he burst through the door. He groaned loudly in frustration, turning a few heads in their direction, as he saw the line, and he knew that Harry couldn't hold it that long. "You and your little brother can go before me if you like." "The little one looks like's he busting," a man in line said kindly. "That's 'cause I am," Harry said, sniffling as he leaked a bit more. He didn't say anything else as he was jostled around in Charlie's arms. Harry was dribbling pee steadily by this point when finally a stall opened. He was set down in front of the toilet as his buckles on his clothes suddenly disappeared in thin air. He ignored that in favor of pulling his underwear down and peeing into the toilet. It felt great to be going, even though only half of it ended up in the toilet. The rest had completely soaked his boxers and his trousers to about mid-knee. "Feel better, kid?" Charlie asked gently, one hand over his thumping heart. "Yes, but I didn't make it fully," Harry said as he flushed the toilet. He was already sniffling piteously as he surveyed the damage done to his clothes. "What do you mean?" Charlie asked softly. "Look at me, what am I gonna do?" Harry said, crying softly as he turned to face Charlie in embarrassment. He never had to ask that question with Snape, the man just knew what to do. Charlie winced before looking up at Harry, who was crying. He tapped his wand against his arm, though technically his mum had said no magic today, she wasn't here at the moment. "Hey Harry, can you keep a secret, mate?" Charlie asked quietly. Harry said, sniffling pathetically as he stared at his shoes. "I'm gonna spell you clean, and then hit you with a refreshing charm. Just promise me you won't tell Mum, all right?" Charlie explained quietly. "I promise," Harry said miserably as he looked at his trousers. Charlie quickly spelled him clean and threw a gentle cleaning charm at his face to wipe up his tears and the redness that showed he had been crying. "Thanks, Charlie," Harry replied appreciatively, before beaming at the older male. "No problem, Harry. Let's go," Charlie responded as he ruffled Harry's hair before opening the stall and leaving. "What's Bill doing?" Harry asked as they walked over to the redhead who was leaning against the wall by the women's loo. "He's waiting for Ginny," Charlie said, when just at that moment the girl in question walked out. "Hi Ginny," Harry said, smiling shyly. "Hi Harry. Guess what Dad says we're almost there," she said excitedly as they all started walking back to the van. "Awesome. Do you know where we're going?" Harry asked. "Nope. I only know that part because Mum woke up and asked Dad how long it would be," Ginny said proudly. "Cool. I wonder if Ron is still asleep," Harry murmured out loud. "What do you think?" she asked, smirking at him. Harry blushed slightly for a moment, and smiled. Of course Ron was asleep, he could sleep through anything. He and Ginny raced back to the van, making sure to keep Bill and Charlie in their sights. Ginny and Harry talked excitedly the whole way there, and as they got closer their eyes widened as they saw the place they were going to. Harry grinned brightly as he looked at her. This was gonna be so much fun. They arrived at the park 20 minutes later, and Harry grinned at the name Cornwall's Creeley Devon Adventure Park. He was so excited and he turned around to wake up Ron. "Get up mate, we're here," Harry said, shaking his shoulder. "Was it?" Ron mumbled, not even opening his eyes. "Try this Harry." "Ron, Charlie's eating all your food off your plate," Fred called out, covering his ears a second later. "Mum, Don't let him eat my food. Ron yelled loudly as he instantly jerked up, hitting his head on the ceiling of the car. Ronald dear, they were kidding, Molly soothed. She knew how youngest son could be. Harry laughed at his mate's disgruntled expression at having been tricked. Molly figured that the kids would want to split up to do different things. Percy was gonna be with the twins, Bill is with Ginny, and Charlie has the boys. Can we stay with Charlie, Bill? Ginny asked her brother. She knew that she would have more fun if they were all together. Please Bill, Harry asked, having caught on to her train of thought. Of course we can, Bill said looking at Charlie, not minding in the least. After the group arrangements, Molly tells them all that since it is 10 a.m., they will have lunch at 1:30 p.m. and everyone will meet at the same place. Harry smiles as Charlie grabs his and Ron's hand as the crowd around the entrance is huge and quite daunting. Everyone soon separated into their groups and the fun can begin. Can we get on Maximus first? Harry asked as he looks through the park map. How about this? Everyone will have a turn. We'll start with Harry, Ginny, and Ron and then it'll start over unless Bill and I want to do something, okay? Charlie said to the kids. Okay, they all replied as they headed for the first ride. As they walked, Charlie smiled at what beautiful day this was gonna be. The sun was shining bright. As he passed a few food carts, he frowned, before looking over at Bill. What is it? Bill asked quietly, at Charlie's look. It's kind of hot today, I don't want them to get dehydrated, you know. Charlie said, shaking his head. And they won't, thanks for reminding me. Bill said, halting the group for a moment. Everyone needs to drink a bottle of water. You do not have to drink it all at this second, but we don't want you to get sick, okay? Charlie said, pulling out his money. He was grateful that he and Bill had stopped at Gringotts yesterday to exchange currency beforehand. Harry nodded, having had to deal with this from Snape, reached into the pouch around his neck for his money. Harry, what is this? Bill asked as Harry held out a £5 note to him. My money for my water, Harry said, a bit confused. We have enough to get your water, Harry, Bill said quietly. I know, but I want to pay for my own, he replied, voice trying to stop his voice from taking on a distressed tone. Kid, put your money away, Charlie said softly. But I'm not supposed to let you. Harry trailed off as he blinked away the sudden tears. He didn't want them to spend money on him, he had his own. He didn't feel right allowing his friend's family to pay for him, especially since they were short on cash and he wasn't. Keep it, Harry, that way you and Ron can have some for arcade games, all right? Bill said, smiling, having seen the rapid blinking in Harry's eyes. Ron looked at Harry curiously, whose green eyes were a bit too shiny for his taste. It's okay, mate, I have money too and they won't let me spend it either. Ron said quietly. Harry smiled a bit at Ron as he crumpled the note in his hand. He didn't understand why they felt like they had to pay for it. He gave a soft reply of thanks when he was handed a water bottle. Harry drank it deeply, trying to rid his throat of that lump that was making it hard for him to swallow. He was grateful when they came to the ride, and he and Ron grabbed Ginny's hand as they walked over to the line. What the hell was that about? Charlie asked Bill as the kids headed towards the roller coaster. He's uncomfortable about us spending money on him, Bill said simply as he watched them wait in line. Charlie nodded that he understood that, but didn't comment on it. He knew exactly what Harry was trying to do. He realized a second later that the kids had an odd number before speaking to Bill as he kept his eyes on the kids. One of us should ride with them, otherwise one of them is going to ride alone, Charlie said, noticing that this coaster was 2 seats in 1 row. We'll all ride, I don't mind being the odd one out, Bill said as they headed for the line. Ron was talking excitedly to Harry and Ginny when they got off the ride. The roller coaster was wicked and he had a blast. He was so excited he wasn't paying attention to his body, and he should have, since his brain was desperately trying to alert him. As they took a breather and stood in line for the next ride, it all seemed to hit him at once and his hands immediately grabbed for his crotch. Trying to see how far they were from the front, he groaned. He didn't think he could wait that long. He hadn't gone since he woke up that morning, having slept through the rest stop. He shuffled his feet a moment, not liking this feeling in the slightest. He had gotten so quiet that Ginny and Harry was looking at him a bit strangely. Ron, Are you okay, mate? Harry asked, concern all in his voice. Ron nodded his head but didn't verbally reply, trying to wait for Bill and Charlie's conversation to have a break. Charlie, I gotta use the toilet, Ron said, turning to his brother. Okay, we'll go right after this ride. All right, Charlie replied, not understanding that Ron meant right at that very moment. No, Charlie, I gotta use the toilet right now, Ron explained, trying not to let his voice whine, but his situation was getting more urgent. When did you last go, Ron? Bill asked quietly. This morning, when you were in there, Ron whimpered softly, trying not to hold himself again. Oh shit, Charlie, go and take him now. He didn't go when we stopped like Ginny and Harry did, Bill said to his brother, understanding the situation quite clearly now. Come on, Ron, Charlie said, putting his arm around his brother's shoulder before leading him out of the line. He wasn't taking any chances today, especially after what he went through with Harry. As they finally got out of line, he stopped so he could take out his park map to see where the closest toilets were located at. Ron tried to wait patiently, but standing still was torture and he didn't want to disgrace himself. He allowed himself to step from side to side, pacing if you will as he waited for his brother. Charlie, Ron whined before holding himself quickly as a spurt tried to come out. He could feel it trying to make its way through his firm grip on himself. I know, Ron, I just don't know where the loo is. Just give me a moment, Charlie said, sighing in relief as someone in a park uniform walked by and he quickly stopped them. Ron by the time had his eyes scrunched tight while he had himself in a death grip. He was too desperate to be embarrassed that he was holding himself like a little kid. He sniffled as the desperation seemed to hit him again and the spurt splashed through the front side of his boxers and he felt it dribbling down his leg. Charlie, bloody, it's coming out, Ron stammered as his eyes stung with tears. I know, Ron, let's go, Charlie said, ignoring the language at the moment as he winced at his admission before leading his brother quickly to the nearest loo. Thankfully the line wasn't that long, and though Charlie tried to give Ron encouraging words, he was gonna lose the battle if he didn't go, and soon. A urinal finally opened up and Ron made a beeline for it, unbuckling and unzipping on the way. He pulled himself out of his damp boxers and aimed it at the porcelain. He sighed in obvious relief as it poured out of him. His shoulders sagged as he went, feeling better immediately. Charlie relaxed as he saw Ron make it before deciding since he was here too, he could relieve himself as well. When they had finished they washed their hands and made their way out the loo. Ron tried hard to ignore his damp boxers, and he was quiet, still a bit shaken up about his almost accident. Charlie looked down at his little brother worriedly. Ron was a chatterbox but he wasn't talking at all. What the hell? Ron, are you feeling okay? Charlie asked, tugging his brother to a stop so he could look him in the eye. I almost didn't make it. I didn't like that feeling at all, Ron replied softly, visibly upset at what almost happened. I know you didn't, mate. Next time I'll make sure to scope out the loos for ya beforehand, okay? Charlie said apologetically as he ruffled the other's hair. All right, I guess that's okay, Ron replied softly, still feeling a bit vulnerable and scared. By the way, you'd better not let Mum hear you swear, or she'd swat you good, Charlie warned his little brother. It slipped, Ron said, wincing as he thought of what his mum would do him. Well, make sure it doesn't slip again. Now let's go. If we hurry they might still be in line, Charlie said as they jogged back towards the ride. They sighed in relief when they saw that they had just made it in time. Everyone quickly piled on the ride and off they went. Harry laughed with Ginny and Ron as they got off the coaster. While he had loved going to a theme park with Snape, going with his mates was something new and a lot more fun in a different way. As the kids talked, Bill and Charlie kept note of the time and who was drinking their water like they were supposed to. Though they glanced over at the kids every time they passed a loo, they never asked. Bill was sure that they were old enough to let one of them know. Charlie knew how shy Harry could be when it came to it, so he tried to keep an eye out for any strange behavior. They were now standing in line for the last ride before they would meet their parents for lunch. Ginny was starting to feel the effects of her water. She had long since drained her bottle and in fact had been given another one. She sighed softly as she became more and more aware of the pressure in her lower stomach. Ginny didn't say anything though, not wanting to miss this ride. She knew she could always tell Bill or her mum later when they all sat down for lunch. Growing up in a house full of brothers had never bothered her in the slightest, so she wasn't embarrassed about them knowing when she needed the loo. The fact that Harry was here, and she kind of liked him, made everything different. She didn't want him to look at her strange when she announced that she had to go, so she just decided to wait until they got to lunch. Thankfully the line seemed to move somewhat quickly and she didn't have to stand there dancing in place. She knew that Bill would know automatically and she knew he would want her to go immediately. Ginny shook her head. She loved Bill the most, but he always treated her like a baby, even if she technically was the youngest of them all. If she was being honest, she didn't mind it, but she didn't want him to do it in front of Harry. She smiled a painful smile as they finally got on the ride, and she squirmed in her seat, as the lap brace pushed against her already full tummy. She found herself whimpering before she could stifle it and Charlie turned to look at her in concern. "What's wrong, Ginny?" he asked softly, trying to see if something was hurting her. "The bar is kind of tight," she replied honestly. "I know, but it has to be that way. You want to be safe, don't you?" Charlie said gently. "Yes, I do," she replied before sighing and turning back around. As the ride started up the hill, she realized just how hard this was going to be to hold it all in, and she whimpered again. Only this time when she did it, she was grateful that Charlie couldn't hear it over the sound of the ride. As the coaster dropped on the first hill, she forgot all about her bladder as she enjoyed the ride. Bill made sure they had all the kids as they walked out the exit of the ride. That last one was very fun, and he hoped that they would have enough time to come back, sometime after lunch to ride it again. "Where are we eating anyway?" Ron asked as he rubbed his growling stomach. "At a picnic area in front of the park, Mum made lunch," Charlie answered, knowing that it would have cost his parents way too much money to eat here with everyone. "Will we still get to buy treats here?" Harry asked softly, unsure if he could or not. Snape let him get a lot of things, but he didn't want him mate to feel bad if they didn't have enough for sweets. "Of course you can, Harry, just after lunch," Bill said, wanting to prevent an incident like the one they had earlier. "Oh good, Ron, there's something that you have to help me eat," Harry said excitedly, knowing his friend never said no to free food. "What is it, Harry?" Ron asked, eyes already sparkling happily at the thought himself. "It's a surprise, but Ginny can help us eat it too," Harry said, turning around and smiling shyly at the quiet girl. As he watched her blush, he suddenly noticed her tense up a bit. He looked at her closely, not sure if she was feeling okay or not, but not wanting to bring attention to it. He himself knew firsthand how annoying that could be. As the group started walking back towards the entrance, which was also the exit, he walked with her while Bill and Charlie and Ron talked about the different types of Muggle treats. Out of impulse he grabbed her hand, knowing that always made him feel better when Snape did it to him. "Are you okay, Ginny?" Harry asked, worry etched across his face. "I'm fine, Harry," she squeaked, before blushing bright red, as her bladder alerted her brain that she most certainly was not fine. "Then what's wrong?" he asked softly, knowing that something was indeed wrong with her. He could tell by her face, he just didn't know what it was. "Nothing, Harry, I'm good," Ginny replied as her free hand, not holding his, unconsciously started to creep towards up her thigh. Harry let his questions go for the moment, hoping she was more like him. If the situation got too bad, whatever it was, he usually tended to come clean. He relished in the warm feeling he got from their intertwined hands. He shook his head. He didn't like her like that. If anything, she was just his friend who was a girl, like Hermione. Charlie turned around when he realized that he had only heard Ron speaking for a while. He had a mini heart attack until he saw that Harry and Ginny were a few paces behind them, holding hands and swinging their arms. He frowned for a moment, not liking that situation in the least. She was his youngest sibling, and his baby sister. Before he could do anything, he saw Ginny take her finger, stick it in her mouth before sticking it in Harry's unprotected ear. He laughed out loud at that before elbowing Bill to turn around and look. Harry was looking at some of the chocolates they were passing and his stomach was growling in anticipation. He was so into the sweets that he wasn't paying any attention to Ginny, who was asking him something, until he felt something wet in his ear. Ew! Ew! Oh gross! What is this? What did you do? Harry yelled, snatching his hand from hers as he immediately tried to get the stuff out of his ear with his shirt. Ginny grinned widely, before nodding her head, which would teach him not to ignore her. She refrained from laughing, though she couldn't say that her brothers did the same. Seriously, what was that? Harry asked as he wiped his ear out in disgust. A wet willy, Ginny said smugly. You put your spit in my ear? Harry asked in a horrified tone, before turning to Bill in shock. That was gross, Gin. What did poor Harry do to you? Bill asked, still chuckling, only this time at Harry's expression of horror and Ginny's smirk. He was ignoring me, she said simply as she shifted her weight from foot to foot. Why had everyone stopped? She couldn't make her body be still. She walked towards Bill quickly, intending on telling him in private of her need. Here you go, Harry, just wash it out with this, Charlie said, holding out his water. Harry smiled gratefully before pouring some water in his ear. He knew what a wet willy was thanks to Dudley, though he couldn't understand why Ginny would do that to him. He wrinkled his nose in disgust again. He didn't think he wanted to hold her hand again anytime soon. He gave Ginny an evil look before he resumed walking with Ron, wanting to stay far away from her. All right guys, we gotta hurry. It's 1:54 p.m., and you know how Mum hates it if you're late to eat, Charlie said, grabbing both of the boys' hand and quickly speeding up the pace. Ginny felt kind of bad when she saw Harry move to walk with Ron, but her full bladder nudged her and she forgot all about how he might be feeling. As they got closer to the entrance, she saw the line for the toilets and her eyes bugged out slightly. They were really long, and she knew they didn't have a lot of time at the moment. She sighed as Bill grabbed her hand to pull her along faster. She could always go later, right? They made it to the picnic table, a few minutes over, but they weren't the last ones there. Percy and the twins were just behind them. Everyone had a smile on their face, so it seemed like they all had enjoyed themselves so far. Have you guys checked out the indoor rides and stuff? Fred asked. He took a bite of his sandwich. No, we've only done all the outside rides so far, Ron replied. Try to do the inside stuff next, it's awesome. Percy put in before George could. Ginny watched comically as the group turned to look at her straight-laced brother, who didn't look the least bit ashamed in the slightest. It was fun, he said before finally blushing and looking down at his food. Don't let them make you feel bad, Percy. It was fun, George agreed happily as he ate his lunch. Can we check that after, Bill? Ginny asked, as her hips unconsciously gyrating in her seat. Her legs were already crossed, but her excitement was starting to overrule her bladder and she was actively ignoring it. They didn't think anything of her behavior since the other children were nearly jumping out their seats as well. As she finished the last of her pumpkin juice, she stiffened, closed her eyes as she lost a spurt in her underwear. Her hand automatically came from the tabletop to her lap, as she held herself. Ginny was terrified at the moment, though she was thankful that no one had been paying her any attention, or at least not any that she could see. As they started packing up the leftovers, everyone started to get up, and she slowly pulled her leg back so she could get off the bench. As she widened her legs, another spurt trickled out, and she automatically looked down, trying to see if it showed. She could see a small wet spot the size of a quarter on the crotch area of her jean shorts, and she quickly lifted her other leg, not wanting anyone to be able to see it. Ginny fanned her legs quickly, trying to gain control so she could stand up, as her brothers and Harry all started to get up. She finally gained enough and stood up slowly before making her way to Bill as quick as she could. She was gnawing on her lip quite anxiously, as she waited for him to stop talking to her dad. She sighed in relief when he turned around and looked at her in question. What's the matter, Gin? Bill asked softly as they started walking away from the lunch area. He could see the worry all on her face, which was now starting to get quite red if he was being honest. I have to use the loo, Bill, Ginny breathed out as her bladder painfully contracted and she was resorted to holding herself, right then and there. She was happy that they had walked a ways away from their parents. Oh Gin, how bad do you really have to go? Bill said, dreading the answer as he saw her hold herself. I really gotta go, Bill, Ginny said honestly, as she squirmed in place. Why did you wait so long, Jin? Bill said, grabbing her free hand as he tried to speed up their pace. We were eating and I forgotten about it until I stood up, she explained softly, before looking down as some of it dribbled down her thigh and leg. She gripped herself tighter, trying to keep up with Bill, but his pace was making her bladder contract a lot. Charlie, we'll meet you guys inside, Bill said as they swiftly walked past them. Why? Where are you guys going? Charlie called out. Bill, slow down, you're making it come out faster, Ginny cried, as she stopped suddenly and bent over, her hands deep in her crotch. Charlie's eyes widened as he looked up at his sister position, already knowing what was going on. Hey guys, let's check the map and see what to do next, he said, standing in front of them as he opened the map, trying to save Ginny a bit of dignity. Yay, I wanna see what the twins were talking about, Ron said excitedly. Harry nodded happily as Charlie took out the map, but he was still able to see Ginny from where he was standing. His eyes widened as big as saucers before blushing and turning his eyes to the ground. She looked like she really needed the loo. We need to hurry, Jin, Bill said, grimacing at her posture. I can't walk that fast, Ginny replied, sniffling softly as her eyes filled with tears. She could feel her underwear getting soaked in the warm wetness down her legs. I got you, Bill said as he bent down to pick his sister up, feeling her wet shorts and sighing softly. Ginny buried her head in his shoulder as the tears seeped through his closed eyelids. She knew she was ruining the day. I'm sorry, Bill, she whimpered as her bladder jolted and she lost a bit more. It's okay, Jin. Just try really hard to hold it, okay, Bill said, feeling the liquid drip through his hands. He wasn't worried about it getting on him, he just didn't want her to be embarrassed. I'm trying, I really am, Bill. I just gotta go really, really bad, she said, wiping her face on his shirt. Bill didn't say anything to that as he quickly made his way to the toilets. The lines were atrocious and he swore loudly, attracting quite a few stares. He continued walking, hoping he could find another one soon. As he turned a corner, he stopped as Ginny started squirming around in his arms. Let me down, Ginny said frantically as her bladder started to release itself. Jin, just wait a few more minutes, Bill said firmly. It's coming out right now, Bill, please put me down, Ginny said, full-blown crying at this point. Bill nodded before gently setting her on her feet. The minute she touched the pavement, it was like a dam broke, and pee was suddenly pouring down her legs. Ginny kept her head to the ground as she saw the puddle start off small before it quickly grew in size as she continued to wet. Oh, Ginny, Bill murmured as she wet herself. He sighed before looking around, happy to note that there didn't seem to be a lot of people around them at the moment. Good news, there was a toilet a few feet from them. He recognized it as a family toilet and was happy to see that the line was fairly short. Ginny didn't say anything as she wet, it all rushed out of her in one big gush. Good thing she had the sense to spread her legs, or her socks and shoes would have been soaked. She wet for what seemed like forever before she finally stopped and looked tearfully at her brother in silence. Let's go get you cleaned up, Bill said softly, as he grabbed her hand and headed for the loo. They were the only ones in line and he tried to shield her wet state from everyone else. As soon as the door opened, he ushered her in and locked the door behind them. I didn't mean to, Bill, Ginny said automatically, when they were alone. I know you didn't, but you held it for way too long. Take off your pack, Jin, Bill said gently as he stood by the sink. Ginny sniffled unhappily as she pulled her backpack off and handed it to him. She looked at the floor as she heard him unzipping it and pulling out her extra pair of clothes. Ginny couldn't stop the tears that fell silently down her face. She was 12 years old, way too old to do this. She knew that Ron and Harry would know that she had an accident because of the different clothes. What's the matter, Jin? Bill asked as he sat her down on the closed seat and took off her shoes. He knew that she was clearly upset about her accident, but he wanted to know what brought on this wave of new tears. Ron and Harry are gonna know, she whimpered pitifully out. No, they won't, and if they do somehow know, they aren't going to tease you, Bill said firmly. Ginny nodded and allowed her brother to change her into dry clothes, too caught up in her mortification of her accident to notice much else. When Bill had wrapped her wet clothes and tied them in a plastic bag, put them in the pack and set it on his own back. Wiping her face clean from tears, he grabbed her and lifted her on his hip before making his way out the loo. Ginny sighed as they started walking back towards where they had last seen the boys. She didn't want to face any of them but knew that was inevitable. Laying her head on her brother's shoulder, she closed her eyes, not in the mood to say anything. "There they are," Harry said, pointing at a man carrying a small girl in his arms. Though he knew it was rude to point, Harry kept his finger up, so Ron and Charlie could see Bill and Ginny. He looked as Bill got closer, and he winced for a moment. Ginny hadn't been wearing black jean shorts when she went to the loo, but she was now. He looked at the ground, feeling bad for her, but thanking Merlin that it wasn't him. "What's wrong with Ginny?" Ron asked when the group was finally together again. "She's feeling a bit hot, which is why I told you all to drink enough water. We're gonna go check out the indoor play area the twins were talking about since it's cooler in there," Bill said, looking subtly at Charlie. "Sounds like a plan," Charlie agreed as they all headed in the general direction of the adventure zone. The day passed by fairly quickly, almost to Harry like it was only a few minutes that they started having fun when it was time to leave. At the moment they were all walking back towards the exit, but Bill and Charlie had promised that they would each get to buy a few treats for the ride home. Harry was happy that Ginny wasn't sulking or whatever it was she was doing earlier. Usually after his accidents, he was right as rain about 10 minutes later. He wrinkled his nose before shrugging, maybe it was a girl thing. As they walked by the sweets row of stores to check out what they might, Harry had noticed that his bladder was just a bit too full for his liking. He subtly looked around, trying to see if they were near a loo but couldn't really tell due to the mass of crowds going in the same direction as them. As Charlie allowed him and Ron to go check out the rest of the shop on their own, he saw his chance. He wasn't that embarrassed to let Ron know he had to go, because he had lived with Ron in a dorm. He just preferred not to tell anyone, but unless he wanted another instance like this morning, he knew he had to speak up. "Ron, can I talk to you for a second?" Harry asked while Ron was sampling the different types of Muggle sweets. "What is it, mate?" Ron replied, not turning around to look at him. "Could you ask Charlie if we could maybe stop at a loo on the way to the car?" "I didn't get a chance to go yet," Harry said, bouncing on his feet. Just addressing that he needed to use it was making his urge a bit more urgent than he originally thought it was. Why can't you just ask him, Harry?" Ron asked, confused at the moment. "Because he's your brother. Besides, what if he doesn't believe me?" Harry whispered, resisting the urge to hold himself at the moment. Standing still was doing nothing to help his current situation, it was in fact making it a lot worse. "He wouldn't do that, and anyway you could ask Bill," Ron said pointedly before going back to his treat bag. "No, it's okay, I actually don't have to go anymore," Harry said quickly before walking away to pick out his own treats. Ron watched his friend walk away in suspicion, knowing that you didn't suddenly not have to go that quick. He kept an eye on Harry as he picked his sweets, and he was rewarded with the telltale dance of someone in urgent need of the toilet. Ron sighed, before shaking his head, planning on saying something to one of his brothers as soon as they got out of the shop. As they passed a toilet that didn't seem to have that long of a line, Ron immediately looked to Harry and saw his eyes glanced in that direction and back to Charlie, but he didn't say anything. He could see quite clearly that the situation with Harry was getting very serious. He didn't want his best mate to feel like he did earlier today, he hated that feeling himself. Harry was walking behind the Weasleys, only Ron was next to him somewhat, which was why he hoped they couldn't see him. He was frantic with desperation as he gripped himself with one hand and tried to hold his incoming flood back. His eyes were watering, wishing that Snape was here, he would know by now that Harry was nearly busting. He shook his head from side to side, as they passed yet another loo. He knew he wasn't gonna make it all the way back to the house, he wasn't even sure if he could make it to the car. Ron frowned, as he glanced back over at Harry. His green eyes were kinda bright, and he quickly reached for one of his brothers, not caring which one. "Stop," Ron called as he tugged on his arm. "What is it, Ron? Did you drop a sweet or something?" Bill asked, turning around to look at his little brother's face. Charlie laughed as he plucked a sweet from Ginny's bag, as she lay sleeping on his shoulder. She would never know that he had taken one or not. I'm not joking. Harry needs the toilet like now, Ron announced to the group, turning around to check on his mate who was now holding himself. Ron's blue eyes met Harry's alarmed green ones. Ron, Harry yelled, blushing brightly, as he caught Bill's eye before looking at his ground. Bill took in the boy's obvious predicament. Though Harry had yelled at Ron, Bill had noticed something else. Harry didn't remove his hand from his crotch, nor did he deny it. He looked around, seeing the toilet they had just passed a little ways back, line still fairly manageable. I'll take him, Charlie, and we'll catch up with you guys, Bill said, gesturing for Harry to come on. Harry was humiliated that Ron would yell that out like that, only grateful that Ginny just happened to be asleep at the moment. He blushed red as he followed Bill slowly. Why did Ron have to yell it out like that? He felt so ashamed that he couldn't just tell them of his need himself. He sighed angrily. That was the last time he asked Ron for help on that front. Why didn't you say something, Harry? Bill asked as they stood in line. Well, he stood in line. Harry bounced and squirmed around. We were leaving and I thought that we would stop for a last toilet break, Harry replied honestly. Snape tended to do that exact thing. I understand, but if you needed it sooner, don't be afraid to ask. After all, you don't want any more close accidents like earlier, Bill said, referring to the rest stop and not that early morning. Harry was beyond mortified that the older boy would bring that up, and he hunched his shoulders into himself. He thought that Bill was making a joke of what he did in front of the toilet door. He just wanted to be at home. He had fun and all, but right now he would rather be with Snape. Harry kept his gaze to the ground. Snape had never made fun of him for not being able to speak up. He always told him it wasn't his fault, but the Dursleys. For the first time Harry wondered if there might just be something wrong with him. Bill had noticed how quiet Harry had gotten but shrugged it off as the line moved quickly along. As they walking into the loo, Bill quickly steered him into an open stall and locked the door behind them. He leaned against the wall, giving Harry space to take care of business. Harry rushed over to the toilet, his inner turmoil taking a backseat as he caught sight of the actual toilet. He stood in front of it for a second before taking off his pack and handing it to Bill before working on his trouser button. He jumped up and down for a moment, determined to get it done by himself and without asking for help. After all, he had done it once at home, so he knew he could do it again. He groaned to himself as he struggled to undo his trousers, but his pride wouldn't let him ask the man who he had thought just teased him. Bill looked down curiously when a few minutes went by and he didn't hear the sound of water on water. He looked at Harry, who seemed to be struggling with his belt or something. Harry, do you need help? Bill asked gently. No thank you, I got it. Harry replied politely, even though he knew he didn't. He wished that he had spoken up and told Charlie of his need. He didn't want to annoy Bill. He didn't like getting scolded by him. You sure about that, kid? You look like you need help to me. Bill replied pointedly. I got it, though actually I don't think I need to go anymore, Harry said as he forced himself to walk away from the toilet and towards the stall door. He was promptly blocked by Bill, who was looking at him in confusion and disbelief. No idea why you're lying to me, Harry, nor why you won't let me help you. But we aren't leaving from this stall until you at least try to go, Bill said firmly, arms crossing in reflex. But I don't have to anymore, Harry denied loudly, even as his knees bent awkwardly together. His bladder having not liked the shock of him nearly screaming in the least, he beeped and bent at the waist. Oh Merlin, you're standing there about to piss yourself and you're still trying to convince me that you don't have to go anymore, Bill said exasperatedly before gently lifting the boy and shuffling him back towards the toilet. Harry didn't say anything as he held himself tightly before turning his anguished face to Bill's. I'm sorry, please don't tease me again, Harry said, sniffling already as his eyes filled with tears. Hey, no tears, kid, let me just undo your trousers, all right? And when did I tease? Never mind, we'll discuss that later, Bill said before quickly turning the stubborn child to face him. He was able to undo the belt and button with ease, even with Harry holding himself so securely. Pulling his shorts down, he turned Harry towards the bowl and was rewarded about a second later with liquid hitting water, quite forcibly. Harry beeped audibly in relief as he emptied his bladder, forgetting for the moment that he wasn't alone. His shoulders sagged as he peed, feeling quite giddy to the point where he felt himself sway a bit from the relief but didn't fall thanks to a hand on his shoulder. When he was done, he tucked himself back into his boxers and pulled his shorts up. Flushing, he grabbed his pack, signaling to Bill that he was ready to go. Washing his hands, they headed outside, starting to walk the direction of the exit. Harry didn't say anything as they walked, occasionally scuffing his shoe on the pavement. Bill, who had been relatively quiet since he freed Harry from his shorts, finally spoke. "Earlier you said I teased you. What did you mean?" Bill asked softly. "You said that since I held it too long, I'm probably gonna end up with another accident like earlier," Harry said, shaking the tears away as they registered the hurt once again. "But that's true, Harry, if you wait too long to tell someone you need to go," Bill said gently. "It wasn't my fault though, I had woken up like that. And you were in the toilet and I couldn't wait," Harry explained tearfully. "Not what I was talking about, kid, not at all. I'm well aware that was an accident," Bill said, understanding now why Harry refused his help in the loo. "Then what did you mean?" Harry asked, wiping a hand across his face. "At the rest stop today," Bill answered. "But that wasn't my fault either. I didn't mean to fall asleep," Harry said, trying to get him to understand, which he thankfully did. "You fell asleep in the car, I remember, and you woke up dry. I had forgotten for a moment why that was so important," Bill said apologetically. "It's okay," Harry said softly. "It's not, kid, you couldn't help it any more than Ginny could." "I'm sorry I made you feel that way, Harry," Bill said. "It's fine," Harry replied, yawning as he tiredly leaned his head on Bill as they walked. "Come on, let's go catch up to them," Bill said, reaching down to pick him up before heading for his siblings. By the time Bill and Charlie's group had arrived at the van, Ginny and Harry were both asleep and Ron was damn near there. Not sure how they were gonna get the youngest ones back in their seats without waking them up, Molly told Fred, George and Percy to take their seats. The van had 4 rows in the back, and 2 seats up front. One entire row was dedicated to their food items and bags, which left enough room for one to sit comfortably. After Ron was seated, Bill laid Harry down next to Charlie, who did the same to him with Ginny. After they were all nestled and buckled in, his dad started the car and they were on their way home. "Hey Dad, before we hit the roadway, could we stop at a Muggle store?" Bill asked quietly, as he looked down at his sister. "What do you need to get, Bill?" Molly asked softly. "Something to help Ginny at night," he said pointedly, knowing they understood. "How will it help her?" Arthur asked, confused. "Maybe you should talk to Professor Snape," Bill said quietly, knowing the man understood it more than he did. After all, he only knew what Harry had told him, which wasn't much, considering the boy had been upset at the time. After the quick stop at a Muggle store, and a few awkward questions later, they were once again on their way. Bill was grateful that he had thought to slip one on his sister immediately, because he could see her squirming around in her seat, preparing for the inevitable. 15 minutes later her body stilled and she relaxed immensely as he knew she wet the pull-up. He glanced over the seat at Harry, reminding Charlie once again to watch him. Though Harry had gone before they left, it was still a 3-hour drive until home. He turned around to check on Ron, who he noted was sleeping peacefully and quite deeply. Charlie checked on Harry for what must have been the 100th time during the past 2.5 hours. He chuckled at his own exaggeration, but it sure felt like it. They were only about 30 minutes from home when he felt Harry moving around in his sleep. As he looked at the sleeping boy on his lap, had Bill not warned him, he would have just thought that Harry was dreaming or something, but his face had worry lines in them, and he instantly knew the problem. "Dad, pull over," Charlie said urgently, already shaking Harry awake. "Charlie, there is nowhere to get off at. It's about a half-hour more to the house, you can wait," Arthur said calmly. "Of course I can wait, I don't have to go. It's Harry, and trust me when I say he won't be able to wait," Charlie said before looking down at the still sleeping, squirming child. "Harry, wake up now," Charlie said again, shaking him a bit harder. He winced when Harry flinched back but sat up obediently. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Harry said automatically, his sleepy brain having not registered where he was and who he was with. "You didn't do anything, kid," Charlie said gently. "That never stopped them before," Harry said before shaking his head and turning his bleary eyes on his friend's brother. "Harry, I'm sorry for waking you, but I thought you needed the toilet," Charlie said. "Oh, I think I do, it feels like." "Oh," Harry said before he was suddenly holding himself. "Dad, pull over now," Charlie said again. "Where, Charlie?" "We are in the middle of nowhere at the moment," Arthur replied, gesturing to the fields around them. "That's fine. He'll go on the side of road." "That doesn't bother you, does it, Harry?" Charlie asked as an afterthought. "No, it doesn't," Harry whimpered out as the car slowed down. He was quickly unbuckled and plucked from his seat as Charlie carried him away from the car. He didn't protest when Charlie took it upon himself to undo his shorts, he just relaxed once he was free and peed quickly. He tucked himself back in when he was finished and turned back to Charlie, who threw a cleaning charm at his hands. "How do you know I had to go?" Harry asked curiously, as they walked back to the van. "You were moving around too much," Charlie said simply as they got back into the van. When they arrived at the house, everyone but Ron and Ginny were awake and they were quickly dressed and put to bed. Harry looked at the clock before quickly going to Ron's room and quietly packed his clothes into his pack. After making sure he had everything including Padfoot, he headed downstairs and put his things by the flow. "Harry dear, did you have a fun time?" Molly asked as she was starting on dinner. "I had a lot of fun, Mrs. Weasley," Harry replied honestly. "That's good, honey. I want to see if you wanted to spend another night with us," she said gently. Harry smiled happily at her, kind of wanting to stay, but he didn't have any more pull-ups left. He sighed knowing he couldn't. "No thank you, I don't think I can," Harry replied sadly. "Why do you say that, dear?" "I'm sure Severus won't mind," Molly answered. "I don't have any more clothes," Harry stammered out. "That's all right, dear. I was going to do a load of laundry in a moment." "We'll just throw yours in with it," Molly replied. "Oh, okay, that's fine then. Could I maybe flow over to my dad's so I can let him know?" Harry asked softly, not wanting to go by himself. But he didn't know how else he was gonna let Snape know he needed some more special underwear. "Harry dear, I thought you were afraid to flow alone. How in the world are you going to tell him?" Molly asked curiously. Harry blushed and was in the process of stammering out an answer but was luckily saved by Bill. "I'll go with him, Mum," Bill said, winking at her before gently tugging on Harry's arm. "Well, that's all right then," she replied before grabbing his pack and heading towards the laundry room. "Are you really gonna flow with me?" Harry asked curiously. "Yup, so let's go," Bill replied, taking his hand in the powder and disappearing in the flames. Harry landed on the stone floor when they arrived, Bill not knowing to grab a hold of him tightly. "OWWW," Harry beeped loudly before looking at his skinned knees in pain. "Harry, you okay?" Bill asked, cringing when he saw him stand back up. The stone floor had not been at all kind to his delicate skin. Harry gingerly got up and was in the process of limping to a chair when Snape appeared, wand out, looking murderous. The expression changed in an instant, and it was clear that Bill was the only one who saw the quick change. "Daddy, I hurt myself," Harry whimpered, wincing in a pain as he stood up straight to show him his skinned knees. "I see that, Mr. Weasley. Do take a seat," Severus said, calling up a house elf to bring them tea before acquioing a few potions. "It stings," Harry whined. "Don't whine, Harry, I know it stings. I'll fix it up in a moment," Severus said gently. Setting Harry on the chair, he gently poured some numbing potion on the cuts before putting on the antiseptic. After he was sure it wouldn't get infected, he rubbed some healing potion on it and Harry's knee was as good as new. Harry rested his head against Snape's shoulder, having missed this last night. He was already starting to regret having told Mrs. Weasley that he wouldn't mind staying another night. He grabbed the man's hand and squeezed it tight, not embarrassed in the slightest to be holding his hand. "What brings you both here? I thought that I was supposed to pick him up in an hour," Severus asked Bill, his arm unconsciously coming around Harry's shoulder. "Well, yes, but Mum asked if Harry wanted to spend another night," He said yes but wanted to make sure it was okay with you, Bill explained swiftly. It's fine with me, I'll pick you up tomorrow at 6 p.m. all right. Severus said turning to look at Harry. Okay, Harry nodded. So I think that's it, right? Bill asked before looking at Harry. No, I don't have any more underwear, Harry said blushing as he looked back at Snape. Oh, right, go on and pack 2 more pairs okay, Severus said picking Harry up off the sofa and setting him on the floor. The minute Harry had disappeared into his room, Severus turned his eyes toward Bill, who he noticed swallowed quite audibly. He smirked at that, still able to entice fear in former students. How has he behaved himself, Mr. Weasley? Severus asked conversationally. Oh, yes he has, sir. Harry fits in quite nicely with our brood, Bill answered quickly. As a Gryffindor he knew firsthand how Snape's attitude could change in an instant, and as old as he was the man still had him feeling like he was a first year. Severus nodded, happy to see that Harry had kept his promise. Though he was curious about one other thing and he turned his dark gaze back to the red-headed man. Has he been homesick at all or no? Severus asked, having noticed the cuddling a few moments prior. He has, though I think you should talk to him about it. Bill replied. Severus nodded. He would do that tomorrow after he picked Harry up. They would be returning to the manor tomorrow night. Has he been speaking up when he needs the loo? Severus asked. Bill scratched his neck and focused his gaze on the wall to the left of his former professor. Since he was asked that question, he now knew that Harry not speaking up was a normal thing that Snape was clearly trying to fix. Well, no sir, Bill said unable to lie. So I take it he's had an accident. Severus said sighing softly. He had one, but it wasn't his fault. It was during the middle of the night and I was in the loo, and he was trying to wait for me to finish. Bill hurriedly explained, not wanting to get Harry in trouble. I see. I assume that you have noticed when he needs to go then. Severus asked. Well no, Charlie has taken over that role, but I notice sometimes too. Bill replied. That's good, Harry doesn't like to speak up, Severus said quietly. Why is he afraid to? Bill trailed off when he heard Harry's door open. Harry grabs 2 pairs like he was told before grabbing his Game Boy bag, where he shoved them into it. He lay on his bed for a moment before getting up. Now that he was home, he didn't really want to go back. Dad, I changed my mind, I think I want to come home today, Harry said as he came back into the room. Harry, if you come back tomorrow I will be finished with all my potions including the one for you. And you know what that means, Severus said pointedly. But I miss you, and I want to come home today, Harry said stubbornly, refusing to look at Bill. Harry, I still have a lot of potions I need to make tonight and tomorrow morning. If you come home tomorrow I will be finished with them all. Severus explained carefully. But I miss you, Harry said before shaking his head from side to side, as those stupid tears tried to fall. I miss you too Harry, but I'll see you tomorrow okay? Severus said, a hand reaching out towards him. Harry walked over to him and buried his face into Snape's chest, allowing for a moment a few tears to fall. He didn't see the pointed look Bill was giving Snape nor did he see the return gesture. Harry, I think it's time you go back with Mr. Weasley now, Severus said softly. He himself was having difficulty remaining strong. Truth be told he had missed the boy, he even found himself going into his room out of habit to check on him in the night. He knew that if Harry stayed in his arms any longer, he would forget why Harry needed to go back to the Weasleys tonight. Harry bit his lip but nodded that he understood before wiping his eyes on Snape's robe. He stood back up and stared at the stone floor hard, willing his wet eyes to dry. I can do this, I can do this. Besides it's just for another night right? He thought to himself. Tomorrow okay, Harry said out loud. I will be there, Severus said before he had a lapful of a 13-year-old. Don't forget, Harry whispered before he hugged his father tight and let go, making his way back to Bill. I won't, and behave yourself. It was nice seeing you again Mr. Weasley. Severus said before they disappeared in the flames. On the flow back to the Weasleys' house Bill made sure to hold on to Harry this time, and they landed smoothly into the sitting room. Harry sighed softly before making his way upstairs to Ron's room. He didn't know what to do since his mate was still sleeping, and he sighed as he sat on his bed. Harry looked outside before checking the clock and sighed. Mrs. Weasley was making everyone a light dinner if they were hungry. He was kinda tired if anything. Grabbing his Game Boy out the pack, he took it out and started playing with it. He was halfway through his Kirby game when he felt his eyes closing, and he quickly turned off the game. He grabbed his pajamas and headed to the loo to get ready for bed. Finishing up, he headed back to the room and was asleep within minutes. Bill came up the stairs to tell Harry that dinner was ready, only to find him sprawled out on the bed, asleep. He smiled before making sure that he was protected and turned on the night light on the dresser before closing the door and heading back downstairs. "Harry's asleep, Mum, so he won't be eating," Bill said as he came into the kitchen. "That's quite all right. I had a feeling he would fall asleep again," Molly said as she wrapped the food up and stuck it in the fridge. "Where were you boys taking the younger kids tomorrow, Charlie?" Arthur asked. "This wizarding play place. It's a bit similar to what we did today, only everything is magic related," Charlie said as he took a drink of his tea. "Like they have this Quidditch arena where you can play against professional players, and I know that Ron and Harry will love that. Especially Ron, since the Chudley Cannons are going to be there tomorrow," Bill replied. "Will you be flowing there then?" Molly asked curiously. "Yay, Mum, we will," Charlie replied. "What time will you be leaving in the morning?" Arthur asked. "Mid-morning maybe. We should be back here around dinner time though," Bill explained. Harry woke up the next morning around 7, a bit disorientated until he recognized where he was. He yawned before making his way down the hall to the loo. He sighed in relief when he found it to be empty and he was able to take care of business in peace. He buried the wet pull-up in the bin, hoping all the rubbish would cover it. He washed his hands and made his way back to Ron's room as he got ready for the day. He had no idea what they were gonna do today. As he got dressed, he made his way downstairs to the kitchen to find Mrs. Weasley cooking breakfast. "Can I help?" he asked quietly from where he stood in the doorway. "Harry dear, what are you doing up so early?" she asked, shocked not only to find him up, but he was dressed as well. Harry shrugged. He couldn't very well tell here, it was ingrained into him to be up earlier. He was happy that he hadn't woke up at 6 like usual. What would he had told her then? "You can help me dear. Please set the table," Molly said, gesturing to the stack of dishes on the countertop. Harry nodded and got right to work. After he finished the table, and after convincing her that he wouldn't burn himself, she allowed him to cook with her over the stove. Harry enjoyed every minute of it, and he smiled to himself. "Is this what cooking with your mum is like?" He shook away the sentimental thought as they heard feet upstairs signaling that everyone was nearly awake. Breakfast was soon ready, and by then everyone was downstairs and seated at the table. Harry was smiling as they were told where to go, but that was nothing compared to Ron's expression. He was beyond ecstatic. As they flowed to the wizarding play place, Harry found himself in awe, knowing that today was gonna be an amazing day. Time in the play place went by quickly, and before Harry knew it, Bill had told him and Ron that once the Quidditch match was over they were leaving. Harry nodded excitedly that he understood. He couldn't wait until it was their turn to play. He was so focused on the game that it didn't register in his brain that he hadn't gone to the loo since that morning when he woke up. And after all that juice he had at breakfast and lunch, it was no surprise that his tank needed to be emptied. Ron was so excited, and he was glad that they were only 7 people away from getting a chance to play against his favorite team ever. As he was waiting in line, he was aware of a throbbing pressure in his lower stomach, and he groaned in irritation. Why the heck did he have to go now? He looked at Bill and then at Charlie, but he didn't want to lose their spot in line. After all, Bill had said that it was getting late and that they were going to be leaving after their match. What if he got out of line to use the loo, and Bill wouldn't let him come back to play? He frowned, but he kept his obvious desperation to himself, not wanting to draw attention to himself. As the 7 people in front of them suddenly joined the game, Harry smiled. It was nearly their turn and he couldn't wait. He grimaced. He actually couldn't wait for 2 things, as he gripped his crotch tightly. He turned his body so no one could see what he was doing as he bounced on his feet in desperation. Ron was crouching down in the disguise that he was tying his shoe. He was grabbing himself almost constantly now, and he looked at Harry to find him bouncing. Assuming his mate was excited, he was too focused on his own bladder to realize that Harry was in the same predicament that he was. Bill and Charlie were waiting by the bench as the other kids stood in line, talking among themselves. They trusted Percy and the twins to watch out for the younger ones. Fred was frowning as he watched Harry and Ron. He may have been a prankster, but he was a big brother first. He could see that they were excited, but at the same time, he knew the cause of their dancing wasn't because of that. "George, look at Ron and Harry for a mo," Fred said quietly as he nudged his twin. "Looks like someone needs the loo eye," George said before grinning as he got an idea. "I like what you're thinking, dear brother," Fred said, smiling in return. They headed toward the smaller boys quietly, each grabbing one and picking them up, despite their protests. "Oi Fred, put me down. We're next in line," Ron said, trying to get his brother to let go of him. "How can you tell you have Fred? I thought Fred had me," Harry asked, confused, as he squirmed around in desperation. "I'm George, Ron," Fred replied evilly as they quickly walked towards the loo. "Fred, can you please put me down?" Harry asked softly, unable to hold himself from this position. "When we get there, Harry, and I'm George, mate," George corrected. "Please put me down now," Harry whimpered as he felt a few drops leak out. George frowned, but he did put Harry down and was alarmed when he saw Harry grab himself tightly before looking up at him in embarrassment. "I gotta go," Harry whimpered, stating the obvious. "I know you do, we're going now," George said before carefully picking him back up and walking past Ron and Fred towards the loo. "George, not so fast," Fred yelled as he tried to catch up to his brother. "Harry can't wait," George called over his shoulder, never slowing his stride as he walked in. George groaned when he saw the full urinals, but sighed in relief when he caught sight of a few empty stalls. He headed over towards one and set Harry down in front of it. "Thanks," Harry replied with a grimace as he shuffled into the stall. Forgetting about closing the door, trusting George to do it, Harry started undoing his belt. He didn't struggle as much as usual and was rewarded when his buckle came loose. He had barely pushed his shirt away before his flow had started it, and he sighed in relief as he went. George was holding the door close, having heard the sigh of relief and water, so he knew that Harry had made it. About 10 seconds later, Fred came walking in with Ron, who was hanging limp on his shoulder. "I could have gone by myself, you know," Ron said, irritated as he headed for his own stall to quickly relieve himself. "He make it okay then?" Fred asked, nodding towards the stall George was holding onto. "Yes, just barely it seems," George replied quietly. When they came back out the stalls, they quickly washed their hands and headed back towards the line that hadn't even moved. 1 hour later, they were all happy and exhausted as they flowed back to the burrow. Harry and Ron talked non-stop about the Quidditch game when they arrived back to the burrow. It got to the point that Mr. Weasley sent them both outside to burn off a bit of steam. They had about 1 hour or so until dinner and they didn't know what to do. Harry was currently listening to Ron talk about how one of the players had performed this move when his eyes lit up. "You wanna try that move out, Ron?" Harry asked excitedly, not thinking about the dangers or anything. "Of course, mate. Let's go get our brooms," Ron said happily as they hurried over to the broom shed. Harry smiled before he took flight, as waited for Ron to catch up to him. They flew around for a bit, just getting comfortable before Ron decided he wanted to do it now. They were about 25 feet up in the air when Ron attempted the move. Harry watched in fascination as his mate started flying before crossing his legs tight, before swiveling his body upside down. The ending result was Ron was riding on the broom, upside down with his arms spread wide, using only his feet to hold on. Not wanting to be left out, Harry quickly tried the same thing. He went a bit too fast and all but fell off, but he caught himself and they quickly started to play an upside-down version of Quidditch. They got so into their game that they didn't pay attention to anything. Molly was currently in the kitchen washing something out in the sink as she talked to her oldest child, Bill. She was rinsing out a plate when it slipped from her fingers to the floor and shattered. Her hand went over her heart as she looked outside in horror. "Mum, what's going on?" Bill said quickly, getting up and walking over towards her. He swore when he looked out the window and took off for the backyard, hearing footsteps behind him. He couldn't believe Harry and Ron, were they going mad or something? Harry and Ron, get down right now, he called out calmly, not wanting to startle them and have them slip and fall. Harry sat back on his broom properly when he heard Bill's voice, his face flushed with excitement and all the blood rushing to his head. He looked at Ron and shrugged before making his way to the ground. What were you? Bill was cut off by voice that had him wincing, and he wasn't the one in trouble. Ronald Bilious Weasley, Harold James Potter, what were you thinking? Molly yelled, as she came barreling out the house. Harry looked at Ron in alarm and swallowed loudly. He could tell from her tone of voice that they were in trouble, big trouble. Nothing, Mum. We were just flying, Ron said quietly. That wasn't just flying, Ronald, and you know it. You could have been killed, you could have died, she said, glaring at both of them angrily. We were just flying, Mrs. Weasley, honest, we weren't gonna fall. Harry chimed in softly. Just how do you know you weren't going to fall? Maybe I should call Severus and you can explain to him just what you thought you were doing, Molly threatened. Harry looked at Ron in horror, not wanting that in the slightest. He shook his head frantically. He had no idea what Snape would do to him for something like this. Bill, put the brooms away. I need to have a little talk with the boys, Molly said as she took a wooden spoon out of her apron. Ron's eyes bugged out, knowing immediately what was coming. He looked to Bill, who was looking at him sympathetically but shaking his head no. He sighed before looking to Harry as they made their way slowly to the house. Ron, what is she gonna do to us? Harry asked quietly as they walked to the house. The spoon, Harry, Ron said mournfully. What does that mean? Harry asked fearfully, when he heard his friend's tone of voice. You'll see, mate, Ron replied softly as they went inside the house. Harry noticed as they made their way into the house the whole downstairs was quiet, and he couldn't see anyone. He swallowed back a lump in his throat, not knowing what was going on, but wanting to get it over with. He followed Ron and stood in front of Mrs. Weasley as she took a seat in a chair. He chanced to look at his mate's face and was horrified to see that he looked close to tears. You endangered your lives, and you think that nothing is wrong. You scared me half to death. Do you know what would have happened if you had both had fallen? What if we didn't see you? You could have died, boys. That was very irresponsible of you. I thought you boys knew better. Molly lectured quietly. Harry stood silently and watched her closely as she turned the spoon around in her hand, before looking at him. I don't think Severus will mind how I am going to punish you in the slightest, Harry. But if you protest it, feel free to tell me now and I will floor him. Molly said simply. Harry shook his head, knowing that Snape's punishments were bad if the soap trick was anything to go by. He swallowed hard, ready to take his punishment. Do you know why I am punishing you, Harry? Molly asked. Because I did something stupid, and we could have been hurt. Harry replied softly. Correct. When I get done with this part of the punishment, you will go stand in the corner over there. You will stay there for 15 minutes and you will not move. Is that clear, dear? Molly explained. Yes, ma'am, Harry whispered. Lay across my lap, Molly said. Asterisk, 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 beginning CP, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Harry's eyes widened, knowing exactly what she was going to do. He sniffled, having not even been hit yet, but feeling pretty bad that Mrs. Weasley had to do this to him. He didn't mean to get into trouble, he just wanted to have fun. He swallowed before lying across her lap. He shut his eyes tight and gripped onto the side of her dress. He braced himself for the smacking and it soon began. He squirmed around trying to get away from the spoon, but she held him firm. The first one had him whimpering and by the third he was sobbing. She only gave him 5 smacks, but he was bawling by the time she was done. Though it was nothing like Uncle Vernon, this one hurt way worse. Worse because he had worried her to the point where she was afraid of them dying. He didn't know she cared that much, and the fact that he was the cause of her fright hurt him more. He laid there bonelessly in her lap and cried. Though his bum stung, it wasn't blistered. He simply cried because he thought that she wouldn't want him over there anymore. Harry dear, it's over, honey, Molly soothed as she set him up and hugged him. Harry struggled to stop crying, not even caring that Ron could clearly see him. Why was she hugging him? What was going on? Why are you hugging me? Harry gasped out through his tears. I'm comforting you, dear, Molly said gently. But why? I was bad. Harry blubbered. You did something bad, but you yourself are not bad. And you have been punished for it, dear. All will be forgiven as soon as you finish your punishment, Molly said softly. Harry nodded confusedly for a moment. Her words sounded just like Snape. Did this mean that he would be allowed to come over again? He didn't want to ask her at the moment, in case she said no. He hugged her tightly before walking over towards the corner, never looking Ron in the eye. He had no idea how he was going to explain to his mate how he was weeping all over his mum. As he stood in the corner and he heard Ron smacking, he winced knowing that his mate understood all too well. Asterisk, 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 ending CP, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He felt a bit embarrassed having to hear Ron cry, and he tried to focus on the wall he was staring at. He shifted his foot as his bladder made itself known, but he wasn't about to ask. What if she thought he was playing? What if he got another smacking? He ignored it for the moment, but since he acknowledged it, he couldn't take his mind off of it. He heard Ron sniffling and he saw his mate walk to the corner opposite him. I will be back in 15 minutes, you boys know better than to move or talk, Molly said as she stood up and made her way into the kitchen. Harry stood there as she left, standing up making him have to go worse. Gravity had plans for his bladder, and he hoped it wouldn't decide anything until 15 minutes was over. He was remembering waiting in the corner at the manor, the last time Snape forgot him. His professor had told him that if he needed to go, he could. But he didn't want to do that since he didn't know the rules of this house. No matter what Charlie said, he didn't think Mrs. Weasley would be too happy if he left the corner. He turned his head, trying to take his mind off his bladder and looking for a clock to see how much time was left when he saw Ron walking out the room. Ron, where are you going? Harry asked as he sniffled. I need the toilet, Ron asked, face as red as his hair and eyes. But we're not allowed, Harry said softly. Yes we are, Ron said before walking through the kitchen and to the loo. Harry was in disbelief on what just happened, but he couldn't honestly believe that what Ron was doing was okay. His imagination was working overtime as he imagined Mrs. Weasley giving him another smacking now. He danced around in place and hoped that it wouldn't be true. He heard yelling and winced for a moment, before looking at Ron who came back into the room. Did you go? Harry asked softly. Ron blushed, as he sheepishly shook his head. He had thought that his mum wouldn't know that he really didn't have to go, but she did. And he got another smack for his troubles. Though he felt embarrassed on having to tell Harry that, he knew that if he really did need to go, she would have allowed him. He was trying to figure out how the heck she knew the difference. No, Ron whispered. Harry nodded sympathetically, his decision set in stone at the moment. He winced and held himself, hoping that he could make it. It felt like he had been waiting for an hour, but unbeknownst to him, he had only been in the corner for 8 minutes. He was currently shifting from one leg to the other when he felt a spurt make its way out. He gasped before clenching his teeth, and clamping his hands over his groin. He was in agony, and he didn't know how long he was gonna make it for. Charlie was walking down the stairs towards the kitchen when he saw Harry in an uncomfortable bent at the waist position. He knew without a doubt that Harry needed the toilet. He was just about to go over and alert his mum, when he heard a whimper and he knew that Harry probably couldn't hold it that long. He walked swiftly over to him so he could tell him to go. Harry, go to the toilet now, Charlie said firmly. I'm being punished. I can't go, Harry replied, trying to keep the tears at bay as he felt another spurt escape. He beeped and bent his knees even more. Yes, you're being punished, but Mum will understand that you need the loo. Go now, Charlie repeated. Are you sure? Ron had to go to the toilet earlier and he couldn't go, Harry said tearfully as he jumped up and down. He probably was pretending. Trust me, Mum can tell the difference. Charlie said quickly, wanting Harry to hurry up before he had an accident. Okay, could you tell her where I'm going then? Harry asked, his hands never leaving his crotch as he started to make his way slowly towards the toilet. Charlie nodded before walking into the kitchen to tell him Mum where Harry was. He was just about to go check on him when his dad called him. Looking towards the hall that led to the closest loo, he assumed Harry had made it before he made his way outside. Harry inched his way as quick as he could to the loo, spurt after spurt making their way through his tight hold. He sighed in relief when he finally made it to the loo, refusing to see how bad he had already wet himself. He opened the door and quickly locked it before walking over to the toilet. He lifted the lid and the seat up and let go of his crotch to undo his trousers. The moment he let go, he could feel his bladder starting to release itself fully, and he grabbed hold again. He tried to undo his belt with one hand but was having trouble, the sight of the toilet making it worse. He hobbled towards the door and opened it and poked his head out, looking for Charlie. He didn't see him or anyone else for that matter, and trying to figure out what to do when he felt it. He suppressed a sob, as he felt his thighs get warm and wet, before his legs and feet joined them. It overflowed his trousers and splattered loudly onto the floor. He shut the door and leaned against it as he watched his trousers darken in color. Harry cried harder as his bladder slowly became empty, because it was all over himself. When he was done, there was a massive puddle on the floor and he couldn't see anything to clean it up with. His trousers were starting to get cold and his socks and shoes were drenched. He didn't know what to do. Why didn't Charlie follow him? Where the heck was Bill? Feeling alone and forgotten, Harry sat down on the floor, in his puddle. He brought his wet knees to his chest and wept. As the timer above the stove went off for the 15-minute mark, Molly went to go tell Ron and Harry that their time was up. As she walked in the lounge, she could only see Ron, and remembered Charlie telling her that Harry needed the loo quite badly. After giving Ron an reassuring hug, she made her way towards the toilet. Molly was wondering what was taking Harry so long and was getting a bit worried. As she came to the closed door, she could hear sniffling and crying, and she knocked once, not wanting to startle him. "Harry, are you all right, dear?" she asked gently. Harry's head hit the wall hard as it snapped up, and he looked at the door in horror. He didn't want her to see the mess he made. Would she be mad? "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley," he said back hoarsely, his voice letting her know he was anything but. "You don't sound fine to me, dear. What happened?" she asked kindly. Harry looked around at himself again, knowing that she was bound to find out anyway. It was just a matter of when, and he sighed to himself. He took a sleeve and wiped his wet face, knowing Snape would have a cow if he did that at home. He took a deep breath before replying. "I had an accident," Harry whispered, embarrassment clear in his tone. "Oh, that's all right, dear. They happen. It's not your fault." "May I come in, Harry?" Molly asked softly. "Yes," Harry said. Molly opened the door and walked in to find Harry sitting on the floor in a puddle. Charlie was right. Harry had been busting. The question of the day was, why didn't Harry tell her he had to go sooner? She shook her head, already knowing the reason, and sighed. "Let's get you cleaned up, dear," Molly said tenderly. Harry nodded but didn't say anything as he stood up. His shoes made a squelching noise and he frowned, willing the tears not to start falling again. He stood silently in front of her, wanting a hug and to be back with Snape. He knew he shouldn't have said yes, he just wanted to go home. He smiled a half smile at her when he felt the spell rush over him and the floor. Though his clothes were clean, he still felt dirty and he looked at the floor. He unconsciously hugged himself, a gesture that didn't go unnoticed. Molly wasn't a mother of 7 for nothing, and without a word she had started the tub and closed the door behind her. "Did you want bubbles, Harry?" she asked kind-heartedly. "Could I?" Harry asked, voice thick with tears. "Of course you can, dear," Molly replied as she poured in the bubbles. Harry took off his shoes and socks noiselessly, feeling his emotions trying to tear him apart from the whole situation. He just wanted some comfort. Was that too much to ask? He didn't want to ask her, since she had already hugged him. He never knew if it was right, and he just wished for Snape again. As he was pulling off her shirt, he couldn't stop the incoming tears and he reached to mash the heels of his hands in his eyes to stop them, but his arms were gently grabbed. "It's all right, Harry, it was an accident. You are not in trouble, sweetie," Molly said lovingly. Harry melted in the touch as she hugged him and he felt his barriers breaking away as he sobbed into her chest. She allowed him to cry as long as he wanted, and he did. As she hugged him and cleaned him up, He had to wonder if his mum had been alive, would this have been what it felt like? He had never felt so much love towards him at a time. Snape showed it in other ways, but this was different and he loved it. The next day passed by quickly, and soon it was nearing 6 p.m. and Harry was excited. He grabbed his bag and after making sure he had all his games and toys and clothes he was ready. As he placed his bag next to the floor, he ran upstairs with Ron to play a game of exploding snap. They were about halfway through when Harry heard Bill calling him to tell him that Snape was here. "Bye Ron, see you at school, or in Diagon Alley," Harry said as they made their way downstairs. As soon as he saw the man he ran for him and launched himself at him. He was caught instantly and he buried his head in his shoulder as he hugged him tight. "Dad, I missed you so much," Harry said, face muffled by the robes, but Severus heard the message loud and clear. "I missed you too, child," Severus replied as he thanked the Weasleys and grabbed Harry's bag. Harry held onto the back of Snape's robes tightly, when he felt the man trying to put him down. "No," Harry whimpered, feeling a bit out of sorts at the moment. "Harry, I was merely setting you down for a moment, so you can thank Mr. and Mrs. Weasley for having you," Severus explained gently. "Oh," Harry replied before turning his head, and doing just that. He refused to be moved, and the adults watched on in amusement. Harry watched on as Snape promised to tell them when they were going to Diagon Alley so they could meet up together. After saying a dozen or so goodbyes, Severus and Harry flowed back to their quarters in Hogwarts. "Go finish packing your things you want to bring back to the manor. We will be leaving as soon as you get done," Severus said as he set Harry down. Harry nodded before making his way into his room and gathering up his things he wanted to take. He made sure he had his nighttime underwear and made his way back out towards Snape. He swung his feet as he waited for Snape and a few minutes later the man appeared. "Before I forget, I want you to drink this," Severus said, holding out a small vial. Harry didn't ask what it was, already knowing it was for his bladder. It was supposed to make it as big as it used to be, which meant that his bedwetting was still going to be there. He sighed, but it was better than having the bladder the size of a pea sometimes. He gulped it down quickly, grimacing at the taste as he handed the vial back to Snape. "How do you know it worked?" Harry asked curiously. "You'll notice the change over the next few days," Severus said as he shrunk everything and put it in his pocket. Harry stood up and nodded, making his way towards Snape before stopping. "Gonna go to the loo real quick," Harry said before making his way down the hall. Severus sighed but didn't say anything as he waited for Harry to finish. As Harry came back, he grabbed him gently and they disappeared in the green flames. Harry sighed happily when they landed in the sitting room of the manor and he grinned happily as he looked around. He had missed this place, and he loved that they were back. He turned around to look at Snape, who was handing him his shrunken luggage. "Go set that on the floor of your bedroom and it will resize to normal in about 5 minutes, Severus said as he nudged Harry towards the stairs. "'K," Harry replied before taking to the stairs like a horde of hippogriffs. Severus shook his head, but if he was being completely honest with himself, he had missed home as well. He found his lips twitching into a small smile spite of himself, before turning into a smirk. Now he and Harry could spend the remaining 2 weeks of summer vacation in peace, and he could finish out their trip. He sighed as he remembered what Albus had wanted Harry to know before they got back to Hogwarts. He didn't want to have this talk, but he knew it had to be done, especially since they still had to go to Diagon Alley to get Harry's school supplies. Severus wasn't a fool, and he knew that Harry was bound to see the wanted papers for Black. "Harry, come back down here, we need to talk," Severus called before calling a house elf who immediately fixed some tea. Harry walked slowly down the stairs, trying to figure out if Mrs. Weasley told Snape about the flying incident. He had already been punished by her, but what if she made good on her threat? How would Snape punish him then? What would he use? Harry shivered, but he obeyed and he soon found himself standing in front of the man, trembling slightly. "Harry, are you cold, child?" Severus asked, concern in his tone, when he noticed the shivering. "Am I in trouble?" Harry whispered, unable to stand it. "Of course not, child. Have you done something that I should know about?" Severus asked, raising an eyebrow in question. Harry shook his head and breathed a sigh of relief before taking a seat next to Snape. "Why would think you were in trouble, child?" Severus asked quietly. "You said we needed to talk, when Uncle Vernon said that it always meant I did something he didn't like. Or I didn't do something I was supposed to," Harry said, swallowing hard in remembrance. "Never, child, would I punish you like he did, that was abuse." "I would never abuse you, Harry," Severus said softly, knowing that Harry knew this but still needed the reassurance every now and then. Harry nodded before leaning into the man's side. He looked up at Snape curiously, wondering what he needed to talk about then. "I wanted to talk to you about this man that's on the loose. He escaped from Azkaban prison. That's the wizarding prison, Harry. His name is Sirius Black," Severus said, spitting out the name like it was poison. "Okay, but why do you have to tell me that?" "I'm not gonna go look for him," Harry asked confusedly. "I would hope not, or I will tan you good, Mr. Potter," Severus said gravely as he gazed into the child's emerald eyes to let him know how serious he actually was. "I won't, sir, I promise," Harry said, nodding, having no intention of getting another smacking. "Good, you make sure you keep that promise. Now I'm telling you about him because Black is in prison for the deaths of your parents," Severus said quietly. Harry looked up in shock but otherwise said nothing as he waited for Snape to continue. He was their secret keeper of a charm that was supposed to keep them safe. Potter chose him to be it because he said they were best friends. But Black betrayed them to the Dark Lord, Severus explained delicately. "He was their best friend and he betrayed them?" Harry asked, horrified as his eyes filled with tears. "Yes, and he's also your godfather," Severus said the last part softly, as he waited for Harry's reaction. "My godfather betrayed my parents?" Harry asked tearfully, as he looked to Snape to tell him this was all just a joke. "Yes, Harry," Severus said gently. "But he was their friend," Harry yelled, swiping his arm across his face angrily. "I know, child," Severus murmured. Harry couldn't help the pained expression on his face. He just wanted to scream and cry and yell, but he knew that wouldn't be acceptable, so he didn't. He just sat there quietly, as he forced his tears to stay where they were. "Harry, child, it's okay to cry," Severus said, when he saw the brave front Harry was trying to hold up. "Crying won't bring them back," Harry whimpered softly. "No, it won't, but it'll make you feel better," Severus replied before reaching over and picking the small boy up and placing him in his lap. He gently took the glasses off of the child's face and placed them on the tray. Severus turned him around, where he could lay his head on his shoulder as he gently patted his back. He knew Harry needed this comfort, even if he wasn't sure fully what he was supposed to do. He stood up and rocked him and was rewarded with a sniffle before it turned into a stifled sob, and then he had a weeping boy in his arms. He whispered nothings in his ear, telling him it would be okay, and just let the boy cry it out. 20 minutes later, Harry was mopping his face up, feeling a bit drained and wanting to sleep as he sat on Snape's lap, but the man said that he still had things he needed to talk to him about. Harry sniffled before turning his red eyes to look up at his father. "Why did you call Voldemort the Dark Lord?" Harry asked curiously. Severus hissed as his mark flared painfully as the child said the Dark Lord's name, and he frowned as he looked at him. "Do not say his name in my presence," Severus said dangerously, eyes flashing in anger. "I'm sorry, Daddy," Harry whimpered as he shook in fear from the gaze in those dark eyes. "Apologizes, Harry. I didn't mean to frighten you," Severus said gently, not wanting to venture on this subject in the slightest. He just knew this was bound to give the boy nightmares. "I called him the Dark Lord, because I was once a Death Eater." "Before you ask, a Death Eater is a follower of him, and I was his potions master," Severus said in a hushed tone. Harry stiffened noticeably in Snape's arm. Couldn't the man have told him this sooner, before he accepted guardianship maybe? What if Snape dragged him off to Voldemort? Harry was terrified and he couldn't speak for the moment, but his facial expression spoke volumes. "Harry, I was a spy for the light side. Dumbledore can vouch for me. I would never hurt you, nor will I willingly take you to him. I would rather die than to ever put you in harm's way," Severus said sincerely. Harry nodded as he breathed a sigh of relief, wondering for a moment why his heart was beating so fast and he was trying to catch his breath. "Foolish child, breath," Severus said before pulling out a calming draught and bringing it to Harry's lips, who drank it automatically. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered when he got his breath back. "It's fine, child. We only have one more thing we need to talk about and then we're done," Severus said, wishing this was over and done with. "Because of me being a known Death Eater, most of the Slytherins in school have Death Eater parents whom I've associated with. And I must show favor to them and no one else. That is why I have treated you like I have these past 2 years, and that is why when we go back to school no one is to know about the guardianship, nor of our changed relationship," Severus said firmly. "What do you mean? We have to pretend we hate each other again, like that time we did for Ron and Hermione?" Harry asked, eyes wide, not liking that in the slightest. "Yes, Harry, that's exactly what I mean. If someone like Lucius Malfoy were to find out about us, my life would be forfeited, and you would be in the hands of the Ministry," Severus said cautiously. "I won't tell anyone, Daddy, I can keep secrets," Harry said, remembering all the times his teachers in primary school had asked about his bruises. "I know you can, child," Severus said, frowning, wishing once again that Harry didn't have to do this. Harry nodded as he hugged the man, and leaning on him tiredly. The conversation was draining, and although it was only 7 p.m. he was exhausted. He closed his eyes sleepily, and started to doze off in a light sleep. "Are you ready for bed, child?" Severus asked quietly as he stood up, heading towards the steps. "Yes," Harry mumbled into his robe as he was carried. Severus got Harry quickly dressed for bed and in his special underwear in record time. He smiled to himself. This getting ready for bed was easy as pie. Making sure that the toilet light was on, he headed to his room to get some work done. He fell asleep a few hours later, noting that they probably wouldn't be going out tomorrow as he could hear the makings of a summer storm. Harry woke up to a loud boom, and he jerked up in his bed, immediately looking out the window. He could see the shadow of a tree and hear the rain, but his imagination was starting to play tricks on him. He was looking all around his room and jumping at any invisible noise that he thought he heard. Thoughts that Sirius Black was coming to kill him was foremost in his head. But there were also other thoughts, memories even. He remembered there being a storm while he was locked in his cupboard and his uncle purposely leaving on the TV where a horror movie was playing. He could see and hear it all from his vents and he shuddered in fear. He shook his head. He couldn't stay here. He grabbed Padfoot and pulled the covers back. He quickly got out of bed and made his way outside into the hall. The thunder was so loud and he was so scared that his breaths were coming out in harsh pants. He was too into his fear to realize that his underwear was dry and his bladder was full. All he was focused on was making it to Snape's room. The man always knew what to do. Harry opened the man's door and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him in his bed. "Snape," Harry whispers softly to the man, wanting nothing more but to hide under the man's covers. He crept towards the bed silently, jumping in fear when he heard a boom of thunder. He didn't get an answer and Harry was about to try again and when loud crack was heard from outside, and the room flashed brightly. He whimpered, and unable to help himself dove headfirst into his father's bed. Harry shivered underneath the covers, scooting his body towards his father. He was rewarded when a hand came around to move him closer and he felt the tension melt off his body. "Harry, what's wrong, child?" Severus asked sleepily, having woken the minute atmosphere in his room had changed. Years of being a double agent would do that to anyone. "I don't like storms," Harry whimpered out. "Why not? You're safe inside, child," Severus replied. Harry's frame shook as he remembered not wanting to speak about it tonight. "It's all right, Harry, you can tell me in the morning," Severus said tiredly. "Can I sleep in here with you?" Harry asked quietly, automatically bracing himself for a negative response. "Yes, you can, child, relax," Severus said as his smooth voice talked about random potions, knowing Harry would calm down in a moment. Relishing in the security around him and his father's soothing voice, he calmed down quickly. He was just starting to doze when he was reminded of something he needed to take care of, urgently. Harry's eyes suddenly flew open at their own accord as he became aware of his full bladder and he beeped involuntarily before reaching down and holding himself tight. He squirmed around under the covers frantically, trying to gain some courage to get out the bed and go. "Harry, what's wrong?" Severus said, sighing, wanting to know why he beeped. "Nothing. I'm fine, just go back to sleep, Daddy," he whispered out. Severus was aware of two things in his sleepy state. Harry only called him Daddy when he was hurt or needed something, and he could tell from his tone of voice that he was worried. He rolled his eyes. Harry was certainly not fine. "If you're fine, then why are you shaking and moving around so much?" Severus pointed out. "I gotta use the toilet real bad," Harry whimpered pitifully. "It's badly, Harry. You can use my bathroom. It's right across from the bed," Severus said, voice muffled by the covers. The storm raged on and Harry shook his head in the negative before curling up. He didn't want to get up out of bed and leave the safety of Snape. "I'm scared," he whispered, face burning in shame. Severus sighed before pulling the blankets off from him and blinking his eyes blearily in the dark. "Come on, Harry, I'll come with you," Severus said before gently pulling Harry off the bed. Harry reached and grabbed a handful of Snape's robes, squirming anxiously as they quickly walked towards the bathroom. As Snape opened the door, he bolted through the door before stopping. It was too dark to see anything. "The light," Harry whimpered softly as he bent at the waist. Severus reacted immediately at the tone of voice and flipped the switch to find Harry hobbling towards the toilet. He leaned tiredly against the doorframe as he waited for the boy to finish. Harry stood in front of the toilet and pulled his underwear down before relieving himself in the toilet. It felt good to let go, and as the storm roared on he tried to quickly finish. He didn't want Snape to get annoyed and go back to bed without him. He flushed and washed his hands before turning towards the man. "Thanks," Harry said, smiling up at him gratefully. "You are welcome, child," Severus replied, as he reached for his hand and turning off the light. He set Harry into bed first, removing his glasses before climbing in himself. He wasn't annoyed in the slightest when Harry attached himself to his side. He merely smiled and drifted off to sleep, his hold on the child quite protectively. The next morning the storm raged on, sounding like it had gotten worse throughout the night. Harry was unsure of what woke him up, until felt the pressure in his lower tummy and he sighed. The good night was full, so he knew that even if he didn't have to go he still had to get up and change. He slowly got out of bed, not wanting to wake Snape up, looking around for his glasses for a moment, before deciding that he couldn't wait that long. Harry held himself for good measure as he walked to the toilet. The light made it easier for him to forget last night and the storm. As he got to the door, a particularly loud boom of thunder hit before the sound of lightning cracked closely to the window, and he jumped about a foot and let out a frightened scream. As he tried to calm himself down, he became aware of a warm wetness spreading down his thighs and onto the carpet. He stared at himself in horror, not believing in the slightest what had just happened. He stood there and finished his wet, not looking up for the longest. He wasn't even aware that Snape was awake, let alone that the man saw everything. "Harry, child, it was an accident," Severus said, breaking the silence in the room. Harry startled and looked up with his watery green eyes, and nodding to the man that he understood. Though understanding what happened didn't make him feel better in the least. He sniffled softly, feeling a bit like a crybaby for wanting to cry over this. "The lightning scared me," Harry said tearfully, as a way of explanation to Snape. "I know, child, it's all right. Accio, pull up," Severus said softly before said item whizzed through the door and into his hand. He waved his wand at Harry, knowing that though he hated cleaning charms he probably didn't want to take a bath at the moment. Harry sighed when he was cleaned up and he grabbed the clean pull-up before quickly stripping and putting the new one on. He crawled back into Snape's bed, falling asleep immediately. Harry woke up to his stomach growling and a wet pull-up, but Snape was nowhere to be found. The clock read 12 p.m., which was strange, because he had never slept in this late before. Why didn't Snape wake him up? He cleaned up and changed into boxers before heading downstairs. "Dad, where are you?" he called, walking through the quiet manor. "In the kitchen, Harry," Severus called. Harry made his way to the kitchen, shivering a bit as the wind howled outside. "Hey there, sleepyhead, did you sleep well?" Severus asked as set the plates on the table. "Yup," Harry replied happily, as he brought the juice to the table and poured it into the glass. "That's good, go on and have a seat," Severus said as he started magically washing the dishes before joining Harry at the table. "Are we staying in today?" Harry asked as he sat on a chair. Yay, the storm is supposed to get worse and I'd rather not be in the middle of it, Severus said. Me either, Harry replied, shivering slightly at just the thought, but he wondered what they would do today. Wanna have a movie day? Severus asked suddenly, having seen the slight tremor, but figuring he would have a talk about it later. Yep, Harry said, grinning, as Snape handed him a plate of food. Harry smiled in delight as they ate his lunch. After lunch Harry headed up the stairs to brush his teeth. He couldn't wait for this movie thing with Snape. He smiled as he quickly brushed his teeth and headed back downstairs, making himself comfortable on the couch as he waited for the man. Pick a movie, Harry, Severus said as he took a seat on the couch. Harry grinned happily before picking out Dennis the Menace and putting it into the VCR before coming back to sit next to Snape. He relaxed against the man's side as the previews started playing, ignoring the raging storm outside. The lack of sun was making the manor darker and it looked like it was nighttime instead of around noon. Harry was content as the movie started and he was laughing as he watched it. He couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia as he looked up every now and then to look at Snape. He didn't think any of this was ever going to be possible, and here he was, with a father. He grinned goofily as he got into the movie, everything else taking a backseat as he watched. As the movie progressed, it found Harry shifting in his seat quite often as the juice from lunch caught up with his bladder. He squirmed uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes never leaving the TV. 10 minutes went by and he was moving almost constantly now. It got to the point where Snape had noticed and had paused the movie to look at Harry. Why did you stop it? Harry asked, turning around to look at his father in confusion. Because I think someone needs to use the loo, Severus said pointedly. I don't gotta go, Dad. I'm fine, Harry denied, even as he became aware of just how full his bladder was. Harry wanted to finish the movie. They had just gotten to a particularly good part and he didn't want to miss it. Never mind that Snape had paused the thing, Harry just couldn't be bothered to go. I don't believe that in the slightest, Harry. If you don't have to go, then why aren't you able to keep still? Severus asked skeptically. Because I'm excited for it to continue. It was at a really good part. Please, Dad, can you unpause it? Harry asked, crossing his legs tight as he willed his body to stop moving. Severus sighed loudly, but not at all worried. For one, if Harry didn't make it, at least they were at home. He shook his head, not about to force the boy to go, before he resumed the movie. Harry grinned happily before turning his attention back to the movie. Less than 5 minutes later he was holding onto himself as they laughed along to Dennis tying up the bad guy. He wiggled around for another moment or so until he felt a spurt hit the front of his boxers and he beeped and bent at the waist. Stop the movie, Dad, he said, desperation clear in his voice. What's wrong, Harry? Severus asked as he stopped the movie, knowing very well what was wrong. I gotta go pee, Harry said before jumping up and running to the downstairs loo. That's why you don't wait until the last minute, Harry, Severus called as he shook his head as he waited for Harry to return. Harry didn't reply to that as he ran towards the loo, bursting in and leaving the door completely open in his hurry. He already had himself out before he was even standing in front of the toilet, and as a result ending up wetting a bit on the floor before he got into position and aimed properly. Severus breathed a sigh of relief. In the quietness of the manor, he could hear quite clearly water hitting water, and he closed his eyes. He shook his head, hoping to break Harry of that habit before going back to school. Severus didn't want to think if one of the teachers told Harry he couldn't use the loo when it was obvious that he couldn't hold it. Harry finished a few minutes later and frowned at the puddle on the floor, before looking around. There wasn't a towel, and he blushed as he flushed the toilet before washing his hands. He closed the door behind him, intending to go upstairs to grab a towel to clean the puddle up, but was stopped when he nearly bumped into Snape. Dad, what are you doing here? Harry asked curiously. Wanted to see what was taking you so long, before figuring I could use the loo as well. Severus replied honestly before gesturing to Harry to move out of the way. Harry's eyes widened comically, before shaking his head. No way could he let his dad go in there and see his mess. He hadn't wet himself today, and he was somewhat proud of the fact that he made it. Why can't you use another loo? Harry asked softly. Because this one is closer, child, Severus replied, a bit confused why Harry wouldn't let him into the toilet. Harry frowned as he stared at the ground at the moment before moving to the side to let his father pass. "What is the matter, child?" Severus asked in concern. "I wet on the floor a little," Harry whispered out, face burning in shame. "It was an accident, Harry, I'll clean it up," Severus said before walking into the loo and taking care of the puddle. Harry smiled before waiting by the door for the man to finish. When Snape came back out, they walked back to the lounge and continued their movie day. "It was an accident, Harry, I'll clean it up," Severus said before walking into the loo and taking care of the puddle. Harry smiled before waiting by the door for the man to finish. When Snape came back out, they walked back to the lounge and continued their movie day. Harry smiled as they flowed to the leaky cauldron, holding on to Snape as they landed and making sure his scar was hidden. He giggled, knowing that gesture was pointless as they were under glamour charms and potions. Snape had said that if Harry had gone as himself, then he would have had to mean to him in public, and Harry didn't want that. So they compromised, though because of that he wasn't meeting the Weasleys. Harry shrugged as they made their way to Gringotts, fingering the money pouch around his neck. "Are we getting money from my vault?" Harry asked curiously as they walked inside. "No, we're getting it from mine. Yours is off limits until you become of age," Severus explained quietly. "What do you mean? How will I pay for my clothes and books? What if I need spending money? Dad, what am I supposed to do then?" Harry asked, eyes welling in angry and confused tears. "Relax, child, I have taken over the role of your parent. Everything you could ever need, or want for that matter, I will pay for it," Severus answered calmly. "But kids are expensive, and I have my own money," Harry said, ignoring the fact that Snape had been paying for his things all summer. He understood that because they were in the Muggle world and Harry didn't have Muggle money, but now that they were back in the Wizarding world he didn't want to seem like he was spending up all the man's money. "Harry, it's all taken care of. Did your cousin ever pay for anything of his things?" Severus asked quietly, wanting more than anything to have a few moments with the Dursleys. "No, but that's only because he has parents and they loved him. I don't have that," Harry said without thinking. Severus frowned, willing himself not to take offense, waiting for the apology that he knew would come once Harry realized what he had said. Harry was staring at the ground wondering why Snape hadn't replied, when he realized what he had just said. He didn't mean it like that, he knew that Snape loved him. He shook his head angrily, feeling like a spoiled brat. If the man didn't love him he wouldn't have bought him everything he wanted, he wouldn't have spent all that time with him, and he wouldn't have told him that he loved him. Harry shook his head before looking cautiously up at the man. "I didn't mean that, Daddy," he whispered tearfully. "Enough, Harry, let's go get some galleons," Severus said quietly as they followed the goblin to his vault. As they exited the bank, Harry was fairly quiet, feeling like he had already ruined the day. He was looking at the ground, not saying a word, willing his stupid tears to stay where they were. He sniffled softly before wiping his hand across his face at the ones that had fallen. He always messed up and he hated himself for it. "It's all right, Harry," Severus said as he handed him a handkerchief as they entered Madame Malkin's robe shop. Harry mopped up his face as they entered, holding tightly to the handkerchief as he was measured for new robes and clothes for the school year. He couldn't keep his gaze from glancing every so often at the man in the chair. The irrational part of his brain was coming up with scenarios in which Snape up and left him in the shop. He sighed in relief when she was done before walking back to him. After, they headed to the apothecary where Snape took a long time looking at things to the point where Harry was actually bored to sleep. He sighed softly before sitting on the floor out of the way and resting his head on his knees. He realized he had dozed off when he felt himself get picked up. "Are we done now?" he asked sleepily. "We still need your books, but we can get that after lunch," Severus replied. "When is lunch?" Harry asked, his stomach already growling in protest. "Right now. If anything it will wake you up," Severus replied, chuckling as he headed to the leaky cauldron. Harry nodded in Snape's shoulder, the back of his mind vaguely noting that his bladder was nudging him. It wasn't bad, just a bit uncomfortable, but he was too comfortable where he was to speak up at the moment. Severus led the way to a booth in the back where they wouldn't be disturbed before sitting down with Harry on his lap. Are you awake enough to sit on your own or are you good here? Severus asked quietly. I wanna sit across from you, Harry said tiredly, as he tried to wake up. Severus nodded before gently nudging Harry up so he could sit down. What do you feel like eating? Severus asked as they looked at the menu. Can I have hamburger? Harry asked, his head jerking back as he tried to stay awake. Yes, did you want chips too? Severus asked. And pumpkin juice, Harry said nodding. Of course, Severus replied before ordering their food. Harry laid his head on the table, as he bounced his legs. When their drinks came he took a long gulp from the refreshing beverage and was reminded when the coldness settled into his stomach that he needed the toilet. He turned around. They weren't that far from the loo but the place was kinda packed and he didn't want to lose their table. He nodded, thinking he could go alone. Dad, I got a wee, Harry said quietly. Alright, it's right over there. Let's go, Severus said as he made his way to get up. No, it's okay, I can go by myself, Harry said quickly, ignoring the scared feeling in his stomach. Are you sure, Harry? Severus asked carefully. Yes, Harry answered before making his way into the loo. Harry was aware of his father's eyes on him as he made his way to the door. He took a deep breath before walking in and groaned. It was a long line and they only had urinals, all of the stalls were out of order. As he stood in line, someone pushed him from behind and his frame shook. He couldn't do this, what the hell was he thinking? He needed Snape. Harry quickly got out of line and made his way to the exit. Severus was watching the door carefully, making note of everyone who entered in after Harry. He wasn't at ease in the slightest and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him emerge from the toilet, until he realized that it was too short of time for him to have gone. Did you go, Harry? Severus asked quietly. I thought I had to go, but I couldn't, Harry said, partly true as he took his seat. What do you mean? Severus asked, confused. I tried to go, but nothing came out, Harry said softly. Oh, I understand, Harry, it was a false alarm then, Severus said knowingly as their food came. Harry nodded before digging into his food, pushing his bladder to the back of his brain as he ate lunch. He enjoyed his juice and even the taste of Snape's butterbeer. As he finished his food he was reminded almost instantly when he stood up and crossed his legs. He glanced back at the toilet but shook his head and quickly followed Snape. As they paid for their food, Snape led the way to the bookstore. Did you bring your list, Harry? Severus asked, not needing but knowing Harry liked feeling like he could get his own things. It's here, Harry replied, shifting his feet as he held up the paper. All right, let's go get them, Severus said, leading the way. Can we visit the Quidditch shop after? Harry asked quietly. Of course, you've been good today, Severus replied as they started down the aisles. Harry smiled happily as they started looking for the books. His bladder was constantly on his mind at the moment and he found himself dancing to hold it all back. As he grabbed his Transfiguration book, he turned around to hand it to Snape only to find the man gone. Dad, where are you? Harry called, turning into a whole circle in case the man was behind him. He sighed, not knowing what to do, but he had read that if you get lost it was better to stay in one place than to move. Even though he was in the bookstore, he stayed where he was. Harry whimpered before grabbing his crotch tightly as a wave of desperation nearly overcame him. He looked around with frightened eyes, not wanting to wet his trousers in the store, even though no one would recognize him due to the glamour. Harry, child, do you need the loo? Severus asked, coming from around the corner with a potions book. Where did you go? Harry asked, his hand not moving from its position as he turned to look at the man. To get your potions book, and a few things I needed. Harry, you didn't answer my question. Did you need the loo? Severus asked again. Yes, Harry replied honestly. I thought you left me, Harry said softly. I would never do that, child. Let's go pay for this so I can take you to the loo. Severus said, having already grabbed the other books as they headed to the front of the store. I gotta go badly, Harry whimpered. Just hold on for a moment, Harry, while I pay for this, Severus replied as they stacked the books on the counter. Harry nodded and bounced up and down as he waited for Snape to finish. He beeped and stilled when he felt a leak escape his tight grip and tears sprung into his eyes. It's coming out, Daddy, Harry said softly. Hold it, Severus said firmly as he waited for the shop clerk to ring up their items. He had noticed that the clerk was going fairly fast, so he could only assume that he saw their dilemma. Harry bent his legs together before bending over at the waist. He looked around for a moment trying to see if there was a toilet in here but couldn't see any from where he was. "Daddy!" Harry cried tearfully as he more or less marched in pace. "1 second," Severus said, grabbing the bag of books as he waited for his change. "Please hurry," Harry pleaded frantically. Severus grabbed his change and shrunk the bag quickly before taking Harry's hand and walking out the store. Well, he noticed that Harry had more of bent-over shuffled walk going on. "We're going back to the leaky cauldron. Did you want me to carry you?" Severus asked, never slowing their pace down. Harry nodded before sniffling as he looked up at his father's dark gaze. Severus gently lifted Harry up and walked quicker towards the pub. He could feel Harry squirming a lot in his arms and he hoped that he would make it in time. "Almost there, Harry. Just hold on 3 more minutes or so," Severus said as he neared the pub. Harry mumbled into his dad's shoulder, unable to keep still for a moment. He closed his eyes tight and stiffened as he lost a 2-second spurt, but it felt like a lot more to him. "Daddy, I'm leaking," Harry whispered fearfully. He was afraid Snape was gonna drop him because Harry was technically peeing on him. "Just a few more minutes," Severus said, sighing in relief as he opened the door to the restaurant, which had gotten a bit fuller due to the lunch hour. Severus maneuvered his way around the crowd as he made his way towards the loo. He stopped just outside the door when he realized that the line ended there. He frowned before looking at Harry. "The line is too long. Do you wanna just flow home?" Severus asked. "But I thought we were gonna visit the Quidditch shop," Harry asked. Through his desperation you could hear disappointment in his tone. Severus smirked. Leave it to Harry to be worried about the Quidditch store in his desperation. "We will flow back, I promise," Severus replied quickly. "Then let's go home," Harry whimpered as he lost a 3-second spurt. He froze in his father's arm, unsure if the man had felt it. He could feel it dripping down his legs and he grimaced at the warm wetness. Severus resisted the urge to give the warning like he did earlier this summer. He didn't want pee on him, but he knew that Harry was obviously losing control and he didn't want to make him feel worse than how he already felt. He grimaced slightly before school, his face to blank, refusing to think on what the wetness on his arm was. Placing the galleons in the cup, he grabbed the flow powder and disappeared in the flames. He landed effortlessly in the sitting room of the manor, where he immediately started making his way to the closest toilet. "Put me down, Dad," Harry whimpered in his father's shoulder as his bladder contracted from the sudden shock of them landing in the house. "We are almost there, child," Severus said, quickening his pace as he headed for the downstairs loo. "It's no use, Daddy. Please let me down," Harry said, choking on a sob as his bladder released itself. Severus stopped suddenly when he felt Harry completely relax in his arms, and a moment later the splattering sound of liquid hitting the floor was heard. He sighed softly as he held his wetting child as he waited for him to finish. Harry bawled into the man's shoulder, unable to stop the flow. That wasn't the most humiliating part. He had just wet himself while his father was holding him. What would Snape think of him now? Would he have regrets for keeping him? Harry shuddered twice as his bladder slowly emptied itself. Though he was afraid, he was so very relieved. Severus waiting until the only sound was little dripping noises and he assumed Harry was done. "Harry child, did you want a bath?" Severus asked quietly. Nodding into the shoulder that was hiding his shameful face, Harry couldn't make himself verbally answer the man. He didn't even care about going back to Diagon Alley. What was the effing point? Severus nodded before taking out his wand and cleaning up themselves and the puddle on the floor before making his way upstairs to give his child a bath. 2 weeks after that horrible episode of him wetting on Snape, everything was pretty much back to normal for Harry. Though he still got terribly embarrassed as he remembered himself disgracing the man, but what could he do? Harry yawned as he opened his eyes and looked at the clock. He smiled, knowing exactly what today was. It was time to go back to school. And even though he had a home where he was loved, he was ready to see his friends and explore the castle again. He wasn't excited about how Snape had to treat him, and he was worried about having to ask to use the toilet in class. What if his professors decided that he was lying? He could already imagine the taunts they would say if he wet himself in class. He cringed before shaking his head. There was no point to think negative thoughts when you had no way of knowing if that was gonna happen or not. Throwing off his blanket, he headed to the toilet to take care of his morning duties and get dressed. At around 9:30 a.m. and after reassuring his dad that he had everything, they flowed to King's Cross with Snape in disguise. Harry frowned, but there was nothing for it. It was either Snape hid who he was, or he didn't get to see him off. Harry always wanted to know what that felt like, waving goodbye to your family. He smiled, knowing unlike the other kids, his dad would be at school with him. In a way it was comforting until he thought about the things he wouldn't get away with. After all, everyone knew that Snape had ears like a bat, and could blend in with the shadows. He shook those thoughts away as he settled into a compartment with his friends. He frowned for a moment as he realized they weren't alone. What was Professor Lupin doing on the train too? He shrugged, pushing the thought away as they told Hermione about their summers. This was the first year where he could actively contribute, and to say he was thrilled was putting it lightly. They were just in the middle of explaining the difference between the Wizarding Play place and the Muggle theme park when the train stopped. He looked around in fear when the lights flickered off, and he unconsciously hugged himself around the middle. He could hear Ron's harsh breathing and his eyes widen as it suddenly got cold. He shivered, feeling depressed and sad all of a sudden. "What's going on?" Harry whispered fearfully. "I don't know. I don't like this though," Ron murmured, voice trembling with fear. "Well, why did we stop? We can't be there already," Hermione mused. "That doesn't explain why the lights have gone off," Harry replied quickly as his frame shook. At that moment a thin scaly hand was opening the door, and Harry found himself wanting to sob all of a sudden. His happiness became non-existent, especially when he saw this hooded black creature come into their compartment. He wasn't aware of anything and his body shook again, only this time he couldn't tell if it was from the cold, or fear, or both. He stared in the black tunnels that were its face before it was standing in front of him. His eyes closed as he suddenly heard a woman screaming. As the monster fed on him, Harry couldn't describe the crushing emotions that he felt. He wasn't aware of anything, not the fact that Professor Lupin had stood, or nor the fact that warmth was making its way down his legs. He only closed his eyes when a bright light came out of nowhere and he collapsed on the floor unconscious. Ron looked on in horror as Harry suddenly fell to the floor. Before he could say anything, that thing, whatever it was, screamed, and a tremor racked through his own body. He looked down at his mate lying on the floor and didn't even notice the lights had come back on. Although looking at Harry, he was now aware that he had wet his trousers, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. "What was that thing?" Hermione whispered. "A Dementor. They guard the wizarding prison Azkaban," Remus replied, moving to pick up Harry from the floor. "Then what were they doing here on the train? Don't they know we're all going to Hogwarts?" Hermione asked, confusion in her tone. "They were searching the train for Sirius Black," Remus said with a slight grimace before conjuring up a Patronus to let Severus know what happened. "Is that the same thing that made it go away?" "What was it?" Hermione asked, curiosity in her tone now. "It was a Patronus charm, and yes, it is used to drive Dementors away," Remus said as he pulled out some chocolate from his bag. He broke it up before handing it to the shell-shocked boy on the seat and the girl who wouldn't stop asking questions. "Eat that, it helps," he said as he looked over Harry. He winced when he smelt the urine rather than saw the wet trousers. He knew that this could have happened to anyone though, and Harry was only 13. "How does it help? It's just chocolate, right?" Hermione asked quietly. "Dementors, as you have surely noticed, beep out all the happiness and light. Chocolate brings it all back and makes you feel better, as you will see when you eat it," Remus explained before turning back to Harry. He was just about to spell him clean when he felt the boy shift in his arms. "Harry, are you okay, cub?" Remus asked quietly. "Where is she? Is she okay?" Harry asked as he came to. "Who, Harry? What are you talking about?" Remus asked softly. "The woman who was screaming. Is she okay?" Harry repeated. Remus stiffened but didn't say anything. "There was nobody screaming, Harry," Hermione replied as she took a bite of her treat. "Yes, there was. I heard her," he argued. "The Dementors allow you to relieve your worst memories," Remus said calmly. Harry's eyes widened. before shaking his head as his eyes welled with tears. What did this mean? Did Professor Lupin mean that he heard his mother screaming? He looked down at his lap, not wanting his friends to see his shiny eyes, and promptly burst into tears as he saw the wet trousers. He knew they had seen, and he couldn't make himself look up to face them. "It was accident, Harry. No one here is gonna make fun of you," Remus said before spelling him clean and standing up. Harry didn't reply or look up at anyone for that matter, not even when Professor Lupin left the compartment to go check on the other students. He sniffled softly before taking the back of his hand to quickly wipe his face. He ate his piece of chocolate like he was told, and before he laid his head against the window and sighed softly. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep until not knowing how much time had passed. His friends left him alone, until finally Ron nudged him that it was time to put on their robes. Taking the invisible carriages to the castle, Harry didn't join into the conversation. He sighed happily as the castle came into view. Heading inside and towards the Gryffindor table, he sat down and took a seat as the sorting began. He was aware of the dark gaze that stayed on him the entire time, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest when he was told to go to Professor Dumbledore's office after dinner. Not tasting his food, Harry hurried through his meal, and after getting the password from Percy, who he had found out right then that he was the head boy, and quickly made his way to the headmaster's office. Sugar quills. Harry made his way up the steps, and before he could open the door he was scooped up and buried in someone's chest. For a moment he was afraid until he could smell the potions on the clothes, and he melted into the hug. He found himself crying again as his father hugged him. Severus said nothing as he and Harry was ushered into a private room of Albus's where they wouldn't be disturbed by portraits. He didn't say anything, but he held his son tight as he cried in his arms. After a long while Harry's crying turned into hiccups and Severus gently wiped his face. "What happened on the train, Harry?" Severus asked quietly. "Professor Lupin said it was a Dementor and it was doing something to me. I felt really bad, Daddy," Harry whimpered as he remembered. "I know, Harry, they beep out all the good around you," Severus said, hugging him close. He wished Harry hadn't had that experience at all. "I wet myself too," Harry whispered softly. "It was accident, I'm sure. You were so frightened," Severus said soothingly. "Ron and Hermione saw though. What if they tell someone?" Harry asked fearfully. "They would never do that, Harry. Molly would have a fit if Ron did that." "I will talk to them if you like," Severus said quietly. "It's okay," Harry replied tiredly. "Remember, Harry, now that we're here at Hogwarts, you remember how to act around me, right?" Severus asked quickly. I remember. You hate me now," Harry said, hurt evident in his tone. "I don't hate you, Harry. I just have to pretend I do," Severus said softly, wishing Harry didn't have to go through this. "It's okay, Daddy. I'm used to feeling not wanted," Harry replied as he stretched. "Harry, I want you. Do you remember what I told you about the Death Eaters?" Severus asked cautiously. Harry trembled and nodded. He remembered that story all too well. "I remember," he replied softly. "Then you know why we have to do this. If you ever need me, you know where our quarters are. Use your invisibility cloak," Severus replied. "How do you know about that?" Harry asked, horrified. "Dumbledore. Not to mention I saw it when I first realized I needed to buy you clothes," Severus replied, remembering the rags he had seen in Harry's trunk. Harry nodded and relaxed against his father's chest and closed his tired eyes. He felt Snape gently nudge him, but he was much too comfortable. "Stop it, Dad, I'm tired," he mumbled. "I know, that's why I'm waking you up. You have to go back to your tower," Severus replied. "Wanna stay here?" Harry replied sleepily. "Sorry, child, you can't," Severus said before setting the sleepy child on his feet. "No," Harry whined as he was set down. Severus said nothing as he led Harry back out into Albus's office, where he just happened to be talking to Minerva. "Minerva, can you take Harry to his tower? I don't trust him to go alone. He's half asleep as it is," Severus said as he continued to nudge Harry's shoulder to wake him up. "Of course, Severus. Come along, dear," she said, deciding to flow. Severus wished him a good night before Harry disappeared into the green flames. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.